Tianyuan City must be a formidable enemy of our Dragonsleep Valley, but now, even a fallen undead power dares to provoke us. And these undead even dare to enter the Red Mist Land. Rather than saying it was fury, it was more accurate to say that several of the great terrifying beings wanted to take this opportunity to show those who dared to provoke them what a top overlord power is. They have indeed been repelled by human Tianyuan City time and again, but not every power receives the favor of the world's destiny like Tianyuan City. Moreover, it was the already fallen undead clan, however. Another great terrifying being spoke up. The defeat of Zai Shi at the hands of Tianyuan City has put us in a passive position. Now, with the great hunt upon us, we need to march into the territory of the living beings. And there are even life spirit sacred realm beings watching us. Who should take action? How should they act? These were issues worth considering. As for mobilizing and gathering a group of Law Realm Dukes, the great terrifying beings found it even more difficult. Thanks to the defeat of Zai Shi, Dragonsleep Valley had lost quite a few Law Realm Dukes. If they forcefully reassigned a group of Dukes now, they would have to retreat from many battlefields. On the other hand, if a Saint Realm being took action, back and forth, it would only take no more than half a day, and the cost would be smaller. Both of you support me, and I can forcibly take action, declared the great terrifying being known as the Burning Sky Monarch. The other few pondered briefly and felt it was feasible.
Good. The conceptual powers of fire have a restraining effect on death and dark shadow forces. Burning Sky is particularly adept at wide area attacks and can clean up these cockroach-like undead.
I also agree, but Burning Sky, just make sure you don't follow in Zai's footsteps.
However, another Saint Realm terrifying being spoke up. The Red Mist Land is also dangerous for the Life Spirit Sacred Realm. They usually don't risk entering, and their power can't be fully exerted in the Red Mist Land, but
Life Spirit Sacred Realm beings usually don't risk entering, which doesn't mean they can't step in. Tianyuan City now possesses the legendary artifact, Ancient Mage Tower, and Tai Zan Lushi's movements are unclear, which means we need to be wary of the Tai Zan alliance as well. Compared with the mere country of corpse, the great terrifying beings naturally feared Tianyuan City and Sword Lord Lushi more. In fact, Sword Lord Lushi had long left Tianyuan City, carrying a new mission. However, Sword Lord Lushi kept his whereabouts hidden. That was also part of the plan. A Saint Realm being whose movements are unpredictable, and can take action at any time, was enough to make many top overlord power forces wary. No worry. The voice of the imprisoned Dragon Lord fell. Here, after all, is the Red Mist Land, where we have many means to exert Saint Realm powers temporarily. Rather, the imprisoned Dragon Lord paused. The undead clan was once powerful, and even found them troublesome. Since they are the remnants of the undead clan, don't underestimate them, and also. His gaze was profound. Not all of the undead clan excel at mass resurrections of the undead. Among the vast undead at their peak, only a very few could truly incite an undead tide and be regarded as kings. And obviously, there is such a fledgling king within the country of corpse. Finding and exterminating him is the only way to completely eradicate such a power as the country of corpse. For this Red Mist Land, the undead continued to march, wiping out one monster power after another, with countless legendary monsters being slain. Except for 2 Law Realm creatures that were surprisingly destroyed early on, the undead tide encountered no other Law Realm enemies.
In Dead Bones' ear, the prompt tones kept ringing.
In just a few short hours, the scale of the undead tide had grown several times, and the birth of Death Breath became so vast it was terrifying. And also, your lordship has stepped into the Soul Realm. Uncle Sario roared to the sky. He was not even in the perfect domain realm before, and there was a distance to the 50,000-meter radius domain limit. And now, resonating with the death breath between heaven and earth, this dragon of death has progressed leaps and bounds in his domain realm during the slaughter, and without much process, stepped into the divine soul realm. Uncle Sario's great advancement, truly worthy of Boss Deadbone. In fact, his improvement was rather minor, as he was not born from the great force of Wangling Zai Shi and did not have as high compatibility with this power as the 4 generals of abomination. In these few short hours, there were far more than one undead in the tide who stepped into the soul realm. The undead tide marched on, until this moment, suddenly. Boom! A scarlet mist tide surged up, and in a fraction of a second, it coalesced into a giant dragon that blocked out the sun and sky. As it took shape, the dragon struck the ground. Sario, who had been full of pride just a moment before, pummeled into the earth like a meteor, leaving the dragon completely disoriented. When Sario lifted his head, not far away, whiz, two figures of Law Realm Dukes appeared, alongside the freshly formed red mist giant dragon, casting a murderous intent that filled the entire region. Almost at the same moment, boom, boom, boom. Several other undead armies also encountered the grand stratagem of Dragonsleep Valley and were intercepted by numerous Law Realm Dukes. This was all within expectations. When an overlord power like Dragonsleep Valley bared its fangs, surrounding and eliminating several armies was merely a trifling matter. For great nations, sending out such armies was not difficult. The Law Realm powerhouses possessed by great nation-level forces are more than just a few. But the great nations had never done so, and only a very few top powerhouses would occasionally delve into Red Mist Land leading spearhead squads. Why? Spearhead squads venturing into the Red Mist Land faced great risks and could potentially never return. That goes all the more for large armies. Can the country of Corpse retreat with their body intact? No. Can they preserve their main forces and withdraw from Red Mist Land? Mind you, that's Red Mist Land, where being surrounded and cut off could mean even Law Realm powerhouses might lose their chance of resurrection. The helmsman of the country of Corpse can't possibly fail to foresee this, right? Of course, Dead Bone had anticipated it. However, the timing of Dragonsleep Valley's counterattack was a bit slower than he and the Lord had estimated. Could it be that Dragonsleep Valley suffered substantial losses in the previous few battles and wars against other overlords? No, one should not jump to conclusions. It might also be that Dragonsleep Valley is amassing even more strength for a strike with absolute certainty. Alone, Dead Bone, who was located somewhere within Red Mist Land and regarded surrounding monsters as nothing, just as they completely ignored him, suddenly raised his head. Beneath the mask, in the skull, the soul flame flickered faintly. Reflecting a scene of immense terror. The red mist in the world gathered together. Roaring, countless monsters melted in the howling red mist, merging into it. In the blink of an eye. No, this was preordained. A vast chasm, constructed of countless flesh, abruptly appeared, with Dead Bone standing right in the middle of it. As if the chasm had always been there, with Dead Bone simply walking into it. The Flesh Abyss Valley extended deeper than 100,000 meters, boundless in length and width, seemingly a gaping maw capable of devouring all things. In the jaws was the sunken Dead Bone, above the gaping maw was the burning sky monarch. Countless flames surged and converged, reaching hundreds of miles, thousands of miles, tens of thousands of miles around. A city, a country, an island, all were enveloped within it. Within this boundless sea of fire, two eyes as large as small asteroids emerged and opened. A fearsome presence from the Saint Realm had arrived in person. This, too, was not unexpected. Dragonsleep Valley had the terrifying presence of a Saint Realm entity descending upon it, which, of course, was not an unexpected event. After all, with the Saint Realm terrifying presences personally arriving in the Ten Directions Island domain, all the more would they visit the main base of the monsters in the Red Mist Land. Daring to delve deep into the Red Mist Land during the Red Fog Disaster Moon period and rampantly wiping out one monster power after another, it was inevitable that they would encounter a Saint Realm interception. The difference merely lay in whether the undead army first encountered numerous Law Realm Dukes and Peak Dukes who attempted to encircle and eliminate them, followed by the arrival of a Saint Realm presence if unsuccessful, or if it was a Saint Realm terrifying presence who took the stage right from the start. Now it seemed to be the latter. As the chess player of the Saint Realm existence, they couldn't restrain themselves and took decisive action personally. This just shows that Dragonsleep Valley's current situation is indeed not too good. Far away in Tianyuan City, Mu Yuan murmured. Think about it. First, the long-planned, gathered, and accumulated Great Filthy Foss's grand scheme was thwarted, followed by the fall of over 20 Law Realm Dukes and the Saint Realm Terrifying Presence, the Disaster Fear Dominator. That's not all. The Disaster Fear Dominator, along with 20 to 30 Dukes, led the monster tide to the 10 Directions Island domain. The various prices that had to be paid by Dragonsleep Valley, the chunks of territory that had to be conceded. However, what somewhat surprised him was that Dragonsleep Valley had directly locked onto Dead Bone's location and, in a blink of an eye, sealed off the entire area, forming an independent battlefield space. Dead Bone did not act along with the undead tide, he never even made a move. The ability of Dead Bone to conceal his aura is also top-notch. Back then, Dead Bone had self-taught the artistic conception of XX, which had the ability to reduce his own presence and cover up the effects of many skills. Over the years, Dead Bone has always been dedicated to advancing the path of stability. Concealment ability, survival ability, of course, he would max them out if he could. As for conceptual powers related to hiding, Dead Bone controlled many kinds. And now, after the sweep of the undead army, many regions in the Red Mist Land had been contaminated with the scent of death. Under such cover of a death aura, Dead Bone, even if facing a Law Realm Duke, would not be detected. However, he was still firmly pinpointed across an infinite spatial distance. And unable to escape. The formation of the battlefield is a predetermined fact, a constant causality. Unable to dodge, unable to change. No wonder it is the top overlord power, Dragonsleep Valley. Such means are indeed frightening. But, since Mu Yuan and Dead Bone anticipated a Saint Realm Terrifying Presence's arrival, they had naturally also made full preparations to face it directly. That is, being in the Red Mist Land. The great power of a Saint Realm Terrifying Presence is unconfirmed. And Dead Bone has not ascended to Saint Realm. Whether he could retreat in one piece, Mu Yuan was not sure. After all, they were too weak, with not much room left to choose. The great calamity is about to come. There are even more terrifying presences deep within the Red Mist Land. We still have to move faster, even faster. On the battlefield, within the vast Flesh Abyss Valley. The abyss was bottomless, concealing a great terror below. Dead Bone stood between the abyss, not falling below, but also unable to ascend, completely unable to leap out of this abyssal cage. He stared directly at the flames filling the sky, and within the flames, the double eyes that opened up as vast as a small asteroid. The terrifying presence, the Burning Sky Monarch. Dead Bone recognized it at least, but that was about as far as it went. The terrifying presences are chess players, rarely ever make an appearance during the usual Red Fog disaster moon. Normally only presences like them would frequently take action during the period of a great calamity. Outside of the great calamity, the occurrences of a Saint Realm entity taking action are sparse and mostly confined to a very few battlefields. The Saint Realm within Tai Zan is not plentiful. The battles of Saint Realm encountered are even fewer, hence there is only a superficial understanding of many Saint Realm terrifying presences. Information is exchanged among nations, but the true details about the great power and killing moves of a Saint Realm terrifying presence, even allies among different nations of living beings, still keep much to themselves. The Disaster Fear Dominator has recorded a bit more information within the Tai Zan Alliance. Regarding the Burning Sky Monarch, there's only a handful of it. The core information is only one line. The bodily concept of the Burning Sky Monarch's Saint Realm is quite special. All those flames in the sky, they are part of its saintly body. As for what great force and divine skills this Burning Sky Monarch possessed, the Tai Zan Alliance was unclear. However, likewise, what conceptual killing moves, what divine skills Dead Bone had, the enemy, was also unclear. But, after all, it is a Saint Realm presence. Having witnessed the capability of the Disaster Fear Dominator, he had a measure in his heart for monsters of Saint Realm great terror. But the Disaster Fear Dominator is the Disaster Fear Dominator, and the Burning Sky Monarch is the Burning Sky Monarch. Can he withstand? Can he follow the path of the Emperor of the Undead with this battle? Dead Bone did not know. In his life, he had been through two most dangerous battles. One was when he was still Little Skeleton, fighting against a pack of wolves. The other was when he reached the Four-Order Peak but not perfect, carrying Bone 2, Bone 3, and other skeletons, lying in ambush, battling the legendary realm Dragon Blood Goblin. Back then, Tianyuan City had few methods at its disposal, and his gear, foundation, and moves were even more scarce. And today, it will be the third perilous battle, only this battle. At the same time, before Dragon Sleep Valley deployed its grand schemes, Isloa had already entered the Red Mist Land, commanding the ancient Mage Tower. This time without Sword Lord Lushi, but it was not Isloa fighting alone. Technique Tool Man, Jun, Duo Lai, Sophia, Uta, all entered the ancient Mage Tower. Only the four of them. The rest of the generals, including Lulu, Tree Demon Granny, Rakshasa, such powerful beings, all stayed to rest in the Ten Directions Island domain. Among the 5 people on this trip, Isloa had previously commanded the ancient Mage Tower in battle, with basically no loss. Disaster Fear Dominator couldn't break the Mage Tower's lock. The power didn't exceed the limits. For this legendary artifact, it meant no consumption. Jun was mixing the whole time. Following Mu Yuan's instructions, Uta also retained a lot of power. Otherwise, even if he was specifically targeted, it wouldn't have taken him so long to kill a Law Realm Duke. Even purely in terms of realm, Uta is still only in the Soul Realm. Sophia and Duo Lai, in the previous wars, had hardly fought at all, and after resting for half a day, almost everyone's combat power was back to its peak. The ancient Mage Tower entered the Red Mist Land, without concealment. They intended to come glaringly. This grand and extraordinary tower, a sacred place in the hearts of countless spellcasters, besides deconstructing spells, is best at waging war. As the tower entered the Red Mist Land, a tremendous great force surged forth. In the main control room, in front of Isloa, a star chart unfolded, showing one red dot after another. She lightly tapped with her fingertip. Drip, access granted. Large-scale magic, 9-headed roaring thunder flame dragon extreme, is being deployed. Large-scale magic has been fully deployed. Tens of thousands of kilometers away, somewhere, the azure sky suddenly shattered. A magic dragon filled with rolling fierce flames and thunder glow broke open the sky and plummeted to the earth. In an instant, the heavens and earth turned white. Endless light, endless heat burst forth, terrifying energy. The destructive power of concept forcefully spread in all directions. Not only were the area's monster minions and legendary monsters annihilated in the first moment, but even the towering columns of filth that stood high connecting the clouds were torn and tattered by the bombardment of the large-scale magic. A few seconds passed. While the terrifying energy had yet to settle, Isloa launched a second large-scale spell, forcefully obliterating that segment of the filth column. Such is the majesty of the ancient Mage Tower. Times have changed. In the past, they needed to clean up monsters around the root of corruption, the nest of filth first, then using the Lord's seal, heroes marked to draw the light of purification from heaven and earth to cleanse these filthy creations. Now, all they need is blast, and more blast. With this legendary artifact, not only can they rely on simple brute force to quickly destroy the foul creations, but they can also strike from tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. How efficient is that? Even a Holy Realm great power in this place cannot compare to the ancient Mage Tower. The Mage Tower itself is a war instrument, dropping such large-scale spells with consumption basically nil. This is also the basis for their unrestrained domination in the Red Mist Land. However, Isloa was not continuously attacking with the ancient Mage Tower, blasting one after another overlord power situated on the outskirts of the Dragon Sleep Valley. This wouldn't make much sense. Even if powers stationed by Law Realm powerhouses were destroyed, 1, 2, 3, new powers would still sprout up like weeds. Monsters are just numerous. Even for a top power like Dragon Sleep Valley, there are still numerous. Dead Bones Domination's undead army targeted these overlord powers to annihilate one by one, which is beneficial for itself, strengthening the undead tide, and upholding its own path. Mu Yuan led Isloa command the ancient Mage Tower into Red Mist Land with the objective to restrain Dragon Sleep Valley's power. Thus, the bombardments of the ancient Mage Tower were mostly aimed at areas with columns of filth, which could hold some tactical value. At the same time, the ancient Mage Tower didn't penetrate deep into the Red Mist Land, only exerting pressure. But, if Dragon Sleep Valley didn't respond, they weren't unable to advance deeper into Red Mist Land. The ancient Mage Tower holds the great force of domination, excelling in navigating spaces, able to treat many enchantments, defensive measures as nothing. It can also change size, in its smallest form like a grain of sand, can easily attach to Jun, accompanying it as it soars 9 heavens, traversing domains. This too, is Mu Yuan's assurance in letting the main force enter the Red Mist Land. As long as they can run fast enough, they can remain invincible. And now they have the power. Saint Realm beings from Dragon Sleep Valley couldn't easily step out of the Red Mist Land. Isn't this the best time for them to probe and strike wildly back and forth? Here they come. In Isloa's God Soul, the Life Star is buzzing with a warning. Simultaneously, within the ancient Mage Tower, each alarm sounded a beep 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 continuously. A terrifying presence is descending, but at this moment, inside the tower, legendary figures not from Tianyuan City's direct lineage like Grey Wind, not only are they not shrinking back, their eyes are full of intense divine light. Ha 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 ha, come and fight. Is there another Holy Realm monster to fight? My techniques are already impatient? Brothers, I feel like I'm floating. I'm actually not shrinking back from the great terror of the Holy Realm, treating Law Realm dukes like ants. What should I do? During this conversation, the warning bells of the ancient Mage Tower grew more urgent. A great terror looms, descending, crack, crack. The azure sky splits open, countless red mist converging. A crimson giant tentacle, similar to a sky rift tentacle, lashes down from the cracked azure sky. This lash contains a terribly extreme great force, as if it were an arm of a Holy Realm being. Boom! A radiant burst flashes above the ancient Mage Tower. The tower remains undamaged but is blown thousands of miles away, the space along its path shattering like glass. Behind, the figures of several Law Realm dukes appear. There are 7 in total. 7 Law Realm dukes is a significant number, but not enough in front of Holy Realm great power. However, these 7 dukes now wear complex, resolute expressions. As their figures appear, a terrible transformation begins. The already mountain-like huge dukes swell again, like small planets made of flesh and blood. 7 giant flesh orbs grow, spread, intertwine, and fuse. In just a moment, they merge into an indescribable creature of constantly writhing flesh. Countless flesh buds stretch out, forming a net that confines heaven and earth. And, boom, 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 the land of the red mist also collapses. This domain shatters and sinks, instantly turning into fragments. The small ones are only half the size of 10 Directions Island domain, the large ones approximately 2 or 3 times. The shattered pieces of land drift in the boundless sea of void. These pieces of land are visibly becoming corrupted. As time passes, will the earth also turn into indescribable monsters? This is clearly an ambush. The power invested by Dragon Sleep Valley in this battle is not less than in other battlefields. Perhaps, Dragon Sleep Valley's plan is to trap the ancient Mage Tower until the Burning Sky Monarch consumes the undead tide, and then annihilate the main force of Tianyuan City. Can we get away from the battlefield? Mu Yuan asks. Isloa is operating, and she says, this isn't just a simple spatial lockdown. The enemy has pulled out a massive dimensional space using some major method. It's true that the ancient Mage Tower can travel through dimensional barriers, but to fly out of this dimensional battlefield, it will take time. And, this dimensional battlefield seems to be expanding. Those pieces of corrupted land fragments are the core. She thinks, should she break these land fragments? It's not impossible. But even the smallest piece of land is as big as half a 10 Directions Island domain, almost the size of a regular planet. Sinking, shattering continental plates, is not easy for her. Mainly because the enemy won't give her that opportunity. But why should we retreat? Mu Yuan says, He nods at Duo Lai. Duo Lai. Right. She looks down at the drifting continental plates in the boundless void, her eyes brightening. Isn't this just the material she needs for her path? Thanks to the old mates from Dragon Sleep Valley. Duo Lai follows the path to ascension. Not only does she need to devour many high-order materials and epic items, but also needs to devour islands one by one to prove the name of devouring. Devouring islands, for Duo Lai who possesses the great force of devouring heaven and earth, is actually not difficult. Give her some accumulation time, she could even swallow it all at once. The difficult part is whether she would be prevented during the process of devouring the islands, and where could she find such islands to devour?
Human robbery is also a challenging part. Most of the discovered islands have been occupied by great powers. Some of the islands' owners are not strong, at least, not in the eyes of today's Tianyuan city. But they are an orderly power.
The most suitable targets for striking are either the yet undiscovered islands that are rarely visited by people, or the Red Mist Land. The former, discovering a completely new island, is not easy. Moreover, Duo Lai, in her journey to ascension, needs to devour far more than just one or two islands. The latter, the Red Mist Land, is too vast. When these continental plates come together, trying to bite and devour it, the difficulty is far from the simple equation of 1 + 1 = 2. But now, a large chunk of the Red Mist Land has collapsed and shattered, breaking into land plates about the size of islands. Such land plates are much easier for Duo Lai to devour. At this moment, outside, among the 7 great countries, the action of Tianyuan City's strong people driving the ancient Mage Tower to march into Red Mist Land naturally could not escape the surveillance of various great countries. This was both expected and unexpected. Lord of Tianyuan City has still chosen to attack Dragon Sleep Valley. No surprise there, after all, with the country of corpse having penetrated deeply into Red Mist Land, and Tianyuan City currently possessing formidable strength. Isn't it a great opportunity to severely damage Dragon Sleep Valley? Although that's the case, but a prominent person from a great country, second only to the existence of the Saint Realm, said, Tianyuan City joining forces with this mysterious country of corpse can indeed bring a lot of trouble to Dragon Sleep Valley. But by letting its main force go deep into Red Mist Land, Tianyuan City inevitably has to face significant risks. True, the country of corpse undertakes greater risks, but how can the Lord of Tianyuan City assure that the country of corpse will continue marching forward and not quickly withdraw after reaping almost enough? Once the country of corpse withdraws, all pressure will fully fall onto Tianyuan City, and Dragon Sleep Valley's hatred for Tianyuan City is obviously higher. By then, Tianyuan City, having suffered heavy losses, can easily transition from victor to fool. Lord of Tianyuan City actually dares to gamble with his main force on the intentions of the country of corpse. How dare he? Retreat 10,000 steps, even if the country of corpse has the resolve to fight with all its strength. Once it encounters the real great force strike of Dragon Sleep Valley, and suffers heavy losses, it's inevitable they will consider retreating. By then, if the country of corpse withdraws, Tianyuan City's main force will be surrounded. It's not just Tianyuan City risking a great deal. Lord of Tianyuan City cannot predict the intentions of the country of corpse. Similarly, the Lord of the Land of the Dead cannot predict whether Tianyuan City truly has the intention to cooperate. Cooperation? It's not that easy. We 7 great countries have held so many alliance conferences, periodic joint military exercises, and cooperative actions. Yet real coordinated major actions that truly work together are still rare. Moreover, the country of corpse is a newly emerged mysterious power, not having established relations with any top power. Theoretically, wanting to cooperate solely depends on mutual understanding. Who would dare gamble on such an understanding? The last time Tai Zan, Shen Yao, and Qi Cheng, the 3 countries, were able to unite without reservations, was because there was no way out during a great disaster. However, this time, both the country of corpse and Tianyuan City are the aggressors. Since they can attack actively, they can also retreat actively. Such a union greatly tests human nature, especially testing, as originally Tianyuan City holds the initiative. For safety's sake, Lord of Tianyuan City should not have allowed the ancient Mage Tower to go deep into Red Mist Land, at most exerting pressure from across the Great Domain. How dare Lord of Tianyuan City? Really, are the young people these days all so brave? Apparently, the ancient Mage Tower has encountered a siege by Dragonsleep Valley. This legendary artifact must not fall into the hands of the monster overlord. In Red Mist Land, Shattered Region. The void chaos blows, the boundless void reveals no end. Here, a grand, towering mage tower over 10,000 meters tall stands like a pillar of azure sky between heaven and earth, cascading down like a galaxy of energy waterfalls. Behind the ancient mage tower, there is the Holy Realm hand transformed by Sky Rift Giant's touch. This crimson giant hand opens, its palm infinitely vast, with countless patterns as if the mountain rivers on continental plates. Even the towering ancient mage tower over 10,000 meters is encompassed within like a turtle in a jar. Layer upon layer of patterns emit a bizarre glow, Crimson World Hand. In front of the ancient mage tower, there is an indescribable flesh monster formed by the swelling and merging of Grand Dukes. This terrifying flesh monster continuously splits, firing one after another, flesh cannonballs. These flesh cannonballs and various techniques collide in the air, bursting into radiant fireworks. Sometimes it's techniques containing the conceptual power of destruction that shatter these flesh cannonballs, then blast toward further distances. Sometimes it is the flesh cannonballs that devour the techniques. The brilliance of the techniques, the trailing flames dragged out, turns into the flesh food devoured by devouring flesh and blood. Countless flesh sprouts grow along the trajectory marked by the techniques, spreading. This is very unscientific, but bizarre, yet reasonable. The spread of flesh and blood is obliterated. The radiant splendor of techniques blooms and then fades. The holy war is continuously raging, almost to the point where the continent's plates collapse and space is worn away. The Saint Crimson Giant Hand, indescribable flesh giants. Neither of these are truly terrifying existences of the Saint Realm, they just possess the combat power of the Saint Realm. Even when facing two at once, Isloa, controlling the ancient mage tower, is not at a disadvantage. But it can only maintain a deadlock. It is very difficult for the ancient mage tower to break through the encirclement of the two great Saint Realm combat powers. And in the distance, floating about, resembling fulcrums, are massive pieces of land, upon which the crimson glow becomes increasingly bizarre. Suddenly, Biu, an inconspicuous Bai Jie, suddenly stretches its feathers, thinning out, turning into sky blue long hair. In just an instant, the chubby little dove changed back into Duo Lai's own appearance. She steps onto this boundless land. What catches her eyes is the sky filled with red mist. The red mist obscures further broken, chaotic, and boundless voids. Even with her eyesight, she can only vaguely see the mountains writhing in the distance, the viscous rivers of blood, and the dim, monstrous shadows beneath the red mist. Yes, there are clearly monsters here too. Roars arise from time to time. Although most monsters perished with the collapse and fragmentation of the Great Domain, some powerful monsters survived. In a short period of time, new monsters continuously emerged from the red mist on the broken land. Given more time, a few of these newly born monsters will awaken self-awareness and gather others, driven by their dim instincts, to dominate a pack of monsters and build one monster camp or tribe after another. This is the so-called foul natural evolution. But at this moment, Lord of Swallowing Heaven Duo Lai descended here. Duo Lai pats her cheek and then, with hands on her hips, leans forward slightly, opening her mouth to the limit. I suck 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 suck. Devouring. Boom. The earth shakes. A devouring vortex like a black hole rises from the surface of this continental plate. Soil and rock roar into the sky. Whole monsters and numerous fragments are also swept up into the heavens. In the blink of an eye, it devoured the red mist and these newly born monsters within thousands of miles. Having devoured a massive amount of material, the devouring giant maw expands even further beyond its limits. The devouring black hole spreads, at the same moment. Boom, on another slightly larger piece of land, a devouring black hole also rises. A colossal shadow opens the black hole, overlooking the land. It's the Lord of Swallowing Heaven from Tianyuan City. The Law Realm dukes that have transformed into indescribable flesh giants still retain their consciousness. A few strands of consciousness collide and communicate within the flesh. They naturally recognize this Law Realm living being. Other top overlord powers might focus more on existences like the King of Conching, who managed to escape unscathed from the strike of a disaster-fear dominator of the Saint Realm. But the powerhouses from Dragon Sleep Valley know better that this Lord of Swallowing Heaven is terrifying. Not because her combat power is so terrifying, but rather, she can devour the red mist. She consumes vast amounts of red mist and is not corrupted by it at all. Their strategic planning in Dragon Sleep Valley was thoroughly destroyed because the Lord of Swallowing Heaven devoured the foul powers, dealing the most fatal blow. A Law Realm Duke thinks of this and immediately fires huge round after round of flesh and blood tumors towards the far-off devouring black hole. The next moment, boom, the flesh explodes, but is still swallowed within. The black hole only slightly quivers, and then expands further. The powerful devouring force they can still feel from afar, despite being dozens of island territories away. It's hard to destroy. This devouring black hole is very strong. Even conceptual power will be devoured and annihilated. We can only approach or unleash stronger force to destroy it. But, this Duke says, once we do that, we might allow this ancient mage tower to escape the trap. Compared to the Lord of Swallowing Heaven's minor tricks, for now, it's still more important to trap the ancient mage tower until the Burning Sky Monarch arrives. These land plates are so large, like island territories, even Saint Realm beings need to put in some effort to destroy them. No rush. The problem isn't serious. Boom. The two Flesh Tower beings from the Saint Realm and the ancient Mage Tower hadn't been in a stalemate for long before the Grand Dukes heard the island realm's distant cries of agony. Unbeknownst to them, while they were focusing their efforts on the ancient Mage Tower and not paying much attention, a profound and ultimate darkness had already enveloped the entire massive island realm. It was as if a terror greater and more indescribable than themselves had opened its hideous, gaping maw in the endless void. With a single bite, it swallowed a vast landmass. Crunch, crunch. Sounds of chewing emerged, echoing through this disrupted, chaotic, and shattered void, making every Law Realm Duke wielding the power of the Saint Realm feel a shiver run down their spine. In the instant their hair stood on end, another island realm far away was devoured. Chewing, crushing, devouring, vanishing. In the blink of an eye, two large islands shrouded in thick red mist mysteriously disappeared into the chaotic void, leaving not a trace behind. What kind of technique is this? Is this the Lord of Swallowing Heaven from Tianyuan City? This really can devour the heavens. Stop her. Once these islands supporting the battlefield are devoured, the boundless void will rapidly heal. By then, the ancient Mage Tower would be free to leave as it pleases. Gurgle, gurgle, peefed. The Law Realm Dukes communicated very quickly with each other. In the next moment, the massive, indescribable flesh giant split into two halves. Half of the body, using self-mutilation and the explosive impact of bursting flesh, crossed the distance of dozens of island realms in an instant, arriving above Duo Lai. Dragon Sleep Secret Method 1000 Layers of Flesh Towers Suppression. Pairs of eyes opened on the flesh giant. Large hands overlapped, pressing down. Layer upon layer, like a 1,000-layered flesh tower being erected. At this time, the ancient Mage Tower was still entangled, only beginning to take the upper hand. At this time, the island realm below had already been devoured to nothingness. At this time, in the pitch-black, chaotic void, a petite blue-haired girl stood on nothingness. Above her head, the 1,000-layered tower of flesh and blood was descending. Spatial freeze. Time delay. The flesh tower also had countless mouths grinning wide. Billions of piercing screams resonated. A terrifying corruption assault hit them face-on, penetrating directly into the sea of God's soul. This was a multi-layer suppression. Duo Lai remained expressionless, first completely ignoring the corrupt assaults that invaded the sea of God's soul. With her body of corruption, she could fearlessly soak in the sea of red mist. The flesh tower descended. But the collapsing, nearly vanished black hole of devouring heaven and earth rose again. The profound black maw, like a black sun engulfing the very sun itself, loomed behind Duo Lai. The girl's blue hair fluttered fiercely. The black flame of the great Da Ri shone intensely. The next moment, the black sun elongated upwards and downwards, gaping wide like a huge mouth. The billions of resonating piercing screams, like raindrops entering the sea, disappeared without a trace. The stasis of time was also washed over by the devouring tide, shattering in an instant. The frozen space, the devouring maw was not picky, directly encompassing it all. Smack, the descending 1,000 layers of flesh tower disappeared, vanishing into the gaping maw that opened and closed again, not even causing a ripple. The only thing left was the blue-haired girl who had just been devoured and now reappeared, standing firm in the void. Shattered, chaotic infinite void, the flesh monster that just unleashed a powerful killing move, had a pair of crimson eyeballs staring, expression stuck. Inside, the consciousness of 3 Law Realm Dukes transmitted ideas similar to, holy shit. Was the 1,000-layer flesh tower devoured? It seemed like not even a splash was made? Is that reasonable? Is this Lord of Swallowing Heaven still in the Law Realm? This Lord of Swallowing Heaven, seemingly the devouring slime, devouring and trying to break limits for promotions, isn't that easy. Can it be said that this Lord of Swallowing Heaven has, through countless devourings, ascended to legendary status? Another legend? But even if a legend exists, she is still only in the Law Realm, yet we currently wield the great force of the Saint Realm. Some Grand Duke cried out in disbelief, but he couldn't deny the fact. The fact was, the Lord of Swallowing Heaven, backing up with devouring Da Ri, swallowed the stalled time, the frozen space, and all sorts of chaotic and bizarre attacks, including the vast 1,000-layer flesh tower filled with infinite distorted and sealing powers, all in one gulp, and the black hole mouth that devoured the 1,000-layer flesh tower wasn't torn apart, as if it had just swallowed something utterly mundane. Terrifying, outrageous. In fact, Duo Lai of course didn't appear as relaxed as she seemed. She is still just a peak of Principal Realm perfect legendary life conceptual power 3rd realm being. Her devouring power naturally has an upper limit. Once the limit is exceeded, the devouring mouth might become unstable or even ripped open. Suppose Duo Lai merely used devouring heaven and earth. Trying to swallow the 1,000-layer flesh tower in one go would indeed be quite forced. But the devouring heaven and earth mouth that Duo Lai backed had already existed for some time and had devoured an entire island area. Complete devouring heaven and earth great power can extend infinitely. At the same time, the devouring heaven and earth black hole will keep growing as time passes. The longer it exists, the more terrifying the great force it can unleash. Not only that, but when Duo Lai digests materials, the devouring heaven and earth black hole can rapidly expand. Her devouring digestion has 2 methods. The first is perfect digestion. As long as she thoroughly digests, she can convert it into her own power. Either it's a permanent enhancement of basic 3-dimensional or she acquired new skills, traits, and so on. The second is violent digestion. Such digestion is like a cow chewing peony. Not only is the utilization rate of the material low, it's hard to convert it into her true power. But this type of violent digestion can, in a short time, boost Duo Lai's combat power. In the past, she had the strategic skill, overlimit swallowing, from which she developed overlimit posture, overlimit mode, super Duo Lai form, etc. Now, principles similar to overlimit swallowing can also be applied to devouring heaven and earth great power. The black hole of devouring, having violently digested many materials, now possessed a power far more dreadful than initially. Swallowing the 1,000-layer flesh tower was not yet its limit. Accompanying Duo Lai's reappearance, the black hole also rose from behind her and continued to expand in circles, devouring all surrounding things. Even facing Saint Realm combat power, she was fearless. On the flesh monster, tens of thousands of eyeballs widened, staring at the girl and the black hole behind her. The consciousness of the 3 Grand Dukes was communicating. Devouring the thousand-layer flesh tower, this Lord of Swallowing Heaven also certainly didn't have it easy. They made such judgments, there was actually no choice. They had already seen another black hole growing larger and moving toward another island area in the distance. And on the battlefield, as the body split, the drastically lowered great force of the flesh giant already couldn't maintain a surrounding formation with the Holy Realm hand. Currently, the ancient mage tower suppressed and attacked it. Not only would it quickly be unable to intercept the tower, but the flesh aberration on the saintly body also bore stripes of conceptual power wounds that constant new flesh couldn't entirely heal. Time was running out. The Lord of Swallowing Heaven is after all just a Duke of the Law Realm. Her devouring ability is strong, but it also has limits. The massive flesh monster continuously distorted, split. Countless fog-like spores spread around, forming in the blink of an eye a strange red cloud covering thousands of miles around. Within this red cloud seemed to grow billions of flesh monsters, wriggling. It seemed they had spread a large number of monsters, but in fact, these flesh spores were all sub-bodies, resonating with each other as if a whole. Each spore sub-body also contained strong conceptual power. Such sub-bodies, the Lord of Swallowing Heaven can certainly devour. But how much can she devour? Can she keep devouring indefinitely? This was the Grand Duke's tactic. It wasn't about exhaustion, but about using these low-cost but massive spores to burst the black hole of devouring heaven. Once the Lord of Swallowing Heaven loses this major black hole move, she will no longer be formidable. After all, such a major move must be executed through some reliance, a great artifact. Even if the black hole move can be exerted by the Lord of Swallowing Heaven using her own power, once broken, she can't perform it again shortly. The Grand Duke's assessment was not wrong. Duo Lai could only employ the grand move of devouring heaven and earth several times in a short period, and the devouring heaven and earth that was launched anew only possessed the normal state limit in scale. Its great force far less than what it is now, having already devoured an island domain. But General Duo Lai isn't only capable of the single grand move of devouring great power. Back then, General Duo Lai was the #1 mage of Tianyuan City. Everyone knows the techniques of the Staff of Divine Right were integrated by her. To use devouring against these countless spore offspring is easy to overfeed, so then. Flame, burning sky. Whoosh, but the blink of an eye. Rounds of crimson Dari suddenly rose up. The exceedingly brilliant light, boundless heat rolling outward in all directions. This is a pure fire series technique, yet not a bit inferior. Through devouring time and again, Duo Lai has already obtained a multitude of flame characteristics and a fire-oriented constitution. These many abilities then merge, unify, and ascend during subsequent devouring promotions. Especially since Duo Lai excels most in fire magic. Now, while Duo Lai's fire techniques cannot compare with devouring ones, they are still of epic caliber. Epic techniques plus epic talent, a double-pronged approach. The conceptual power that Duo Lai wields can even through devouring drastically ascend. Even as a subsidiary category like fire, Duo Lai's conceptual realm has still stepped into the second stage. This is the solid gold content of Tianyuan City's top 3 experts. The terrifying conceptual power of annihilation rolled out, descending upon the flesh spores. These tiny spores that can multiply exponentially in a blink of an eye are still swiftly incinerated by the reddish gold flames. More spores that have not had the chance to multiply are ignited, incinerated, and strangled in the cradle. After all, Dragon Sleep Valley is part of the Eternal Life faction of Tianji. They are skilled in flesh but not in breeding. Once the number of spore offspring increases, the conceptual power is diluted, completely unable to withstand the might of Duo Lai's flames. The multi-layered flesh towers can't hold them down. The endless spore fog tide was incinerated in the blink of an eye. Isn't she hailed as the Lord of Swallowing Heaven? How can she have such a high mastery over fire? The Grand Dukes didn't dawdle. As soon as Duo Lai incinerated the spore fog tide, they too unleashed their full power. A giant monster constantly transformed, its body stretched. In an instant, 100 tentacle-like elongated flesh arms, spanning dozens of miles, whooshed towards the blue-haired girl. These flesh arms completely disregarded the golden flames of burning sky. Even as they punched through the sea of flames explosively, only a faint singe marked their hands, and these scorches quickly healed. Flesh, that was their greatest reliance. Boom 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 boom. The flesh arms shattered the endless void, causing this already collapsing void to fall further. Strands of hair-raising gray smoke rose, then quickly dissipated. And at that moment, one step before the flesh arms bombarded her, Duo Lai had already stepped back.
The devouring rift opened behind her, swallowing her whole.
Next, space tore open a crack further away, and Duo Lai emerged from it.
The Grand Dukes of the Hunt immediately shifted targets, those 100 miles spanning flesh arms bombarding the still expanding devouring black hole. Boom. Under the force of conceptual power, the flesh arms can touch and collide with the black hole, sending it like a massive planet flying thousands of miles.
This distance is but a slight retreat relative to the volume of the black hole. But under the weighty, planet-shattering, and terrible conceptual power-filled bombardment of this 100 strikes, the entire black hole still wobbled unstably. Shaking, cracking, a series of blood-colored fissures burst forth. The black hole certainly won't crack like glass, but under the flesh arms, the black hole is equivalent to glass. It will fissure, it will shatter. Such is the terror of flesh mutation. But at the same time, among the 100 flesh arms that fell on the devouring black hole, a dozen or so were also bitten off by the black hole. The bitten off parts could not regenerate. Flesh mutation possesses the ability to infinitely proliferate, but these dozen or so severed flesh arms, it's as if they were always that length, naturally broken arms. The concept of the front part of the flesh arms was devoured, vanished. To completely eliminate a concept, when people conceptually have only 4 fingers on a hand, naturally they will not regenerate a 5th finger. On Duo Lai's forehead, the root imprint space was flickering. This is the terror of conceptual third realm and devouring great power. From the root, causing concepts to vanish, the Grand Dukes controlling the flesh giant grew increasingly solemn and felt it thorny. They constantly mutated and explosively erupted. The flesh arms bombarded the black hole non-stop and without sparing any effort. Finally, crack, boom, this round, larger than the black sun, deeper than the abyss, more frightening than a demon god. The devouring black hole was finally utterly shattered. Space fragmented. The black hole ceased to exist, finally. A Grand Duke let out a sigh of relief, focusing his gaze on the blue-haired girl who was no longer sheltered by the black hole. It was time to settle the score. Suddenly, the consciousness of 3 Grand Dukes stalled. Behind the blue-haired girl, another black sun began to rise once again. Despite being smaller than the previous black hole, this black sun still exuded a dreadful power. This can happen again? Isn't this a super trump card? Let's fight one more time, the Grand Duke gritted his teeth. Just as he thought this, boom, a thunderous roar spread across the vast void.
Destructive conceptual power shattered the patterns of heaven and earth.
A flesh mutant giant, its form tattered and beyond healing, was blasted far away. Its presence continued to slide downward. Its state was far more miserable than even their half-saint corpses. At that moment, the ancient mage tower that had blown away half of a saint's corpse immediately redirected its firepower. Magic array diagrams, intricate and capable of covering tens of thousands of miles, emerged layer upon layer, shackling the probing Holy Realm hand within them like manacles. Then, boom, 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 billions of lights. Billions of flames, billions of thunders, all burst forth. In just a short moment, the situation on the battlefield reversed. They had not taken down the Lord of Swallowing Heaven. Yet, their allies had been severely damaged by the ancient mage tower. And, boom, in the distance, another even larger black hole was on the move, engulfing the second island domain within it. The consciousness of the Grand Dukes of the Hunt jumped again. All 3 fronts had collapsed. They couldn't maintain this battlefield much longer. The ancient mage tower, this legendary weapon, was one thing, but why was the mere law realm being, Lord of Swallowing Heaven, so outrageous? You call this the law realm? they were clearly in the law realm too. Without relying on this halved body, they, several Grand Dukes together, would probably not even be enough for the Lord of Swallowing Heaven to swallow in one bite. Strong, terrifying, and she isn't the only frightening law realm being in Tianyuan City. The Angel King of Tianyuan City, who can sever an arm of a terrifying being beneath the crown of calamity, is equally terrifying. So, where is the Lord of Tianyuan City? It seems, the human Lord of Tianyuan City has not fully exerted his strength yet. At this moment, they could only be thankful that the Angel King and the human city Lord were not present on this battlefield. But even so, even though they were only facing two human foes, they were miserably defeated. The plan for now is to hold on tight and wait for the Burning Sky Monarch to come to the rescue. The good news is that humans don't seem to have any intention of retreating, they want to annihilate us. This is our only chance, it's up to you now, Lord of Burning Sky. The remaining consciousness of the Law Realm Dukes kept calling out, praying that the Burning Sky Monarch would arrive sooner. The only uncertainty now was whether the Burning Sky Monarch could arrive in time. But their calls, the Burning Sky Monarch could not hear. Even if he could, the Holy Realm terrifying existence, the Burning Sky Monarch, had no time, no spare energy to listen. After all, he looked at the black tide that enveloped all the lands, the 8 layers of space, and his expression became extremely solemn. You call this the Law Realm? A quarter of an hour earlier. Dragon Sleep Valley had pinpointed Dead Bones' location and set up a trap like a net cast from heaven to earth. A tidal wave of forces led by dozens of Grand Dukes, including 2 Peak Dukes, was encircling the army of the country of Corpse. And a Saint Realm existence, the Burning Sky Monarch, descended directly, with golden fire burning in his dragon's eyes, aimed directly at the black figure in the chasm. Found you. The one who stirred up the undead tide. As I thought, not yet ascended to the Saint Realm. Thoughts flickered through the Burning Sky Monarch's mind with lightning speed. As a leading figure in Dragon Sleep Valley, he had participated in the encirclement battle against the Undead Empire in the past and was naturally very aware of the situation of the Undead Empire. Even clearer than many of the Saint Realm powers in human civilization. The Undead Empire had long since disintegrated, leaving only remnants clinging onto existence. Among these remnants, the only one worthy of attention was the Law Realm Duke, Silent Sovereign. This Duke naturally possessed a great force that could penetrate heaven and earth, a power even the Burning Sky Monarch admitted to being inferiors to. However, he was not afraid. The Silent Sovereign could almost be considered the only remaining piece of the Undead Empire, and those keeping a close eye on this Duke were far more than just Dragon Sleep Valley. Of course, now it seems, there might be another remnant of the Undead Empire, which is the black armored undead in front of him. The black armored undead and Silent Sovereign, perhaps, are the only 2 remaining forces after the disintegration of the Undead Empire. The reason he thought only 2, rather than both emerging from the same remnant, is because, if these 2 came from the same power, then there's no reason why the Silent Sovereign would allow the black armored undead, a young monarch with endless potential and mastery over the legitimate heritage of the Undead Empire, to enter the Red Mist Land. Perhaps, most likely, they do not even recognize each other. The country of Corpse was a newly emerged secret force after all. Outside the Red Mist Land, a gaze from the Death Domain hovered outside the territory. Heavy, worried, the onlooker was none other than the Silent Sovereign. The Burning Sky Monarch's guess was not wrong. If he knew that the young monarch would recklessly venture deep into the Red Mist Land, he, Silent, would definitely intervene and stop him. But his Death Knights failed to stop the young monarch. By the time the Death Knight reported to him, pulling him out of his secluded cultivation from a state of silent contemplation, the young monarch had already led his army deep into the Red Mist Land, striking directly at key lairs in Dragon Sleep Valley. Too late to stop it. Rash. Too rash, of course. The Silent Sovereign was aware that this young monarch had managed to develop the country of Corpse and trained numerous undead experts capable of slaying Law Realm Dukes in such a short period of time. His abilities were immeasurable. Even in the history of the Undead Empire, he was among the best. Terms like young legend, future monarch, were insufficient to describe his abilities. He, the silent sovereign as a law realm duke, might also find it hard to guess and understand the thoughts of such a prodigy. He also believed that the young monarch must have powerful life-preserving means to dare to venture alone into the Red Mist Land. But the young monarch was ultimately too young. How many years had he lived since the day he was born to now? How much could he understand about Dragon Sleep Valley or the Red Mist Land? He utterly does not understand the Red Mist Land. Indeed, he was swiftly targeted by Dragon Sleep Valley. After all, still too young, too rash. The silent sovereign worried. He had a faint premonition of the young monarch being targeted by a Saint Realm terrifying existence, the Burning Sky Monarch. The young monarch would be facing a Saint Realm. The difference between the Saint Realm and the non-Saint Realm was like heaven and earth. Not to mention, Dragon Sleep Valley must have set up various things, ensuring the young monarch would not escape. Can he escape? If he cannot, the silent sovereign pondered. The young monarch was almost the only hope for the rise of the undead empire. But he was too reckless, too determined to go his own way. He indeed had to take action to save him. However, once he took action, the pressure he would face would be far more than from Dragon Sleep Valley. There were many other peak sovereigns, top beasts, watching him, waiting to catch him off guard. The silent sovereign was also annoyed with the young monarch's recklessness. I hope that after this battle, the young monarch will learn to act with caution. Then it will all be worth it. Above the chasm. As soon as the golden dragon's eyes locked onto the tiny figure below, the Burning Sky Monarch struck boldly. Before the vast sea of flames, 1 strand, 2 strands, 3 strands. Dozens of strands of golden flames blazed into existence. These golden flames seemed unremarkable, only the size of an ordinary human's palm, and even more insignificant compared to the immense sea of flames, like tiny droplets in the vast ocean. However, the presence of the golden flames was incredibly intense. Looking at the golden flames was like gazing upon a fierce rolling blazing sun. It was like looking directly at a close blazing sun, scorchingly hot, blinding enough to flash blind one's eyes.
Inside the palm-sized golden flames, there light an energy no less terrifying than that of a blazing sun. And with it, a conceptual great force that could incinerate and extinguish everything. Great force, burning sky. A strand of flame could set the entire azure sky ablaze. A beam of fire could reduce the whole world to ashes. This was the concept Saint technique wielded by the Burning Sky Monarch, born from the fusion, evolution, and elevation of epic-level skills, and could only be executed through his own concept Saint body, melding the power of the body of concepts. The body of concepts and conceptual great force are the two major techniques of the Saint realm great power existence, transcendental above the law realm. It is a technique law realm cannot match. Whirl. Golden burning sky flames crossed the space in the blink of an eye, descending towards Dead Bone. In that instant, the surrounding space distorted, solidifying under the heat of the burning sky flames like solidified candle wax, making the entire space extremely robust and confining everything within it. That naturally included Dead Bone. Even before the golden flames fell, the solidified space alone sufficed to trap many law realm beings, who might lose their lives right away in the twisted and hardened space. This is the terror of a real Saint realm being. The Saint realm technique unleashed by the Disaster Fear Dominator was mostly directly endured by Sword Lord Liushi at the time, making this fearful Saint realm existence seem less formidable. However, now facing it directly, Dead Bone truly understood what Saint realm was. The flesh giant Duolai was battling also possessed Saint realm combat power, but the malformed flesh creature only had a degraded conceptual strength of almost reaching the third realm, a lesser conceptual saint body, and did not master the true legendary power. Compared with a true saint realm existence, the difference was more than slight. At that moment, Dead Bone did not struggle. Around him, the projection of Wraith's sacred mountain, no, the earthly netherworld, instantly appeared. Standing within the three-dimensional space opened by the projection, he raised his arm high. The next moment, inside the illusion-like earthly netherworld, towering bone towers shot out thousands, tens of thousands of bone arrows rapidly. These bone arrows, white as jade all over, would cause a soul-deep tremor to anyone who faced or stared at them directly, even causing them to fall into desolation after a mere glance or two. Arrows of the Wither King bone. Unbreakable, and deadly upon touch. Yet these formidable king's bone arrows could only leave a tiny, insignificant black spot on the descending golden flames, quickly extinguished without leaving any residue of conceptual power. When thousands, tens of thousands of king's bone arrows were expended, half of the golden flames still remained, falling one by one. At that moment, Dead Bone unexpectedly drew his sword. His old friend, the Sword of Death Lament, which had accompanied him for countless years. On the pitch-black great sword, a brilliant golden light circulated, displaying the king's might. Epic skill, king's might, manifestation, and tangle. At the same time, on Dead Bone's forehead, a mysterious, extraordinary mark, legitimizing the highest truth of heaven and earth, the root imprint of death, also appeared. Countless sword lights intertwined. Gold and black lights, two types of legendary power collided. The golden flames, which could burn the world, seemed like they were blown through by a hurricane, rapidly weakening and ultimately extinguished completely. Death Lament, absolute decline power. This absolute decline was originally only effective against directly hit enemies, causing their basic three-dimensional attributes to decline at an absolute rate, and such decline could accumulate continuously. However, Dead Bone's understanding of death concepts had long since entered the third realm. In this realm, concepts can interfere with concepts, including tangible things such as flames. But the essence is still the strength of concepts. If in the first and second realm, collisions of conceptual power might face situations like type suppression and method suppression, the collision in the third realm is essentially big fish eating small fish. Strong is strong, weak is weak. And the decline slashed by Dead Bone, the Sword of Death, was stronger than the Burning Sky golden flames. Is this truly Law Realm? Burning Sky flames were the only legendary power wielded by Burning Sky Monarch. Naturally, this concept was also his primary and strongest pursuit. When he ascended to the Saint Realm, this concept naturally elevated to the third realm according to the heaven and earth rules. Yet, even so, did the golden flames lose in a direct clash. This black armor Law Realm being is indeed the rightful heir of the old undead empire, his being a legendary life is not surprising. Legendary life wields legendary power enough to match ours, a Saint Realm concept power refined, deduced, and ascended from ours. But, what about conceptual realm? A Law Realm undead not only reaches the third realm in conceptual attainment but is also slightly stronger than me. Is this reasonable? Is this cheating? This undead must not be spared. The Burning Sky Monarch was still confident. With a mere thought, strands of Burning Sky golden flames were once again sculpted into existence, and this time, the monarch utilized even more power from his concept saint body. An entire boundless sea of flames blazed furiously. This was his confidence. He possessed a concept saint body, capable of continuously unleashing Saint Realm great force. In contrast, how many times could this young king exert his legendary power? Moreover, if his golden flames hit even once, the incendiary force contained within was enough to reduce this undead to ashes in an instant, from body, to God's soul, to consciousness, all incinerated utterly. Combined with the grand blocking of the abyss, he was even confident that he could erase this young king completely at a conceptual level, cutting off any possibility of resurrection. On the other hand, his margin for error was infinite. Even if he allowed this young king to strike him without defending, how much of his concept saint body could possibly be annihilated? At this time, the golden flames raining down on Dead Bone were still only a few dozen clusters, but more and more golden flames were forming and steaming in the distance. Dead Bone turned the earthly netherworld into a boat, slashing at the flames now and then, dodging at other times. As it dodged, more and more space around was occupied by the Burning Sky golden flames. He was still at a disadvantage. And, swish! Dead Bone seized an opportunity, a deathly sword light thousands of meters long slashed down, leaving a black rift-like trace above the sea of flames in the azure sky. The black rift was vast and narrow, yet compared to the immense sea of flames, it was just an insignificant speck. Dead Bones' attack ceiling might not be low, but the quantity it contained was far too meager compared to the majestic concept Saint body. Perhaps it would need to strike thousands, tens of thousands of sword lights to truly damage this Saint realm terrifying existence. But the Burning Sky Monarch wouldn't give him such an opportunity. At this time, the entire undead army was also in decline. Sario had been killed 3 times by an opposing Peak Duke. He kept resurrecting with the power of the Dragon of Death, but he was in a dismal state. The surge of the undead was completely blocked. If not for the drifting death aura that kept reviving the fallen undead, this surge would have long been damaged. But in the long run, defeat was just a matter of time. Boss, save me. As soon as these words were spoken, the surge of the undead began to buzz, as if it were resonating with a force from a very distant shore. However, no great force descended. Instead, the fighting, charging undead all paused at once, and right afterwards, the entire surge of the undead turned into real waters or black mist, moving at a speed that breached spaces towards that distant shore. In an instant, it was about to disappear from view. Sario. Wait, I haven't boarded yet. A wisp of black mist drifted down and enveloped him. With a whoosh, Sario plunged into the sea of mist. Before the Law Realm Dukes could react, or even if they did react but couldn't catch up, the sea of black mist followed a certain great power connection and in an instant returned. Billions of undead, derived from the Wang Ling Zai Shi necrotic plague breath, were each an individual but also a part of the undead power. Divisible, aggregable. When gathered, they formed the peak Dead Bone. Around Dead Bone, the tide of black mist emerged from nowhere. In a blink, it expanded to hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of miles. Within the mist tide, billions upon billions of undead surged. Like a tide, it washed over the clusters of golden flames previously spread across this heaven and earth. Like a flood hitting tiny flames, with a mere hiss, the burning sky's golden flames were extinguished, unable to sustain even a flicker of light. With its momentum unabated, the black mist tide surged upward, rushing towards the sea of flames spread over the abyss, blocking the exit and the azure sky. In this moment, the boundless sea of flames also dimmed. What? From the emergence to the expansion covering thousands of miles, the black mist tide occurred in just a blink of an eye. The Burning Sky Monarch had yet to understand where this mist tide came from, how it surged out, and to think of a way to stop it before the black mist tide with its turbulent momentum engulfed countless golden flames, then slammed into his Burning Sky Saint body. His body in the Saint realm concept was extraordinarily special. It was both a body and a flame. It inherently contained endless light, endless heat, and boundless destructive burning power. He was a deity in charge of combustion and destruction. A spark falling from him could burn down an entire plane, and a mere glimpse of his massive saint body could cause those who disrespect the deity to go blind or even spontaneously combust. Not to mention, direct collision with his noble, majestic saint body. However, the next moment, the chill of death froze time and space, the body engulfed by flames of the saint realm dimmed immediately. Following which, swish, the tide of death continued to surge forward, engulfing a whole segment of the saint body. The Burning Sky Monarch's eyes widened. This single collision and surge was equivalent to the several dozen or hundreds of swords just struck by the undead youthful king. His noble saint body had already suffered significant wear. But, what exactly is this black mist tide? Undead. Is it black water composed of billions of undead? But the undead. Most ordinary undead are merely ants. No, even less significant than ants, a wisp of flame can annihilate billions of them. The Burning Sky Monarch was well aware that the undead youthful king he was facing held the power of reviving dead souls, fostering grand methods of nurturing undead. With such divine skills, given sufficient time to the youthful king, not to mention restoring to his former peak, at least some glory of the undead empire could be revived, that much was possible. Hence, they regarded this youthful king as the legitimate heir of the ancient undead empire. The many undead resurrected by the youthful king were the foundation for reconstructing the undead empire, but to say these undead possessed much combat power. The Burning Sky Monarch did not think so. In front of an existence standing at the apex, quantity held no meaning. Whether it's 10,000, a million, 10 million, or billions, it was all the same. Even the so-called army soul resonance among humans is just a fragile fort in front of real powerhouses. Numbers meant almost nothing to those in the law realm, let alone in front of his great saint realm. The power of flames he controlled was especially effective against shadowy creatures like undead. In theory, these billions of undead should be destroyed by the extreme heat, the terrifying destructive and burning power, the moment they approached his concept saint body. However, not only did this not happen, but his section of the burning sky saint body also dimmed more and more. His saint body was dying. The burning sky monarch couldn't understand it, but he quickly reacted. The vast sea of flames that spanned the gorge erupted into action, moving with an unreasonable speed, morphing, taking shape. The burning sky monarch quickly retreated tens of thousands of miles and reformed his saint body, creating a majestic form made of flames. This death mist tide is very strange. It is not advisable to use the saint body to attack directly before understanding the logic of its power, the burning sky monarch contemplated. He didn't think that he, a saint realm being, would lose to a mere, law realm individual, in a fight using his saint body, but he was sure that doing so would injure his precious saint body, and once injured, it would be utterly impossible to recover in a short period and would directly affect his combat power. During this period, the power of the burning sky monarch was incredibly precious. How could he afford to waste it on a law realm individual? Handling a law realm individual, even if it was a law realm with a true king's stature, would be too shameful if it caused excessive expenditure. He was being cautious dealing with a law realm individual, which was completely unexpected before he made his move. He had envisioned crushing the youthful king with the force of Thunderbolt, using abyssal methods to annihilate him completely. After all, he has the stature of a true king, a notable being among legendary lives. Right now, what I need to do is to trap and figure out the methods of this youthful king. After all, he is just law realm, controlling such a vast black mist tide, it's impossible without flaws. As for the other battlefield, before his arrival, he received news that two Saint Realm strategies had already intercepted the ancient Mage Tower, trapping this legendary instrument within. These two temporary Saint Realm strategies employed by Dragon Sleep Valley would only last till the great power was depleted, and the consciousness of each Law Realm Duke used as a sacrifice would also be extinguished. Even if they could be resurrected in the future, there would be significant consequences. But this temporary strategy could maintain for a long duration. Even Tai-Zon strongmen wanting to aid would find it difficult to locate the already shattered battlefield fallen into the boundless void. After all, this place was the Red Mist Land. They were the advantaged party. The Burning Sky Monarch was not worried about the other battlefield. And currently, Burning Sky flames. Clusters of golden flames appeared again. Unlike before dropping downwards, this time, clusters grouped swiftly. In the blink of an eye, a tiny golden sun composed of dozens, hundreds of strands of golden flames hung under the red moon. The golden sun was not large. Yet previously, merely a strand of golden flames contained terrifying energy akin to the sun, let alone this sun as big as a wine barrel. The tide of black mist surged, and the golden sun plummeted. But, the scenario where both directly collided did not occur. Above the black mist tide, countless powerful undead revealed their forms. There was a giant dragon, cloaked in black scale armor, its eyes embodying endless death. An abomination resembling a flesh mountain, one hand shaped like a hook and the other holding a butcher's cleaver. Knights riding on warhorses, wizards holding deadwood staffs, and vampires revealing their fangs. And so on and so forth. Countless high-level undead clearly emerged from within the black mist tide, and in perfect unison, or rather as a whole, they launched their attacks at what lay before them. Dirge of Frost and Death. The Malevolent Decline of Life / Death Impact. Shadow Canopy. All these numerous attacks shared one commonality, even those with blood, venom, or mental-based attacks also glimmered with a profoundly deep and terrifying black light. This was the immensely dense power of death. Even if they were legendary undead below the law realm, or merely small undead of the 4th order or 3rd order, the attacks they unfurled carried an immense force of death concept power. A single 3rd order small undead's attack could blast across 100,000 miles. These millions of attacks that were unleashed, even the most ordinary one among them contained a trace of the third realm death concept, great force. This is the strength of Wang Ling Zai-Shi necrotic plague breath. The undead tide is a part of the dead bone's power, and dead bone itself can share its great force with the undead under its command. The small golden sun had not yet plummeted when it was met with a storm-like deadly assault. On the surface of the golden blazing sun, one after another black spot of death appeared, spreading rapidly. By the time this golden blazing sun fell, its surface was full of pits and black streaks, and the bright golden glow of the blazing sun also became extremely dim. It plummeted, exploding on the black mist tide above, then it dispersed. That was all. The black mist tide continued to surge, each undead within it looking powerful, unaffected in the slightest. It was not completely unaffected. The burning sky monarch witnessed it. In the instant the blazing sun erupted, his great force broke through the barrier of the red mist, turning countless undead to ashes in a blink. However, these incinerated, ash-converted undead quickly resurrected from within the surging black mist. The blazing sun, weakened and continuously devoured by the power of death, was far from enough to significantly damage the grand tide. The blazing sun has been severely weakened, and also, the protection of these death powers in the mist tide is ridiculously strong. The burning sky monarch contemplated. With very little of its power left, the burning sky golden sun fell, and after breaking through the barrier of the mist tide, the remaining power was less than 1,000th. Perhaps quantity could make up for it. Yet, it was not easy for him to condense such golden suns, maintaining two at the same time was already his limit. And from the current situation, even if he condensed another golden sun, it would be of no great use. What kind of method is this? How could this possibly be a mere law realm maneuver? The burning sky monarch felt that not even the Holy Realm Hand's great force could match this. As he was still considering countermeasures, the earthly netherworld spread rapidly around the heavens and earth, and at the same moment, the black mist tide instantly transformed into several armies. Army after army of undead, bathed in the black mist of death, completely unified. It was as though each was a Holy Realm Hand. The true holy body Holy Realm Hand. The left hand of death. Boom. This giant hand confronted the towering blazing flame giant, their palms colliding. Black and gold lights intertwined, revolving and clashing, rapidly shattering the surrounding space and heavenly patterns, with the universe seemingly set to obliterate within. Some of the tide of death dried up, yet black spots also spread on the palm of the burning sky monarch, beginning to dim. The concept saint body was in decay. The right hand of death, the left foot of death, the right foot of death. Also approaching rapidly. We can't continue like this. If we retreat further, the seal of the abyss will no longer hold. Being pushed to this extent by a law realm, the burning sky monarch became determined. In the next instant, majestic and dignified, the concept saint body began to burn fiercely. This burning was not a flame, but using the concept saint body as firewood, consuming the body and the vast conceptual power to unleash a force of immeasurable great force. It was a tactic of burning life, risking life itself. In just 1 second, the magnificent burning sky monarch's saint body had shrunk by at least 2%. Even at his peak, he could only burn the saint body for a mere 50 seconds. But just 1 second into the burning, rings of extremely dazzling golden halos burst forth, illuminating heaven and earth. Wherever the golden light touched, vast waves of black mist began to fiercely burn. At that moment, light became flame. A strand of golden light contained a great force as vast as the golden flames before. Yet, this golden light covered the sky, illuminating the entire world, not just dozens, hundreds, or thousands of strands. The golden light was endless. It seemed to want to burn the entire world, the entire universe to ashes. Outside the red mist land, in some secret domain. The silent sovereign's eyes were deep, his face showing a solemn expression. The burning sky monarch seems to have burned his saint body. I didn't expect him to place such importance on the young king, to the extent of burning his own saint body to deal with a law realm being. He is truly determined to kill at all costs. He dared not probe too deeply into the battlefield, only able to see faint outlines. He could glimpse that dead bone still had a strong aura, not yet seriously damaged, but he also saw that dead bone was still trapped, and the terrifying presence of the burning sky monarch in the Saint Realm, his great force increasing several times, unleashed without any reservation. Exceptionally powerful. Even though he was a great lord-level being, stopping a Saint Realm being from burning his saint body across the red mist land was not an easy task, not to mention that several pairs of eyes were watching him. At this moment, on the battlefield, atop the abyss, beams of golden light cascaded down, and the undead tide kept burning, countless undead perishing in the light of the burning sky. Facing this fearsome golden light, these divisions of the undead army did not retreat, still marching towards the light, facing the burning flames, continuously charging into the burning form of the Saint Realm monster. Charge! Charge! The burning sky monarch continued to burn, his golden eyes coldly overlooking, futile. My golden flames will incinerate all of you, burning you to ash. As he expected, billions of undead were rapidly incinerated under the golden flames, though these undead were resurrected by the powerful force of the black mist, but the mist itself was rapidly depleting, visibly thinning in just a few moments. It was fast. Almost there. Feeling the rapid depletion of his saint body, the eyes of the burning sky monarch reddened, he fixed his gaze on the rapidly thinning black mist, calculating the remaining time. Suddenly, this thinning death's black mist swelled up again, as if infused with some power. Still have backup power. I don't believe it. Facing the onslaught of the undead tide and the self-combustion of the concept saint body, the burning sky monarch continued to rain down streams of golden light. The undead within the mist, once again, perished in large numbers. And then, they revived once more. The burning sky monarch stared at the black mist. 1 moment, 2 moments, 3 moments, the mist not only didn't thin out but grew even denser, swelling significantly. Burning sky monarch. This was the great force of the life and death cycle. The death of the undead gave birth to life force, which allowed the undead to resurrect without extra consumption of the death aura. As they were reborn, they quickly produced death breath, refilling into the undead army. These life forces and death breaths, most of them could only exist temporarily, but under the cycle of life and death at this moment, the undead tide did not extinguish under the golden flames but grew increasingly stronger. Several times, dozens of times, hundreds of times. In the blink of an eye, the undead tide expanded, becoming several times larger than the majestic saint body. And at this moment, after repeated burnings and battle losses, the saint body of the burning sky monarch was left with less than half its power. He was weak. Young king was strong. Continuing to fight, he would perish in this undead tide. Could it be, he had lost? Outside the red mist land, the silent sovereign also widened his eyes. It seems like, the aura of the burning sky monarch is continuously weakening. How is he weakening? Could the young king with the body of the law realm have fought back against the saint realm? Holy shit. A terrifying existence of the saint realm was defeated. In direct combat, defeated by a law realm being. Without any tactical tricks, without any opportunistic coincidences, let alone poor performance, ill state, or injury impact and so on, what existed was only combat power fully unleashed, even at the cost of burning his saint body. The burning sky monarch was squarely defeated by the leader of the country of corpse, the future ruler, the youthful legend, the dominator of the undead. I was defeated. Even while I had the advantage of the terrain, I was defeated. How is this possible? This place is still the Red Mist land. Under the cover of the Red Mist, their power as beings of the Saint Realm could be fully exerted, healing of their saintly bodies and recovery of energy were also extremely swift. On the contrary, living beings stepping into the Red Mist land not only have to constantly defend against the pollution's erosion, but the omnipresent red mist would also suppress the power of the life-strong people. Perception, energy, concepts, etc., all would be suppressed by the red mist. But this undead youthful king seemed to be unaffected by any suppression. At times, the omnipresent black mist could even consume the red mist, which was outrageous. However, taking 10,000 steps back, even if the undead youthful king was not the least bit suppressed, and could display his combat power perfectly, after all, he was only a being of the law realm. Not to mention having no reason, even if there were thousands and 10,000s of reasons, he should not have been defeated by someone of the law realm. He had previously mocked the disaster fear dominator, who unexpectedly fell into an ambush and got buried in Tianyuan City Island domain by just two Saint Realm beings, but now, if he doesn't retreat strategically and thoroughly, perhaps he would be buried at the hands of this mere Law Realm youthful king. Outrageous. Outrageous. How could a Law Realm have such combat power? A posture befitting a true king. This is definitely bound for ascension to true king status, isn't it? Even many great true kings didn't possess such might in their youth. The Burning Sky Monarch was unclear. After all, just how grand true king level existences were, he had few opportunities to personally witness a true king, let alone understand the war records from the youth of a true king. Even the vast majority of true kings would use great power to seal their past, and even when their position and realm were achieved, only a very select few could comprehend a fraction of those secrets. The Burning Sky Monarch could only dare to speculate. His speculation, the incredulity in his heart, and the scattering of random thoughts only lasted for a very brief instant. He looked around, at the swelling undead tide that had expanded several-fold like many generals, gradually enveloping his saintly body, understanding that he could no longer hesitate. Burn. Endless light burst forth. This time, the golden light was no longer a gentle sprinkle but condensed into a beam, like a blade of extreme gold slicing towards the undead tide. In an instant, a narrow gap was cleaved in the distant undead tide. Even though within the gap, the newly perished undead were rapidly resurrecting, with sections of white bones, inch by inch of pale flesh reassembling, but golden light still lingered in that opening, like rounds of blazing sun flames, re-killing the undead that had not fully revived. It was like a carpet laid out with blazing sun golden flames, forcibly blasting open, separating the undead tide, blocking the path and leaving behind a golden avenue. The Burning Sky Monarch contracted his vast saint body, turning into a streak of golden flame, and in 1/10,000th of an instant, he pierced through the undead tide. Boom. It took half a second for the undead tide behind him to close up again, its black mist dense and seemingly having grown a bit stronger. At this time, however, the Burning Sky Monarch had already escaped far away. After all, he was a Saint Realm being who embraced the concept of burning life. The undead tide that circulated life and death could not stop him. Moreover, the concept of the vast saint body was colossal and majestic. Even if the undead tide swelled by several-fold or tenfold, it could not completely surround him. It was only natural for him to have broken through. However, with the Burning Sky Monarch's defeat and escape, without this Saint Realm existence blocking the way, the barrier lying across the abyss vanished. The abyss continued to constantly lock the surrounding space, and the higher the dead bone climbed, the stronger the abyss's suction power became. This was an inevitable, unavoidable power. But, with the return of an undead army, a majestic path was laid out before the dead bone. He trod upon this pathway, ascending directly upwards, leaving the abyss behind in just a second or two, completely departing. Meanwhile, the mysterious path to ascension slowly emerged. Dead Bone had a glimmer of enlightenment, realizing that he had made a significant stride forward on the Emperor of the Undead path. Naturally, this was the impact of a frontal victory over a terrifying existence of the Saint Realm. Going forward, the undead army swept away monster powers, thereafter resurrecting more undead, as well as breakthroughs and advancements of the undead expert, also enabled Dead Bone to take several small steps on the path to ascension. This great campaign had yielded a bountiful harvest. It had already reached the initially set goals. However, Dead Bone looked into the distance. The red mist was thick, the red moon hung high. Under the cover of the omnipresent red mist, he could no longer see the figure of the Burning Sky Monarch in his sight, only the shattered heaven and earth remained, filled with many residual splendors of golden fire, scorching space and elements. But, though out of sight, he could still capture traces of the Burning Sky Monarch's aura, those strands of conceptual threads sweeping through heaven and earth, and the death aura drifting from afar, leftovers from his previous slashes, bombardments, and the impact of the army's charge. Chase. Dead Bone stepped forward. He absorbed the earthly netherworld from the ground. And several divisions of the undead army regrouped, transforming into a vast Stygian river extending endlessly across the sky. The Stygian river surged. The boats advanced. The flowers on the other shore bloomed. As for the hundreds of bone dragons pulling carts, tens of thousands of death knights following, and so on, they were just an inconspicuous part of this enormous Stygian river. Yet even so, Dead Bone still struggled to close the distance with the Burning Sky Monarch. After all, he is a Saint Realm. The power of the Saint Realm is indeed formidable. Keep in mind, at this moment, the undead tide was still in an exceeding limits state, yet he still could not catch up to the severely injured Burning Sky Monarch. Faced with the terrifying existence of the Saint Realm that he had driven away, Dead Bone once again exclaimed, "The Saint Realm, terrifying indeed." At this time, the Burning Sky Monarch, fleeing transformed into light, was also sweating coldly. Still chasing. Still pursuing. And his speed is no less than mine. The Burning Sky Monarch also felt very awkward at this time. His concept saint body had already suffered more than 50% damage. If he did not maintain burning his saint body as firewood, his combat power would greatly weaken, unable to exert even half of the Saint Realm's great force, and his speed of light would also significantly slow. Only by continuing to burn firewood could he keep his combat power at a super peak state. However, even just maintaining the minimal burning, seeing his increasingly depleted saint body, the heart of the Burning Sky Monarch also bled. After this battle, he would be only left with 30%, 40% of the strength of the Saint Realm. If another battle arose afterwards, he might not be a match for any other Saint Realm. How could this not make him feel miserable? With my defeat, the extermination plan against Tianyuan City's core forces must also end in failure. Unexpectedly, the flaw in this plan turned out to be on me. But it is not that I performed poorly, it's just that the undead youthful king is too terrifying. He truly possesses the combat power of the Saint Realm. This one must not be left alive. For now, let's notify the other team to retreat, to at least preserve some forces, and he still needed to find someone to pull him out. Of course, if this undead youthful king dared to keep chasing them to the heartland of Dragon Sleep Valley, maybe, there was a way to keep this young king there. Is there still room to salvage the plan? Burning Sky Monarch couldn't help but think. He couldn't not think about it, otherwise, this operation would truly have no gains at all, just losses. Their Dragon Sleep Valley had indeed suffered too many losses these past 2 years. How did it suddenly come to this? As Burning Sky Monarch thought, messages sent by his thoughts soon got responses. The earliest message was actually from a few minutes ago. The plan has failed. Tianyuan City's strong people unexpectedly powerful, Lord of Swallowing Heaven capable of unleashing a strike comparable to the Saint Realm. Terrifying. She is extremely terrifying, even devouring a great domain fragment as big as an island. Retreat. Retreat. We can't pull back. Lord of Burning Sky, we're waiting for your reinforcements. We're almost at our limit. Wait, that's strange. How did the ancient mage tower suddenly move away? Of course, we couldn't stop it, but has there been some change? Did the strong ones of Tianyuan City sense that your majesty is coming? Has your majesty already arrived? These briefly intercepted messages poured forth all at once. Burning Sky Monarch's expression changed. The next moment. Buzz. Azure-colored wind shone through heaven and earth, a streak of azure light appeared from the other side of space, and in a blink of an eye, reached near where the Burning Sky Monarch's golden light embodied. Also, in that instant. Just when the azure-colored light approached and had not yet revealed its azure bird form, a grain of sand flew out from within the azure light, and in an instant, it expanded, manifesting into a towering mage tower that pierced the heavens and the earth. The enormous tower spanned the sky. Suppression. The terrifying suppression power immediately dropped down. Burning Sky Monarch's body burst into brilliant golden light, once again maximizing the burning of his saint body as firewood, emitting rolling golden flames and light, causing the entire face of the mage tower's enchantment to continuously shake and buzz. But the enchantment of the mage tower, initially, also confined the terrifying existence of the disaster fear dominator, although there was the premise of Sword Lord Liushi's direct restraint back then. And now, accompanying the short moments of the ancient mage tower's descent, the boundless Stygian river rolled in swiftly. The Stygian River inundated the enchantment of the Mage Tower. Black veils shrouded the universe. The combination of the undead Nether River and the ancient Mage Tower exerts a blockade that is even more formidable than the ancient Mage Tower plus Sword Lord Liushi combination. After all, Sword Lord Liushi specializes in ambush strategies. Even in the Red Mist Land, the Burning Sky Monarch is sweating profusely. He was utterly unprepared. How could he have imagined that Tianyuan City and the country of Corpse, these two great powers, could execute such a precise and coordinated operation? The undead tide even dared to directly enter the enchantment of the Mage Tower. How dare you! But no matter why the youthful king was so bold, the Burning Sky Monarch already had premonitions, intense premonitions of death. He would fall. He really could fall. King, great lord, save me. The intervention by the imprisoned Dragon Lord half a day ago was disrupted by the Saint Realm beings of the Chi-Cheng Federation. The Twilight King, still in seclusion, paid no heed to the calls of the Burning Sky Monarch. Ignored indeed. After all, the Burning Sky Monarch is one of the few Saint Realm beings in Dragon Sleep Valley, and with the Disaster Fear Dominator already fallen, losing another Burning Sky Monarch would be more than just a severe blow for Dragon Sleep Valley. The Twilight King could not intervene. But, at this moment, outside the territories of Dragon Sleep Valley, in a distant land, a great lord existence chuckled lightly, it's possible. He suddenly rose, his concept saint body yet to manifest but his figure towering over 10,000 meters. He stretched out a crimson hand covered in intricate patterns. In an instant, the red mist from heaven and earth converged, and a hand that appeared to be, no, that was indeed the hand of the azure sky ferociously reached out and in a blink, crossed several great domains toward the ancient Mage Tower. But at this moment, the Blood Dome old monster finally makes a move. In Taishuan Zan City, atop the nine-color tower, two figures stood side by side. One of them was Sword Lord Liushi. At this moment, Sword Lord Liushi turned around, looking sideways with Saint Realm while erupting, clashing with another indistinctly spying Saint Realm gaze from the void, creating ripples of patterns of heaven and earth. At the same time, next to Sword Lord Liushi, a slightly hunched old man, picked up his smoking pipe. He was still thin and stooped, yet his silhouette seemed taller than a pillar. Outside the nine-color tower, the wind and clouds changed unpredictably. The old man fiercely cast his gaze into the red mist land, looking towards the battlefield and the direction of Blood Dome old monster, laughing heartily. Good. How can we elders lag behind when the younger ones are so formidable? In the name of clouds, wind, sky, and earth, slay. Immeasurable great force crossed countless great domains. When the Blood Dome Lord first intervened, the outcome was already sealed. Somewhere in the red mist land, a towering blood-red giant roared, one arm of his concept saint body completely severed, its concept obliterated. Yet at this moment, he could only roar, as acting further would expose him to more opportunities. At the same time, under the trembling ancient Mage Tower, the Burning Sky Monarch was also roaring, his roar gradually weakening. His saint body had less than 10% of its concept left. Even though still colossal and imposing surrounded by the endless dark mist and boundless undead, it was merely a giant struggling in vain against a fate of being devoured. The giant had its hands and feet gnawed away, its saint body inch by inch turning to death. At this moment, the ancient Mage Tower no longer bombarded with techniques, only maintaining its vast enchantment. Undead surged forward, executing their own lethal moves. Death. Boom. The conclusion of death was decisively set, vast amounts of death breath poured forth, most feeding into the power of Wang Ling Zai Shi, a small portion nourishing numerous undead generals and countless undead. This was a feast. A feast of death. Under the great power of Wang Ling Zai Shi, the undead born from this power can grow stronger by slaying enemies and spreading death. The four abominations from the country of Corpse ascended through the ranks by slaying one law realm duke after another, eventually advancing to the principal realm. At this moment, the Burning Sky Monarch has fallen, died. The substance of an existence in the Holy Realm great horror, how could it be far beyond the strength of a principal realm strongman? Killing him, causing his death, the benefits to the great power of Wang Ling Zai Shi are immeasurable. The feast of death is divided. Instantly. In the midst of the undead tide, the most powerful existence, the Supreme Frost Dragon Overlord, roared towards the heavens. Roar. His momentum climbed rapidly, surrounded by the concepts of decline and frost, his conceptual power swelled hundreds of times. A thread, a wisp, a beam, a stream, a lake, a sea. When the conceptual power amassed to the pinnacle, limits broke through. The vast conceptual power at this moment is not only immeasurably huge in quantity, it also resonates with heaven and earth, can remotely interfere with an entire island, domain, even across domains to cast some of its conceptual power, annihilating the targeted projection embodiment, and also able to kill the target's real body from a distance, across domains. This is the second realm of concept. There are three realms of concept known as carrying realm, first realm, heaven and earth realm, second realm, world realm, origin realm, third realm. However, although this nomenclature fits the facts, very few people call it that. After all, the majority of principal realm strongmen control conceptual power that only reaches the first realm, even spending their entire lives stuck in the early to mid stages of the first realm. And the third realm, world realm, origin realm, that is the domain of the Holy Realm Great Power. The strength of the Holy Realm is usually not determined by the realm of conceptual power anymore, but by the stages of Holy Body, conceptual might. Reaching the second realm of conceptual power, the universally acknowledged term in the eternal world is peak of principal realm. At this moment, the Supreme Frost Dragon Overlord has reached the peak of principal realm. At least in terms of realm, he is now an equivalent existence to the previously mentioned Sword Lord Liushi, Lord of Hanyu City, One-Hand Association Leader, Lord Nan Shan, and other supreme mysterious 13 illusion gods. Oh, no, actually, the lowest ranked, Lord Qing Exen among the supreme mysterious 13 illusion gods has yet to reach the peak of principal realm. Supreme Frost Dragon Overlord greater than Lord Qing Xin. Nevertheless, no path to ascension appeared in front of the Supreme Frost Dragon Overlord. Naturally, stepping into the peak of principal realm is just fulfilling the basic condition for the path to ascension. A peak strongman still needs to find and step onto this path themselves. The time needed could be just a few days, or could extend to months, years. But Dead Bone was very clear that the Supreme Frost Dragon Overlord would not find the path to ascension. After all, it was an undead resurrected by the great power of Wang Ling Zai Shi, and swiftly became powerful. Fundamentally it is part of the great power. Before Dead Bone ascends to the Holy Realm, the limit for any undead in the undead tide to reach would be the peak of principal realm. Abomination, Headless Knight, Shadow Dragon, Necromancer, the four generals, also gained upgrades in their conceptual realms to various extents. Furthermore, 3 new undead generals of the principal realm were born in this battle. The 8 great kings of the country of corpse are here. In the black tide, Sario, seeing threads of black mist drifting past him and then merging into the undead behind, was utterly befuddled on his massive head. Everyone else has ascended, what about me? What about me? I haven't ascended yet. In fact, Sario did benefit somewhat from these threads of death breath, however, he isn't a direct lineage undead born from Wang Ling Zai Shi, not part of this great power, hence he naturally cannot gain benefits from this. He can benefit during the spreading of death, because he, as the Dragon of Death, inherently resonates exceptionally well with the great power of spreading death. Otherwise, if someone else were to take his place, they would gain nothing. Dead Bone himself has not directly obtained any enhancement of realm or strength. After all, what receives the nurturing feedback is the great power of Wang Ling Zai Shi. The undead exist within the great power, as a part of it, whereas Dead Bone exists externally, as the wielder of this great power. However, enhancement of the great power also means an increase to Dead Bone's own limit of combat power. Now, with 8 kings poised within the tide of undead, the great force that could be unleashed is significantly stronger than before. And, as the undead continue to be born and grow stronger, Dead Bone's basic 3-dimensional foundations are also slowly but continuously increasing. This growth in basic 3-dimension doesn't much change his combat power today. For battles of Principal Realm, Holy Realm, they are no longer a duel of physical and mental prowess, even energy, At this realm, the majority of strongmen possess backup energy sources or means to multiply energy. The sheer amount of basic energy has an impact, but not a huge one. But undoubtedly, this makes his foundation more robust. Simultaneously, the projection of the earthly netherworld also becomes visible. Located in the death domain, the earthly netherworld begins to rumble as it expands. This is also a form of nurturing feedback. However, this isn't the nurturing feedback from spreading death or killing strong enemies, but rather, as the undead rise, Dead Bone himself and the earthly netherworld also advance in response. The path to ascension also materializes, and Dead Bone takes several big steps forward with fervor. He looks into the distance. Deep down, he feels intuitively that the path to ascension he is treading, this journey, has already passed halfway. Ding. System notification. You have made considerable progress on the path of the Emperor of the Undead. System notification. During your journey on the path, your death power has been enhanced. When the death aura transforms territories into the land of death, the process will now be twice as fast, and the land of death will become harder to cleanse. Both you and your undead will receive a substantial increase in combat power when standing on the land of death. When the number of undead you command reaches 10,000, 100 million, billions, trillions, the resonance power of the undead will double. The feedback from the path to ascension of the Emperor of the Undead was becoming exceedingly significant. Normally, when one at the peak of the magic realm climbs the holy road and has not fully breached the gate of ascension to approach the saint realm, they would not gain any benefits from the road. One could only practicing ceaselessly. But the path of the Emperor of the Undead is far from ordinary. This is a road that can only be opened when one has the supreme power, the supreme talent, and the supreme heavenly destiny. The tide rises. The netherworld expands. The holy road begins to display its magnificence. At this moment, Dead Bone's combat power had once again greatly increased compared to not long ago. Most importantly, after this battle, by integrating and commanding various undead forces and bringing the undead of this world under his sway one by one, a greater possibility has emerged. Dead Bone looked around. The dying embers of the golden flames quickly extinguished, and the surrounding red mist was not too thick. It was because the black mist was spreading, and the ground below, filled with crimson patterns, had at some point become deeply and profoundly black. Far-off mountains and rivers, as well as this part of the world and space, were filled with a heavy death aura. This place had almost completely turned into a land of death. Wherever the undead army had passed earlier, many traces of death were left behind. However, it's time for us to leave. After all, this is the Red Mist Land. When they entered, the undead army had rampaged and swept through the land, taking several hours, which meant they had ventured deep into the Red Mist Land. Not to mention the last surprise attack deep into the heart of Dragon Sleep Valley. Even the sudden assaults launched by major nations rarely penetrated the Red Mist Land to this extent. And that would typically only involve a dozen or so, maybe a few dozen, powerful individuals, not an army like now. This is no place to linger. With this thought, Dead Bone's forehead root imprint of death once again emerged, and in an instant, the black mist swept around, forming a dense canopy of black fog that obscured the sky. The land of death, the black mist of death, when combined, even beings at the Saint Realm could not cast their gaze upon this place. The gathered power of the undead army formed into a concept of great force that could not be hidden from the eyes of those in the Saint Realm. So then, Dead Bone spread his arms, and the projection of the earthly netherworld appeared behind him. This was only a projection, yet it still served as a vessel. The next moment, the howling undead army, billions of undead, were all absorbed into the black fog of death. They seemed as if they turned into mist, flowing with the deathly air, surging and howling, streaming into the earthly netherworld. Within just a few seconds, the vast tide of the undead, immense as a sea, had vanished without a trace. Only leaving behind Sario, the dragon of death, who was initially within the tide of the undead but did not turn into black mist and get taken away with them this time. After all, he wasn't a part of the black mist of death. Sario. Why does it feel so out of place all of a sudden? Is it because Lord Saw is too outstanding? Seems, not quite. Sario shook his head, flying alone as a solitary dragon into the ancient mage tower. The next instant, the ancient mage tower shrank and turned into a grain of sand, landing on Wind King Jun. Dead Bone also mounted Wind King Jun. The following moment. Screech. Jun let out a subdued cry, wrapped in a stream of light that was not too dazzling, soaring 9 heavens, and disappeared between the realms of this world. Outside of the Red Mist Land. Every major power. Besides a very few that have truly extended their gaze into the Red Mist Land and know the battlefield locations in the Holy Realm, the vast majority of nations do not understand the battles taking place within the 2 battlefields of the Red Mist Land. But it is only that they do not understand the intricacies, the specifics. It has been observed. The army of the country of the Dead Bone seems to have calmly withdrawn from within the Red Mist Land. So said the head of a certain major nation's observation agency. This agency's core device possesses a trace of Holy Realm great force, endowed with incredible abilities. Before their eyes, countless golden lights are flashing, colliding, and a massive amount of information gushes out like a waterfall. Filtering out 99.99% of the incorrect information, the conclusion drawn is. It turns out that there was action from the Holy Realm in Dragon Sleep Valley, seemingly from the terrifying being, Burning Sky Monarch. With this deduction, the reason the army of the country of the Dead Bone could retreat unscathed is highly likely due to the presence of a Holy Realm great being behind the scenes. Wait a second, we've received the latest intelligence. The behind-the-scenes leader of the country of the Dead Bone not only retreated with his whole body intact but also teamed up with Tianyuan City to defeat and vanquish the Burning Sky Monarch. This suggests that the leader of the country of the Dead Bone isn't only from the Holy Realm but is perhaps, even within the Holy Realm, an extremely powerful existence. So judge the upper echelons of the major power. But there are a few, with a longer history, deeper foundations, and understanding of more historical secrets, who speculate. A second Holy Realm. If so, does it mean that there is more than one Holy Realm being left over from the legacy of the Undead Empire, not just the Silent Sovereign? No, it could also be that this Holy Realm being is newly ascended. After all, a great calamity is imminent, and it makes sense for a powerful individual to emerge from the once powerful Undead clan. This is undoubtedly an important piece of information. If it were in normal times, the emergence of a new undead saint would certainly raise the alarm among the major powers, wary that their existing resources might get eroded. Especially since this undead Holy Realm being also holds the true legacy of the bygone Undead Empire. But now, with the great calamity about to descend, the rise and appearance of a new undead saint are indeed good news. The fall of a monstrous Holy Realm being is also extremely good news. This is double joy. As for the rise of Tianyuan City, the logic is the same. This lord of Tianyuan City has risen too quickly, and he has either rallied or cultivated his own legendary life, this child. But Tianyuan City is right next to the Red Mist Land. In the face of the current situation, the stronger Tianyuan City is, the more advantageous it is for our nation. And, even if Tianyuan City possesses Holy Realm combat power, its geographical location is indeed rather poor, and it's not certain whether it can survive the great calamity. As for now. First, befriend the Lord of Tianyuan City. Befriend Tianyuan City, the country of the Dead Bone. Do you all say that the possession of the ancient Mage Tower, this divine artifact, is a waste in the hands of the Lord of Tianyuan City? Wake up, you bunch of pig-brained fools. Tianyuan City is already a force with Holy Realm combat power. Coveting the ancient Mage Tower. Sure, who will make the first move? You. Or you. You. Or maybe you. Chi Cheng Federation. True Flame Principal laughed heartily. See that? See that? How wise I am. I foresaw the extraordinariness of the Lord of Tianyuan City early on. There are several professors in Tianyuan Academy who are from Chi Cheng, sent for exchange. Round it off, Chi Cheng has also made a substantial contribution to the falling of the two great terrifying beings from the Saint Realm. Most importantly, befriend Tianyuan City. At first, when True Flame pressed for cooperation with Tianyuan City, there were quite a few old fellows opposing it, but now looking back. Hee hee ha ha ha, truly exhilarating. Taizan Alliance. Elder Lin was beaming. I told you, Tianyuan is extraordinary. His natural talents are a bit stronger than when I was young. Now, Taizan has Liushi, Tianyuan, and Han Yu. These youngsters are truly vibrant, promising a bright future. Yes, we old folks can finally take a break too. Wait a minute, old bai, you wanting to rest is your business, but I still want to continue fighting, my monster slaying days are far from over. The speaker was the only female among the four sages, a lady with a graceful demeanor who showed no sign of aging. She said, if I were a few decades younger, maybe I'd chase after Tianyuan, this handsome young man. But I think my daughter is quite suitable, I'll make a match one of these days. Lin Guju. Huo Feng is from the same era as them. Her daughter is how old now? Totally not from the same generation as Tianyuan, where's the suitability in that? Lin Guju said, I think my granddaughter is suitable, she is one of the 13 illusion gods as well as Tianyuan, isn't that a perfect match? Bai Guju. I think that's not suitable, my granddaughter is even younger, just turned 18 this year, she's the one who's a match. Lord of Luo Fu Mountain. Let's talk about some serious matters. Regarding the country of the dead bone, we should also quickly send someone to court their favor. The three sages, isn't this a serious matter as well? Tianyuan City. Isloa had already returned from controlling the ancient mage tower, and Dead Bone had quietly returned to the neighboring Death Domain. At this moment, the entire 10 Directions Island domain was still boiling. It hadn't been long since the professionals defeated and cleared the massive tide of monsters. Many high-level professionals were still active in the wilderness, hunting those scattered high-order monsters. This was a celebration. In the eyes of many professionals, including those from great powers and large territories, the Saint Realm battle had just ended. Tianyuan City and Sword Lord Liushi joined forces, defeating and annihilating the Saint Realm's formidable threat that crossed domains, along with numerous Law Realm dukes and monster tides. A great victory was achieved. As for the country of corpse, the two Saint Wars that occurred in the Red Mist Land were naturally unknown to the island's inhabitants. Even the spies from various countries were the same, they were only responsible for collecting and reporting the events that happened here in Tianyuan City. The information from above wouldn't be conveyed to them. Nevertheless, a miraculous victory in a Saint War was still a miracle. Before, when the Law Realm Dukes led the onslaught of waves and the Saint Realm's formidable threats came from other domains, they were as terrified as they now were joyful. The joy of surviving a catastrophe. The joy of defeating formidable enemies. The joy of witnessing fearsome monsters fall with one's own eyes. However, such a great victory, why hasn't there been a heaven and earth's gift? A seasoned veteran who had served in several battle zones was puzzled. He certainly didn't expect the heaven and earth's gift to bless him personally, since their role in this battle was too minor for such veterans. He was just puzzled, thinking there should have been one, yet he hadn't seen it. He hadn't seen it at the end of the great battle. Even recently, after they had completely crushed the monster tide, he still hadn't seen the heaven and earth's gift. Another young professional asked, was there no purification of any huge pillars of corruption this time? Will there still be a heaven and earth's gift? Oh, wait, the Angel King seems to have purified quite a few roots of corruption. But, if it's not purified using a Lord's seal, can there still be a heaven and earth's gift? In many people's eyes, the purification of corruption by lords and heroes followed by the descent of heavenly rewards is like acquiring treasure chests after clearing a dungeon, a predetermined process. The Angel King purified the natural corruptions with immense power, which was certainly shocking, but it's not the usual process. Can such actions still receive heavenly treasures? The veteran professional chuckled, this you may not understand. For a super battle that can be recorded in the history books, no, even for great wars of 1 or 2 ranks lower, such battles often receive heaven and earth's gifts after concluding. For the eternal world, isn't the filth driven out by such a victory much more than purification of some roots of corruption or nests of filth? Typically, after such great wars, heaven and earth's gifts descend, and each powerful individual and lord receives different rewards based on their contributions. If not for the fact that this war ended too quickly and our contributions were too small, besides the Lord of Tianyuan City and Sword Lord Liushi eating meat, maybe we could have also gotten some soup. Besides, the Tianyuan city area itself is also a battle zone, possessing battle zone powers and enhancements. It should be considered as a whole. It makes no sense for heaven and earth's gift not to descend. Just as this veteran professional thought this, the sky suddenly brightened significantly with golden radiance blooming, accompanied by the grand sounds of heaven and earth. A rainbow broke through the sky. Celestial music resonated continuously. One after another, the lights of heaven and earth's gift descended. Several of them flashed only briefly, then disappeared into 10 Directions Island domain. Apparently, they were headed towards the no longer present Sword Lord Liushi and the Lord of Hanyu City. Having the backing of a great power like one-handed Chamber of Commerce in Legendary Realm, he was more aware that the neighboring country of Corpse in the Great Domain would probably also receive a share of heaven and earth's gift. After all, the war that erupted in the Death Domain and the war that occurred here in Tianyuan City are, strictly speaking, the same war but branched out into different battlefields. Golden light descended. The gift lights falling towards the heavenly origin city main peak were the most magnificent and brilliant. But then, that golden light spread outwards, illuminating various regions of 10 Directions Island domain, seemingly painting the entire island a pale gold. Many professionals, whether still hunting monsters outside or resting inside the city, were now basking under the celestial radiance. It's the heaven and earth's gift. My energy seems to be restored. Not only that, a hidden injury in my spirit has miraculously healed. Awesome. Not just injuries, the corruption I suffered before, which I couldn't purify, has also been cleansed under the light of heaven and earth's gift. Praise the heaven and earth's gift, praise the Lord of Tianyuan City and Sword Lord Liushi. Although their own strength hadn't improved, having various hidden injuries healed was enough to bring joy. It was indeed an unexpected delight. Moreover, they hadn't suffered much in this great war, and they could even hunt several high-order monsters, which was already quite profitable. The vast majority of professionals were merely basking in the afterglow of the gift's light. But the direct lineage forces of Tianyuan City were truly bathing in the gift's radiance. Angel King Lapis, Lord of Swallowing Heaven Duo Lai, along with Yuta, Tree Demon Granny, and Lulu, these strong individuals, were naturally bathing in the resplendent golden celestial light. However, Lapis, at the peak of the Law Realm, had reached a point where progress was no longer possible. Yuta, Lulu, and other Divine Soul Realm experts would find it very hard to make significant progress under a heaven and earth baptism. They were simply too strong already. But that doesn't mean the heaven and earth baptism is without value. Mu Yuan murmured. Far from being worthless, on the contrary, he was very much looking forward to this heaven and earth baptism. If nothing unexpected happens, the intensity of this heaven and earth baptism will even be much more immense than when the territory was promoted to level 8 or level 9. Baptism descends. Inside Tianyuan City, the aura of each direct lineage soldier began to climb. Even for the soldiers like Little Skeleton and Little Slime who did not participate in the wars, their levels soared as if riding on a rocket. After all, they received very little baptism, but their levels were low, to begin with. One after another elite who had already entered various breakthrough dojos was breaking through during this baptism, stepping into War General level, leading realm. Some veteran elites reached the 4th order limit and, by a stroke of luck or perhaps having sufficient accumulation merely lacked this final step, awakened their own domain. They were just about to step into legend. Mu Yuan only glanced a few times before casting his gaze into the distance, towards the semi-mystic realm within the Sky Vault cloud. Heavenly Spirit Rebirth Pool Sky Domain. This was the core of what he anticipated from the baptism. Inside the rebirth pool, more than 200 angels had already gathered before Lapis. The angels were born not long ago, and though each of them was an epic life with remarkable talents, most of them were only at elite level at this time. Only a few like Tira, who was naturally an angel, possessed decent power upon birth, entering the 4-order leader level realm, but their power was still far from formidable. Their strength was not strong. But in the previous battle, they became Lapis's wings, and even if their practical contribution was limited, there was no doubt that the angels played supporting roles. They genuinely, alongside their sovereign, cut off an arm of the Saint Realm Disaster Fear Dominator. Therefore, the heaven and earth baptism the angels received was also rather tremendous. Ascension. Ascension. Epic life forms had no bottlenecks before breaking through to legendary realm. Without the need for any breakthrough structures, merely bathed in the glorious light, the angels' realms kept growing without pause, breaking through one major threshold after another. Early Ward General Level. Mid-Ward General Level. Late Ward General Level. Leading Realm. Within just a short few minutes, most angels had stepped into the leading realm, even reaching the mid-stage, late stage, the leading realm peak, bringing them not so far from legend. Among them, a minority who were originally of higher level, recruited earlier, and had evolved had directly refined their bodies, reaching the mortal extreme realm. At this time, Lapis opened up the earthly heaven. The great forces of the two dominions, Judgment and Guard, enveloped them. The road of the Angel King also emerged, as if standing above the clouds, as if descending right before the angels' faces. The angels would follow their king on this path that could dominate countless angels. Lapis dominates the ranks of angels, nurturing and promoting her own angels, until they can push open the gate to the holy realm. This was a requirement, and also an ability. Lapis's job rank and status were originally, 10 Wings Angel King. With the authorities' powers descending, complemented by the glorious light from heaven and earth baptism, this invisibly formed a divine rhyme. Patterns of heaven and earth, extraordinary and profound, the most suitable patterns of heaven and earth laws for angels suddenly materialized. Heaven and earth are reflected. Following the king. Right then and there, several angels with keen comprehension were immersed in a profound state of enlightenment. One domain sprout after another began to spread out from around the angels. Not all angels could realize their domain at this moment, only less than half managed to do so. Of course, there are a very few four-winged or six-winged angels who are naturally gifted, and they had awakened their domains long before this. This time, under the baptism of heavenly and earthly great power, they elevated their domains to the perfect mortal realm. Which means a radius of 500 meters at the limit. The limits of the body. The limits of the domain. The blazing light of will. This has already met all the conditions to break through to the legendary realm, and it could even be said that it lacked only a breakthrough ceremony. And at this moment, the baptism of heaven and earth continued to descend. Lapis seemed to have captured some sort of opportunity from the depths, her 10 pure white wings spread out behind her, and the holy road before her winding towards the sky vault. She raised the scepter, a symbol of authority, high above. At this instant, the earthly heaven transformed into a breakthrough dojo, and within it, Tira and several other high-ranking angels immediately soared in momentum, creating a rainbow-like presence in the clouds. These angels underwent extreme sublimation, achieving the legendary realm on the spot. Tianyuan City, another legendary realm breakthrough. Wait, it seems there's not just one, there must be several waves of legendary breakthroughs. In one day, several ascended to legend. Is this Tianyuan City? This is an astonishing number. Even those top territories that stand high above the clouds find the legendary realm an absolutely high-level force, and it would not be easy to cultivate more. However, when one recalls that not long ago Tianyuan City suffered the fall of many Law Realm dukes and eradicated countless legendary monsters, this consecutive ascension of several legends within one day seems to be just a minor matter. After all, it happened in the land of Tianyuan City, where any magical event appears to be quite ordinary. But what people didn't know was that after Tira and the other angels achieved the legendary realm on the spot, these angels continued to bask in the glorious light of the heaven and earth baptism, their domain realms growing exponentially. Not a hint of the baptismal power was wasted. Mu Yuan was the first to pay attention to the angels' advancement situation and nodded slightly upon seeing this. Lapis's path to the Angel King has three key aspects. The number of angels, the positional ranking of angels, and the realm of angels. The former, the number of angels, had already been satisfied with his ownership of the heavenly spirit rebirth pool and continuous investment in purchasing various high-order and even epic treasures. The latter, the positional ranking of angels, was the easiest for him to fulfill. 9 6-wing and 49 4-winged angels, simply a matter consuming some miracle power. Evolving 9 six-wing angels cost a mere 720,000 miracle power, not even enough to evolve a legendary life. But the realm of angels. Lapis commands these 200-plus angels, at least for 100 of them to step into the legendary realm, right? However, advancing a creature to the legendary realm requires time. Even for epic lives, one cannot ascend instantly. Unless Mu Yuan had previously planned that when the Tianyuan territory advanced to LV8, he would let the angel army ride the fast track of rapid development. But now, the train has arrived even faster. Although so far only Tira and a few angels have stepped into the legendary realm, many others have also met the conditions for ascending to legend. Among them, many angels have awakened their domains, ignited the light of will but are just slightly lacking in rank. In Mu Yuan's view, this was a minor issue. There's not much he could do if the gap in the realms was too large, but if it were only a 2 or 3 minor realms difference, he was willing to pay the price to help the angels quickly advance. It isn't a problem.
The birth of over 100 angels in the angel army won't take long. And by then, Lapis's path to ascension will be nearly perfected. Mu Yuan was quite expectant. Even though Tianyuan City was already guarded by the ancient Mage Tower, a divine artifact, it still wasn't truly a Saint Realm existence. Before Tianyuan City gave birth to its first Saint Realm entity in a normal state, Isloa's true body had to stay inside the tower at all times, not daring to leave even for a moment. The team that assisted in controlling the Mage Tower too. Otherwise, if an unexpected situation arose and a Saint Realm Great Terror descended, it might not be in time for her to activate the ancient Mage Tower. Moreover, Lapis is a legendary life, even almost comparable to the perfect legend. Once she ascends, she will possess the true king's form in the Saint Realm, with exceptional combat power. Mu Yuan was looking forward to it. At this moment, the baptismal luminescence that descended from heaven and earth was gradually receding. The golden gift's radiance drew back, eventually leaving only around 20 strands, each descending towards a powerful lord within the domain of Tianyuan City or toward a reclusive legendary figure. Evidently, under the judgment of the heaven and earth rules, only these lords or independent powerhouses met the contribution standard set by the war. Among the 24 strands of gifted luminescence, 23 were merely beams of light, brilliant but not vast. As for the remaining one, it was like a pillar connecting heaven and earth, pouring down upon the main peak at the center of Tianyuan City, turning the entire mountain golden. This gift of light is just outrageous, a legend realm exclaimed. Another echoed, but even though we have participated in many battles, we indeed have never experienced the war that destroyed a terror from the Saint Realm. This is the value of eradicating a Saint Realm and the dozen or so Law Realm Dukes. Even putting aside the Saint Realm, the battle accomplishments such as slaying a dozen Dukes were rather incredible. In the history of Tai Zan, there have been only a few battles with such achievements. Not to mention, Tianyuan City emerged in this great war with negligible losses, a victory that could be described as perfect. This result could not merely be credited to combat power superiority, but rather, the Lord of Tianyuan City caught Dragon Sleep Valley completely off guard. After all, from the perspective of Dragon Sleep Valley, Tianyuan City only had 3 or 4 Law Realm powerhouses. They never expected that not only would a legendary angel who could sever a hand of the Saint Realm appear in this battle but also the ancient Mage Tower and Sword Lord Lushi, both of the Saint Realm. Oh right. I heard that another great war broke out in the neighboring Great Domain. A great power ambushed an army from Dragon Sleep Valley there. So it seems, the forces of heaven and earth were also aiding the Lord of Tianyuan City. In fact, this was heaven and earth's gift resulting from the combination of several battlefields and a total of 3 holy wars. The battle in the Death Domain, Dead Bones campaign against the Saint Duo Lies Domain Devouring War, all were included. In the Holy War fought by Isloa and Duo Lai, due to time constraints they did not annihilate the flawed Saint Realm force, the Crimson Hand, and the monstrous aberration of Saint Realm combat power. However, Mu Yuan was very clear that such Saint Realm forces were not only aberrant but also time-limited. Once the time expired, not only would the Saint Realm power vanish, but their entire bodies, along with the consciousness stored within, would also disintegrate. This was equivalent to Isloa and Duo Lai having eradicated two major Saint Realm powers. Of course, the abundance of heaven and earth's gift did not depend solely on how many mighty foes one had vanquished. More often, the outcome was what mattered most. The world's rules operate on their own logic. Regardless, the harvest this time must be substantial, perhaps even more surprising than the previous grand scheme to destroy Dragonsleep Valley? As the thought lingered, the golden column of light descended. One after another, orbs glowing with dazzling splendor materialized in front of Mu Yuan. Information flowed in. The continuous ding 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 notification sounds of heaven and earth also resonated in his ears. Ding, notification. You have obtained the treasure, principal tablet gold, epic. Notification. You have obtained the treasure, principal tablet wood, epic. Notification. You have obtained the treasure, principal tablet water, epic. These were 3 epic treasures, and not just any ordinary epic treasures. Previously, Lord Shepherd had received several principal tablets that resonated, forming a miracle building called Principal Land. This miracle building, even though still incomplete, had been rated as an epic level building. Now, these 3 principal tablets could be integrated into the Principal Land, continuing to complete the building. Moreover, Principal Land can play a very significant auxiliary role in the cultivation of top powerhouses. Only Law Realm powerhouses or legendary life forms could genuinely cultivate in this treasured land. Powerhouses like Dead Bone and Lapis, who represent the Third Realm concept, chose this treasured land for their daily contemplation of heaven and earth laws. Even if they were to advance to Holy Realm great power users in the future, it is likely that Principal Land could still be of use. Once Principal Land is completely replenished, it may very well become a legendary level building. However, even with the integration of the gold, wood, and water principal tablets, Principal Land is probably still incomplete. 2 crucial pieces are missing: space, time. There's no rush, as rushing won't help. Fight a few more battles similar to this, and gathering the remaining 2 parts should be possible. Buzz. The 4th epic item appeared. Notification. You have obtained the epic level building, Essence Soul Source Pool. Essence Soul Source Pool, epic, category, cultivation building. Description. It can collect the power of heaven and earth, as well as the soul energy within remnant souls, transforming it into pure soul power that can be directly absorbed. When the Essence Soul Source Pool is sufficiently charged, it can initiate a baptism rain, elevating the realm level of professionals within this miracle building. This building, Mu Yuan's eyes brightened. This was a miracle building that could directly elevate troop levels. Although the baptizing effect it had on those above the realm of legend was somewhat limited. It was like the heaven and earth baptism rain that fell when territory advanced, often benefiting mainly those of the mortal realm, where the level increase was most significant. But this kind of building is very suitable for training geniuses and cultivating high-order troops, saving a lot of unnecessary time. Many of the 4th Order angels in Tianyuan City now need rapid level advancement to step into the legendary realm sooner. This building came just at the right time. Such soul source pool buildings are even more incredibly rare. Among epic level buildings, those are considered a very rare category. After all, the only known soul source pool building in the entire Taizan is an outdoor structure located within a secret realm. The number of uses for that building is also quite limited, usually as a reward for the representatives participating in the Dragon Court contest. It especially highlights the scarcity of soul source pool type buildings. Mu Yuan took possession of this building, planning to place it soon. Soon, another dazzling purple light bloomed in front of him. Ding! Notification. You have obtained the epic level cultivation building, Soul Burning Arena. Soul Burning Arena, epic. Description. This is an arena with immense power opened within an alternate space. In the Soul Burning Arena, no matter how severe the injuries one suffers, they will be completely healed upon leaving. Ability 1 Soul Ignition Trial. The time a cultivator can stay in the Soul Burning Arena depends on the strength of their soul. The stronger the soul, the longer the stay. Additionally, battling within the soul-burning arena helps refine the soul and ignite the light of will. Ability 2 Soul Battlefields. The soul-burning arena can collect various battles and recreate those battlefields within the arena. Also, the soul-burning arena has the ability to perfectly replicate conceptual power and mimic the patterns of heaven and earth. Another building for cultivation. Currently, Tianyuan City indeed lacks an epic-level battleground. Many times, when Uda wants a sparring battle, they cannot go all out and are only able to head deep into the wilderness to fight. The sixth dazzling purple light burst forth in front of Mu Yuan, with the faint diffusion of conceptual power. Notification. You have obtained the epic treasure, Book of 10,000 Laws. Book of 10,000 Laws, Grade. Upper Epic, Description. A treasured book that can contain and wield 10,000 techniques. Ability 1 containing 10,000 techniques. The Book of 10,000 Laws can store up to 10,000 techniques, among which, the top 100 can retain the conceptual power inherent at the time of inscription, but each technique can only be inscribed once. Note: before using the Book of 10,000 Laws, it must be consecrated with a divine soul. Additionally, all techniques inscribed within the Book of 10,000 Laws must be personally engraved by the user. Ability 2 Wielding 10,000 techniques. The user can instantly cast powerful techniques listed in the Book of 10,000 Laws upon opening it. The number of techniques that can be cast or maintained at the same time depends on the strength of the user's soul power and mastery of spells, including those containing conceptual power. Ability 3 Majestic Form of 10,000 Techniques. By activating the powers contained within the Book of 10,000 Laws, a majestic form constructed of numerous technique arrays is revealed. This majestic form can carry multiple conceptual techniques at once, significantly enhancing the power of the techniques. Note: the strength of the majestic form of 10,000 techniques depends on the number of techniques inscribed within the Book of 10,000 Laws. The more techniques inscribed, the stronger the majestic form. Mu Yuan stroked his chin. Without a doubt, the Book of 10,000 Laws, this upper epic treasure, is very powerful, stronger than the few others owned by Tianyuan City. Particularly like the Eternal Golden Spear, which is a powerful weapon in the hands of the weak, but for the strong, only by wielding the conceptual power of gold can they unleash its true force. Its applicability is too narrow, and the potential of the Eternal Golden Spear is also average. The potential of the Book of 10,000 Laws is very high, and it imposes no restrictions whatsoever on the user's conceptual power. However, the requirements for using the Book of 10,000 Laws are also very high. The techniques inscribed in the treasure book can only be recorded once per technique, and they must be personally inscribed by the user, without the assistance of other strong figures. This places extremely high demands on the user's mastery and breadth of knowledge regarding techniques. One must remember, a technique represents a skill. Normally, only strong figures with a warrior background would attempt to self-learn a set of low-level skills when they reach 4 order and have awakened a sense of self-awareness for a period. Even so, how many ordinary skills can one learn with access to learning channels? Even legendary strongmen often don't have a vast reserve of techniques, unless they are like the True Flame Principle, specializing in a wide variety of techniques and having lived for an extended period, giving them command of numerous techniques. What about his own Tianyuan City? It also has such strong figures. Isloa, right, Isloa had mastered multiple schools of techniques in her early years. She's proficient in multitasking and multi-threaded thinking. Not only learning techniques at an incredible pace but also creating new techniques one after another. How many techniques did she create on her own? Mu Yuan couldn't count them all. Later, after the Staff of Divine Right was raised into the sky, Isloa made significant progress in the way of techniques with the support of this epic building. Not to mention, in these past months, Tianyuan City has also welcomed Arcane Library and Ancient Mage Tower, 2 major constructions. The former is a cradle for high-order mages. The latter can even be called a holy site for mages. With these technique-related buildings, Isloa, already possessing an exceptional natural talent and legendary status, how many techniques she now commands, Mu Yuan does not know. All he knows is that this treasure couldn't be more suitable for Isloa's use. It's just, Isloa is to control the ancient mage tower, it seems. She doesn't have the time to use this book of 10,000 laws? I can't possibly use it myself, right? Oh, Duo Lai could too. Duo Lai has consumed enough, and she masters a wide variety of techniques, it's just. Having Duo Lai do the intricate work of recording techniques? Forget it. She's not cut out for it. The battle style of the Book of 10,000 Laws doesn't match Duo Lai at all. Put it away for now, and see what to do with it later. At this moment, Mu Yuan still has 2 unopened treasure light balls in front of him. He lightly taps the smaller one. Another extremely dazzling purple radiance soars skyward. Ding, notification. You have obtained a special building, Stellar Guiding Landmark, Epic. Stellar Guiding Landmark, Epic, category. Special, guiding building. Description. An unfathomable guiding landmark with great power, capable not only of attracting talents from various places in the eternal world but also has the chance to draw talents from outside the eternal world during special periods. Remark. The talents, strongmen attracted by the stellar guiding landmark are unpredictable, especially those from outside the eternal world. Mu Yuan strokes his chin, immersed in thought. There is life beyond the eternal world, of this he is well aware. Strictly speaking, they from Langsing were also from beyond the eternal world. The eternal world is special for 2 reasons. First, this world is very special and vast, normal worlds pale in comparison to even a fraction of the eternal world. Second, its historical heritage. Something happened in the history of the eternal world that could shake the cosmos, which seems to be related to contamination. There are many strongmen in the eternal world. Even beings of Saint Realm can physically step out of the eternal world. However, there are also not a few strongmen and great powers outside the eternal world. Take the Mysterious Merchant Alliance, for example, which is a superpower from outside the eternal world, that even reached a certain contract with the heaven and earth rules of the eternal world. This allowed the construction of special miracle buildings like Guiding Landmark Trading, and the special secret realm, Mysterious Land. But this stellar guiding landmark, what exactly is its use? Not only does it carry risks, but just guiding, recruiting talents, would that be enough to qualify it as an epic building? Any kind of epic building has great value. This stellar guiding landmark must be the same. It's just that he may not have enough information in his hands to determine the specific utility of the stellar guiding landmark. Postpone its use. If there is a chance, we can try to understand the secrets from older powers like the Qi Cheng Federation. Lord Shepard thought. Then, his fingertip touches the last treasure light ball. Immediately, dazzling golden light surges skyward. Expected, yet still a surprise and exciting legendary treasure, has arrived. Golden radiance blossomed before his eyes, and a holy artifact resembling an hourglass gradually materialized within the light. Ding, prompt. You have acquired the legendary treasure, Time Sand. Time Sand, tier. Legendary, description. A cherished treasure naturally born from heaven and earth, encompassing the great force of time. Ability 1 Time and Space. Time Sand can summon down the time power to construct a small world where time flows differently than the outside world, accommodating up to 10 cultivators. Tier 1. 10 times the flow of time. Activating this state requires a huge amount of soul crystals, and it can be opened for a maximum of 10 days, real-world time.
Open corner bracket Tier 2, 100 times the flow of time. This mode cannot be activated with soul crystals, and requires the consumption of high-ranking energies such as territorial power and power of the world. The maximum single activation time is 10 days.
Tier 3. 1000 times the flow of time. This mode requires mastery of high-ranking concepts of time for activation. Ability 2 Time Stop. The great force that freezes time. Description. Wielding Time Sand and using the power to freeze time requires the user to master the concept of time and have stepped into at least the second realm of the concept. The higher the realm of the time concept, the more the power of Time Sand can be unleashed. Ability 3 Time Severance. The great force that cuts off time. Description: wielding time sand and using this force allows one to target an individual, a region, an island domain, forcibly erasing a portion of their future time. Note: to activate this force, the user must at least master the third realm of the concept of time. Ability 4: Time Essence. Time sand symbolizes the essence of time. Wielding this treasure can greatly enhance one's time power. A legendary treasure. An artifact of time. Lord Shepard felt a chill wanting to suck in a breath of cold air. Spatial power was rare, but temporal power was even rarer among the rare. Tianyuan City possessed spatial artifacts, and there were numerous powerhouses with mastery over spatial abilities. Duo Lai was a powerhouse specialized in space. Dead Bone, Rakshasa, and other powerhouses actually wielded spatial powers as well, abilities such as shadow projection, creation of inner worlds, which were inherently linked to space. But as for powerhouses wielding the power of time, well, Tianyuan City did not have a single one. Even with its many legendary lives, there was still not one. Before him, Time Sand, surrounded by golden halos, floated silently. Apart from the halos, at a glance, Time Sand appeared to be nothing more than an exquisite item, seemingly lacking the divine rhyme or mysterious brilliance of a treasure. But, in Mu Yuan's eyes, this piece of time sand was not simply a small hourglass. He gazed intently, almost able to clearly see each grain of sand within the hourglass. Seemingly minuscule on the surface, yet actually enormous grains of sand. Each grain of sand was like a star, filled with extraordinary and mysterious patterns. These were the patterns of heaven and earth, more distinct, more mysterious than the law patterns of time he could see when meditating quietly in a treasure land. Lord Shepard couldn't help but immerse himself in it. The originally arcane and obscure lines of time now seemed like mathematical formulas. He gradually began to understand, to extrapolate, and to attain enlightenment. Holding this treasure, even a pig, even a pig at the law realm, given enough time, could master the concept of time. Moreover, Lord Shepard was somewhat of an exceptional prodigy. Mu Yuan remained immersed in this state of mysterious enlightenment until his contemplation of the increasingly arcane formulas of time stopped at one, and he suddenly awoke. Upon further reflection, I've actually begun to grasp the concept of time, as expected of me. Mr. Mu's understanding, although just entering the door, already possessed a deep mastery of the concept, on par with ordinary law realm cultivators. He had no time-related abilities, but wielding the concept of time still allowed him to exert some marvelous powers. For instance, he could make the speed of his accumulated and deployed killer moves a bit faster. More profundities would come with further exploration. Such noticeable progress was not entirely due to the treasure time sand. One reason is that this is my first attempt at comprehension, and initial progress is always significantly apparent. Another is, of course, that I have an exceptional aptitude and have already cultivated more than one concept to the second realm. From such a lofty standpoint, even the concept of time wouldn't be all too difficult for him to grasp. Of course, in the short term, it would be quite difficult for him to cultivate the concept of time to the second or third realm. The second and third abilities of Time Sand can be greatly useful in combat, especially in top-tier battles, but they require a master of time to utilize. The first ability of Time Sand does not require this, and in some respects, it represents the greatest value. Time Sand is a treasure, a splendid treasure, more akin to equipment. But to consider this splendid treasure as a miracle building is also possible. The reason lies in the first ability. 10 or even 100 times the difference in the speed of time flow applied to cultivation is unimaginable in its effectiveness. Not just that. Time Sand does not contain a world with a time differential inherently, but rather, it can bestow time power anywhere to segregate the inside from the outside and form a time and space that can last up to 10 days. That is to say, 10-fold or even 100-fold differences in the flow of time can apply within precious places like the law realm, creating a terrifyingly cumulative training benefit. Truly marvelous. Right now, what he lacks is time. In the short term, he can use Time Sand to make his own batches of 4th-order leader-level little angels quickly reach the perfection of 3 elements and break through to the legendary realm. In the long term, any legendary life, Law Realm powerhouse, or even future Saint Realm powerhouse, will need to comprehend laws and refine their conceptual power. Furthermore, future Saint Realm powerhouses building and strengthening their concept Saint body will also need time. It's just that. The consumption to open the time realm seems to be quite substantial according to the description, right? It might be a tad too much, after all, it is a legendary treasure. To use soul crystals to drive a legendary treasure, even if it is just to unleash the most basic ability of that legendary item, the consumption is inevitably so great it's hard to imagine. To activate the second stage of the great force of a treasured item, even more so, requires the use of territorial power, and possibly even the power of the world. The territorial power can only recover over time. How many times can it be used to charge the legendary treasure? Lord Shepard feels it certainly won't be many, and this is under the assumption that the territorial power of Tianyuan City is sufficiently vast. However, Tianyuan City also possesses the power of the world. That is the power nurtured by the World Vine, superior to the territorial power by half a level. What's even better is that the World Vine itself is a legendary level, living architectural structure, with a rate of generating and recovering the power of the world that is not slow. Perhaps it's just the right match to charge the time sand? Mu Yuan is eager to try it right away. However, he currently has even more important matters to attend to and so suppressed the bubbling urge inside him. Mu Yuan directed his gaze across the entire city at this moment. The entire domain of Tianyuan City was still bustling with excitement, with various cheers and eager discussions echoing through the streets and alleys. Some people were talking about the monumental tower's supreme great force not so long ago. Some were boasting about their glorious achievements in monster hunting just now. Some were counting their gains. Some were guessing what treasures Lord of Tianyuan City had obtained. Some were still heading into the wilderness chasing the dispersed monsters. And some had already gone through the restored world tunnel to other great domains. But regardless of who it was, no matter their status, no matter what they were doing, whether inside Tianyuan City or not, people would not forget the desperation they had faced not long before, and the victory after the desperation that was nothing short of a miracle. Now is the best time to gather miracle power, Mu Yuan whispered to himself. Logically, he should have started to gather miracle power a day earlier, right after the holy battle had just ended. However, at that time, many professionals in the region of Tianyuan City were still clearing the remaining monster waves, still engaged in fierce combat. Not only that, the collection of miracle power is best done in accordance with the grand trend, that is, in harmony with the momentum of heaven and earth. So, what is the momentum of heaven and earth? Defeating a strong enemy, with heaven and earth bestowing radiant rewards. That is the momentum of heaven and earth, symbolizing the true end of a great victory. Only at this moment can one maximize the collection of miracle power. Lord Shepard closed his eyes, then reopened them 2 seconds later. In his eyes, the whole world seemed to have gone silent, losing all its colors, with only countless colorful miracle light particles scattered everywhere like stars across his field of vision. Inside Tianyuan City domain, these miracle light particles were particularly dense, clustering together like nebulae and galaxies. Among the wilderness outside the Tianyuan City domain, the miracle light particles were also numerous, and even the professionals deep in the wilderness had clearly visible miracle light particles on them. Even the miracle light particles drifting outside the 10 Directions Island domain were the same. Time and space cannot obstruct the collection of miracle power. As long as there is a connection, rise, Lord Shepard cupped his hands upward. In his palm, a cluster of colorful flames slightly quivered. This was miracle power he wielded, with about 100 W of it left. Not much, however, now, as his will moved, in accordance with the momentum of heaven and earth, the miracle light particles surged toward him. Miracle power plus 50 W. Miracle power plus 50 W. Miracle power plus 50 W. He had gathered miracle power many times and was quite proficient at it, but he had never seen such vast miracle light particles flocking to him. And now, it was merely the beginning. When the first batch of miracle light particles surged into the miracle pool, the second and third batches of miracle light particles emerged once again from the bodies of the territory citizens and professionals. Different from the direct lineage troops. The direct lineage troops produce miracle light particles day and night. For every particle produced, a particle is contributed. But beyond the direct lineage troops, even for the citizens of Tianyuan City, Mu Yuan could only gather the miracle light particles they produced at the right moment. It is precisely because gathering is not possible in the usual days, the miracle power naturally born within the wise beings lingers around them. It continues until it exceeds the limit, spills over, and dissipates between heaven and earth. Normally, the amount of miracle power that a wise being can accumulate around themselves is roughly the capacity of 30 days. How immense is the amount of 30 days, not to mention at this time? There are approximately 500,000 territory citizens in the entire Tianyuan City region, as well as more than 1 million outsiders who are professionals and Lord's legions. Among them, some of the troops from the Lord's legions have not yet sprouted wisdom. The direct lineage troops of Tianyuan City that have not sprouted wisdom can produce miracle power. However, the primary condition for Mu Yuan to gather miracle light particles is that these troops have sprouted at least a little bit of wisdom. Even leaving aside those troops without sprouted wisdom, the number of outsiders in the whole Tianyuan City region is also in millions. If it weren't that Tianyuan City had too many elite soldiers, the vast majority of the large tribes in the wilderness would have been eradicated long ago, and there wouldn't be enough tasks from the Adventurers Guild here. In any frontline major city, the number of adventurers and explorers, even if multiplied several times, would not be an exaggeration. The immense number, the vast distances, as Mu Yuan gathered these vast and star-like miracle light particles, he gradually began to feel the strain. Thank goodness for the implicit accordance with nature's trends, otherwise, if I could gather even half of the miracle power from the territory citizens and professionals, I would consider it a great fortune. Miracle power plus 1 million, miracle power plus 1,500,000. Numerous colored light particles flock together to form a huge colorful vortex. At the center of the vortex is the miracle pool, seemingly insignificant yet immense, one that cannot be measured in space or numerical values. Gathering. Mu Yuan maintained a slightly upward supporting gesture with both hands, his pupils shining with a spectrum of colors. His entire being was swirling with the vast territorial power and the power of the world, having long entered the Lord True Body mode. Even so, his forehead was slightly sweating. To gather and support such an enormous miracle power, which is intangible and formless, invisible to even the law realm and the saint realm, felt as though it had substantial weight in his hands at that moment, possessing an out-of-the-ordinary heaviness. It was as if he was bearing the weight of the world. No, it was not as if, he was indeed carrying the weight of miracles. To gather miracles is to bear the burden of miracles. This is a miracle, the vision of the human heart, as well as the hope of heaven and earth. For a moment, Mu Yuan seemed to gain enlightenment. Time ticked by. Clouds unfurled and reformed over Tianyuan City. After an indeterminable period, the time sand radiating a radiant golden halo remained silently suspended to the side. Lord Shepherd's vision returned to reality, just before the return. The number focused on the miracle orb read, 16 million. That is to say, 15 million miracle power was gathered this time. However, at this moment, Mu Yuan's pupils were full of the color of anguish. 16 million is the current storage limit of the miracle pool, but it was not the limit of the miracle light particles that could be gathered today. He could clearly gather more. He still clearly had the strength. And then, the miracle pool can't fit anymore, despite this being a day of great harvest? Despite just having acquired a legendary treasure. Why does it feel like he just lost 100 million? 16 million miracle power. This is definitely a huge amount of money. Although Lord Shepherd feels he lost 100 million, he still has at least several hundred million in savings in his pocket. Just one word. Extravagant, without a doubt. This huge sum of money must be spent quickly, transformed into his own combat power to better stay by his side. Moreover, 16 million is the maximum capacity of the miracle pool. If he doesn't spend a portion of the miracle power quickly, It means he is losing it every moment. Just thinking about it makes him feel the pain. In fact, when Mu Yuan realized that the miracle power was about to overflow, he did think about scattering the miracle power on the spot. However, he gathered miracle light particles from various places, and he was already reaching his limit, unable to spare any more energy. If he spared the energy, the momentum of gathering miracle power would disappear, and he would no longer be able to gather the remaining miracle light particles. Now, a full 16 million, this is more than 3 times the highest amount of miracle power I have accumulated before. He thought for a moment, then cast his gaze towards the large cathedral located in the southern Tianyuan City district. Or rather, the legendary building, Observatory Hall, above it. Right now, Tianyuan City needs top-tier combat power. Although Lapis is not far from ascension, once the living building of the Observatory Hall is promoted, Lapis's realm and strength are bound to increase significantly. It might even surge more violently than breaking through to the Saint Realm. Just like when she evolved from epic to legendary, Lapis's realm also instantly advanced from legendary Earth realm to the peak of Principal Realm. To ensure a stable evolution, Mu Yuan also had Lapis return to the main hall of the Observatory Hall. He tried to descend the miracle power and the light of evolution to get feedback. After a while, he furrowed his brow. Still no good? He had tried before and received feedback that it couldn't evolve. At the time, Lord Shepherd thought it was because there wasn't enough miracle power, since evolving the Guardian Angel, a miracle building, to legendary status, required 5 million miracle power. And now, 16 million is still not enough. This seems normal? The evolution of life buildings naturally consumes more than the ordinary heroic species, but it allows for completion in one go. Evolving a legendary building requires 500,000, while evolving a legendary 1-star epic life only consumes between 50,000 and 150,000. Thinking of this, Mu Yuan turned his gaze to Deadbone, far in the death domain, and Duo Lai, who had started binge eating within Tianyuan City. He again attempted to descend the miracle power, just trying to get feedback, and wait to arrange the ritual venue and concealment tactics before actually evolving. However, it failed again. No feedback at all? Not even a specific number?
Mu Yuan pondered with a frown. Is 16 million miracle power still not enough? No, probably not. This amount of miracle power is already substantial. Even if it's not enough, it shouldn't be too off. At least there should be some vague hints.
This means something else must be missing. After all, the gap between legendary life and epic life is like that between the clouds and the mud. Within the entire Taishuan realm, the known legendary lives are few and far between. And these few legendary lives are not serving Taishuan, let alone loyal to any lord. They merely reside temporarily in the Taishuan realm and maintain a simple cooperative relationship with the Tai-Zan Alliance. Even the Holy Griffin Empire, known as the world's dominator, has only a few legendary status powerhouses ostensibly heeding the empire. Legendary lives are too rare. Even as legendary lives possess almost endless lifespans, many born in ancient times, they remain scarce and immensely powerful. Any single legendary life wields unimaginable great force. Moreover, what about above legendary? What exactly is the status of life forms above legendary is still unknown. At least, when Mu Yuan asked seniors like Sword Lord Lushi and the Lord of Hanyu City, he received, in response. Their expressions were astonished. Their meaning was clear. We've barely seen a few legendary lives, let alone know if there's something above legendary. Who knows if it exists or not, of course. Taishuan has its fair share of learned idlers, scholars, historians, great explorers who have researched this. They speculate that legendary status is not the endpoint of life. Possibly, there's a higher status. As for what that higher status is, no one knows. Mu Yuan couldn't find an answer. But then again, Taishuan can't even find data about the perfect legendary life, let alone something above legendary. To verify if something above legendary exists or not has to rely on me as the Great Lord. In a flash of thought, Mu Yuan opened the panel and scrolled down to the elite unit section. He pondered. Since it's currently not feasible to evolve Dead Bone and Duolai, then he might as well evolve strong figures like Isloa, Lulu, Ula. Especially Isloa. She is undeniably a key player now. How much of the power of the ancient mage tower can be unleashed also depends on her, the main controller's level. Isloa's realm, her mastery of techniques, her skills, her legendary power. All can showcase incredible effects through the ancient mage tower. However, after chatting with Isloa for a while, he realized that arranging her baptism and evolution at this time isn't quite appropriate. Given that she needs to be present at the core of the ancient mage tower all the time, I don't even dare to go to the washroom now. It's really sad and pitiful, huh? When will you find someone to take over my shift, Lord? Working overtime every day, you should be hanging street lamps. Isloa was whining through spiritual communication. But, she's already in the law realm, so there's no need to go to any washroom. Holding it in for a month or two is not a problem at all. Besides, there are washrooms inside the central control room of the ancient mage tower, right? A smart mage could definitely manage the mage tower effortlessly even while squatting. Isn't this basic operation? Furthermore, when Isloa is stationed at the central control, she could actually spend every day researching techniques or telecommuting, or even scrolling through short videos. The ancient mage tower has so many functions. This is clearly a blessing. However, the fact that Isloa's true body can't leave the central control room of the mage tower is indeed somewhat distressing. Thinking of this, Mu Yuan softened his tone. He spoke gently, next time for sure. Isloa. Buzz, inside the world's secret realm, the great force of evolutionary miracle descended. One by one, nearly elite troop types shed their old bodies, evolving into the realm of epic. Yes, in the present Tianyuan city, only epic units could be considered elite. Non-epic, they're just reserves. Lord Shepard spent half a day evolving 500 epic units as if on an assembly line. Now, the number of epic units in Tianyuan city has reached 1,500. This is a terrifying number, enough to form several epic legions. Oh, and this number doesn't even include the Angel Corps. At this moment, miracle power. Minus 25 million, with 13.5 million remaining. Next, it is the evolution of legendary life. Evolution to legendary status is undoubtedly much more complicated. Setting up the ceremony site, sealing the heavens and earth, concealing anomalies, and so on, all need to be fully arranged. Today, Tianyuan city is powerful with a Saint Realm combat power at its disposal. But mass-producing legends is still something that can't be leaked by a single trace. The first batch to undergo legendary evolution are the Skeleton Brothers, Bone 2, Bone 3, Bone 4. They are also the Super Elders in Tianyuan city, second only to Dead Bone. Without merit, there's still hard work. Besides, the Skeleton Brothers' merits are not small, it's just that they don't stand out as much when compared to powerhouses like Uda, Lulu, or even Jun. But after all, they are elders. This time, as replacements for Dead Bone dominating Tianyuan city's army of the undead, they have made a lot of combat achievements. Moreover, as Dead Bone pursues the path of ascension and needs to recruit and strengthen many undead forces, after Bone 2, Bone 3, Bone 4 evolve, they can also lend a hand to Dead Bone. Dead Bone's side is not short of ordinary hands. The number of undead in the country of Corpse far exceeds the population of the entire Tianyuan city region. Of course, the vast majority of these undead are cannon fodder without sprouted intelligence. Cannon fodder capable of slaying fourth-order monsters. Even Dead Bone's side doesn't lack ordinary powerhouses. The Law Realm undead of the country of Corpse are even more numerous than those in Tianyuan city proper. However, once Bone 2 and Bone 3 evolve, they will become the legendary Life, King of Skeleton, and are likely to possess great force of necrotic plague breath. Even if it's nothing compared to Dead Bone, it's still necrotic plague breath. Mu Yuan is still somewhat confident. In evolution, Dead Bone has never had any special advantages over other skeletons. What makes Dead Bone strong is his very self. Evolve. The splendid light of the miracle descended, falling on the excited face of Bone 2. Bone 2, will also become a king of skeletons. After a full day and a half, The legendary call finally resonated through the entire world secret realm. Dane, notification. Your unit, Bone 2, has bathed in miracle radiance, evolved to the legendary 1-star status, King of Skeletons, and awakened the legendary power, Necrotic Plague Breath. Indeed, Bone 2's evolution was almost indistinguishable from Dead Bone. At least on the surface, that is. In reality, Mu Yuan briefly scanned the description of the legendary power and noticed that 90% of the text was the same, with only a few nouns being different. Dead Bone could resurrect any form of undead life. But Bone 2 could only resurrect skeletal types of the undead. Little Skeleton, Skeleton Soldiers, Skull Spearmen, Skeleton Knights, Skeleton Morticians, and so on. Depending on the specific realm and status of the enemy it had slain, Bone 2 could resurrect varying types of skeleton life. As for ghosts, vampires, and abominations, Bone 2 couldn't resurrect those. The specialization simply didn't match, there was nothing that could be done. It makes sense after all. King of Skeletons, the very words, skeletons, made it clear that this is a king who rules over skeletons, not all of the undead. Bone 2's use of the necrotic plague breath would probably not be as exaggerated as with Dead Bone. However, all of this was expected. The main point was that the King of Skeletons could combine forces with Dead Bone, expanding the influence of the country of corpse from the perspective of great force. In the following 3 days, Bone 3 and Bone 4 successively completed their evolution. Of them, Bone 4 showed stronger performance, shortening the evolution time by a notch, and reaping more benefits during the course of evolution. However, Bone 4's necrotic plague breath power could also only resurrect skeletal undead. Even as a 3 skeletal reaching the legendary status, it still could not awaken a skill like Undead Resurrection, a pure, large area undead revitalizing ability. Next, the fourth to undergo legendary evolution was the director of Tianyuan City Hospital, the leader of the nuns, and the controller of Holy Light Power, Holy Light Sage, Lenny. Lenny's realm wasn't high, she's still at the early to mid segments of the legendary Earth realm, meaning her domain radius was merely at the tens of thousands meter level. Her combat power was also not high, and her combat experience was not abundant. But as one of the rare all-around supporters and healer-type powerhouses in Tianyuan City, Lenny played a significantly huge role in battle. Lenny's epic 3-star skill, Purification Holy Seal, was particularly adept at finding and cleansing filth. Now, as the Red Moon disaster descends and the great calamity of filth approaches, impurities in the world are becoming more and more prevalent. Tianyuan City indeed requires more forces capable of purifying and driving away these impurities. Lapis could achieve this, but it's only because she is strong enough. Her specialization doesn't match exactly. Lenny, on the other hand, matches perfectly. Lenny is also an old meritorious servant of Tianyuan City. Soon, inside the world's secret realm, a new evolution ceremony platform rumbled as it rose. Lenny stepped onto it, one step at a time, and sat down quietly. Miracle power descended upon her. Brilliant pillars of light skyrocketed. Ding, notification. Your hero, Lenny, bathes in the miracle light, currently undergoing evolutionary transformation. A day and 2 hours later, the celestial notification resonated once again in Mu Yuan's ears. Ding, notification. Your hero, Lenny, bathes in the evolutionary miracle. The epic skill, Absolute Shining Barrier, has been upgraded. This barrier can be expanded and maintained for a long period by pre-arranging nodes and using aids such as Holy Light Element artifacts. Furthermore, the barrier's resistance to negative forces and impurities has been strengthened. Notification. Hero, Lenny, during her evolutionary process, her epic skill, Walking in Holy Light, transforms into Daughter of Holy Light. Lenny now personifies the holy light on Earth, with particles of holy light naturally swarming around her, responding to her command. Notification. Hero, Lenny, during her evolutionary process, her epic skill, Purification Holy Seal, has been upgraded, allowing Lenny to simultaneously shape and maintain multiple holy seals. At this moment, Laney's domain radius was also continuously expanding under the influence of the evolutionary miracle, only halting after it reached over 20 to 30,000 meters. At this point, the golden evolutionary radiance began to recede slowly, and the notification sounded once more by the ear. Notification. Hero, Laney, bathed in the evolutionary miracle, evolved to the legendary one-star status, Holy Light Master, and awakened the legendary power, Heaven's Purifying Light. Light of heavenly purity. Description. Laney is the sovereign of Holy Light, the emissary of Holy Light in the mortal world, holding the power of purification. Ability 1. All Holy Light skills utilized by Laney possess purification power, capable of cleansing filth, purifying negative states, and even singular powers, and can also directly eliminate corrupted beings and shadow beings. Ability 2. Laney can condense seeds of purification and bestow them upon a select few of the Holy Light element cultivators. Those holding the seeds of purification can infuse their use of Holy Light skills with the conceptual power of purification. The stronger Laney is, the more powerful the conceptual power of the seeds of purification she can grant. Ability 3. The purifying heavenly light shines across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Laney can resonate with the holy light power between heaven and earth, and continuously scatter showers of purification, light of purification. At the same time, the powerful ones holding the seeds of purification can resonate with the power of Laney, serving as nodes to transmit and disperse the power of the purifying heavenly light. As Mu Yuan expected, the legendary power awakened by Laney was related to purification. No, it's not just related, it could be said that all her abilities are focused on purification. This third ability, the purifying heavenly light, is clearly the ultimate move. If powered by the ancient mage tower and assisted by a nun brigade, even if Laney is only at the legendary Earth realm, she would undoubtedly be able to exert an extremely formidable great force. Mu Yuan's expectations weren't high. Reaching the purification level of Lapis was enough. After all, Laney is still in a rapid enhancement period. Lapis was primarily engaged in battle and couldn't always sustain the purification power. In the previous battles, when Lapis took action against the Law Realm Dukes, she had to disperse the purification power, allowing the corruption of the heavens and the earth to grow again. Now, Laney can take over this role responsible for purification. Not only that, but Laney's purification power is more gentle. Lapis truly purifies violently, clearing away the world's corruption, but if one were to purify those infected by corruption, Lapis wouldn't be able to do it. It's not that she couldn't do it, rather, she would, while cleansing away the corrupting filth, also purify the brain, spirit, and soul of those being corrupted. That's the violent holy light. Laney is different. Her holy light power is not only inherently gentler, but Laney, being a nun by profession, is also highly skilled in various healing and micro-control techniques. And, for some time to come, there will likely be no shortage of people severely corrupted by filth. In previous years during the Red Fog disaster moon, many professionals venturing into the wilderness, due to overextended stays, injuries, insufficient preparation of potions, and other reasons, would return to towns with their bodies and souls already severely corrupted. Either there was no hope and they could only await death, or they had to be confined to mental asylums for convalescence, with unpredictable chances for recovery. Laney has the capability to heal these conditions, and this skill is hence precious. After all, Mu Yuan had tasted an epic-level purification elixir and noted that its effects were not as good as Laney's initial shallow try. Not only that, Laney might be unable to manage alone, but what about the other nuns of Tianyuan City? Those who have broken into the legendary realm are few. However, as long as the nuns use the seeds of purification condensed by Laney, even the common nuns who are not at the legendary realm can still wield a magnificent purification power, stronger than many top-level purification facilities. This is the equivalent of Laney alone being able to field a top-level troop. Legendary life, indeed so strong. Of course, Laney, being a full support and grooming type, lacked personal combat power. Her legendary power was all focused on support. Oh, not entirely. Laney's purification power seems to not only clear away evil spirits but can even purify an enemy's power down to zero. Returning everything to its origin, indeed, is a kind of purification. This makes sense. If dealing with monster powerhouses or shadow-type powerhouses, Laney's purification effect would then be even more direct and brutal. Laney evolved to legendary life. At this moment, 6 days have passed since the sacred battle of Tianyuan City ended and heaven and earth's gift descended. Mu Yuan stepped out of the world's secret realm, gazing into the distance. The end of the vista was shrouded in red mist, but one could still see verdant forests and towering mountains and rivers. The red mist wasn't too dense. The crimson behemoth that once cracked the sky has now vanished as well. Had the sky not remained dull, and the red moon still tirelessly hung on the horizon, one might not discern that this was the time of the red fog disaster moon. Around the entire Tianyuan city domain, one couldn't see much devastation from the coming of the red moon. Indeed, there was no devastation. After a sacred battle, even the red mist around the island domain was thinner than before the disaster moon had descended. The roots of corruption born under the eerie disaster moon couldn't even spread much corruption before being purified by the loudly crowing adventurers. However, this leisurely stance under dual calamities was limited only to the professionals and troops around the Tianyuan city domain. Outside the Ten Directions Island domain, the situations in various places were not so calm. The situation of the Tai-Zan Alliance was a bit more relaxed. After all, Dragon Sleep Valley had almost lost an arm. The powerhouses of the entire Dragon Sleep Valley even dared not step out of the Red Mist land for the time being. With no Law Realm dukes leading the top overlords, the pressure facing each great war zone naturally plummeted several to dozens of times. If not for other top overlord powers wanting to bypass Dragon Sleep Valley and emerge from Red Mist land to hunt, sharing the spoils, all the major battle zones might not even feel pressure. But even if other top overlord powers make their move, they are farther from the Taishuan territory and causing a major disaster isn't as easy as from Dragon Sleep Valley. The Firmament's Hand, another top overlord power bordering the Taishuan territory, had its leader-level strong warrior, Blood Dome Lord, directly have an arm severed. The pressure Firmament's Hand brought onto Taishuan plummeted. However, even so, under the dual disaster, the Taishuan Alliance's territories still frequently reported emergencies, but with the presence of nuclear deterrence, Sword Lord Lushi and the World Tunnel that enables rapid traversal across the Great Domain, the monster law realms usually dared not advance recklessly. Until, 2 days ago, a great battle erupted before the Heavenly River frontline of the Taishuan Alliance. Sword Lord Lushi descended promptly and summarily executed several monster overlords from Law Realm dukes on the spot. He had no hesitations about using his might against these smaller foes. Even when he was still at the Law Realm, he had often faced threats from terrifying beings of the Saint Realm. At this time, Sword Lord Lushi had yet to fully descend to the Heavenly River frontline. Having emerged from the World Tunnel, he soared on his sword through the boundless void, moving rapidly. Only seeing the frontline in crisis, he sliced across tens of island territories, unleashing a sword strike seemingly poised to annihilate the world. A heavenly sword tens of thousands of meters high, inscribed with countless law patterns, suddenly appeared, piercing through the sky and the earth. With a single strike, 6 or 7 Law Realm dukes were slain. Sword Lord Lushi was about to continue striking, suddenly. His expression subtly changed. The boundless void was torn apart by a giant hand, and 2 indescribable terrifying beings suddenly descended. Simultaneously, at higher dimensions of the boundless void, mighty forces of the Saint Realm erupted, intertwined, and clashed. It was the supreme mysterious national pillar engaging in a confrontation with a great lord from another top overlord power. And here, a red moon also appeared in the boundless void. The vast and eerie red mist land seemed to spread, aiming to swallow the entire region. The Heavenly River frontline, originally already the frontline and not far from Red Mist Land. With Sword Lord Lushi personally descending, a greater might could be displayed, but at the same time, his Saint Realm body became locked on, facing risk of destruction. The two monster overlord terrifying beings came prepared. Each supreme mysterious national pillar had their own lands to defend. Either it is Sky Abyss or the capital. Just now, one national pillar had made a move. If another were to act, one of the two places, Sky Abyss or the capital, would suffer immediate destruction from terrifying powers. Sword Lord Lu Shi was a new saint. He quickly fell into a disadvantage while battling two opponents, his concept saint body damaged. But, buzz! An ancient mage tower burst through the void. The faces of the terrifying monster overlords slightly change. Tianyuan City actually dared to dispatch the ancient mage tower? Aren't they afraid of being attacked? After all, Tianyuan City is located beside Red Mist Land. At any moment it could be struck by the Saint Realm. Mu Yuan was afraid, but not without means of defense. Lapis and Duo Lide jointly can somewhat withstand a Saint Realm being. Moreover, he holds in his hands two strands of national destiny. In critical moments, Dead Bone can also save the day. Naturally, if the battlefield necessitates it, the ancient mage tower could occasionally strike, especially since Sword Lord Lu Shi was in deep crisis. However, the arrival of an ancient mage tower could not turn the tide of battle. At this moment, Sword Lord Lu Shi's saint body had been damaged by over 50%. His combat power severely dwindled. The ancient mage tower could at most only protect Sword Lord Lu Shi while he retreated. Is that enough? Of course not. A hunchbacked old man suddenly appeared at the edge of the void. He held his hands behind his back, his body stooped as if bearing a city, a nation. But this was not a seeming, it was reality. Majestic cities, vast nations subsequently emerged, an unrivaled great force suppressing the heavens and the earth. The old man looked towards the two Saint Realm terrifying beings. Black Salmon Saint Realm. Gray Antelope Saint Realm. Both of you, it's been a long time. Two towering figures looked down at the diminutive old man's Saint Realm, their expressions changing slightly. Baiting, also known as Lord Baiting. Once, under supreme mysterious national pillar of Zan country, he was the foremost person. The title was recently taken by Sword Lord Lu Shi. Just a Lord Baiting, for the terrifying existences of the Saint Realm, is negligible. The only ones who could catch their eyes are the four national pillars, Sword Lord Lu Shi, and Ancient Mage Tower, along with the legendary Angel King. However, they clearly sensed that the Lord Baiting before them was indeed a Saint Realm.
And, not a new saint like Sword Lord Liu Shi. Lord Baiting had ascended to the Saint Realm quite a while ago, having already completed the forging of his concept saint body and perfectly integrating his power into it.
It was only today, after a decade or two, that Saint Realm Baiting showed his strength. After 60 long years, it's time for us to settle our scores. The descent of Baiting country, the torrent surged forward. Boom! Half an hour later, blood rain fell. The heaven and earth resounded with cheers. One of the Saint Realm terrifying exists was killed and the other severely wounded escaped. Securing the name of Lord Baiting. Lord Baiting had been a hidden great power of the Tai-Zan alliance for a long time. The strength of Baiting Duchy was now fully revealed, possessing 14 Law Realm warriors, even more than Tianyuan City. The hidden powers of each country were also gradually revealed. Next door, Shen Yao Empire, also had a Saint Realm hidden until now, making a strong strike. Next door at Chi-Cheng Federation, a Saint-level large-scale magic array diagram developed 10 years ago, now revealed its deadly teeth, blasting another Saint Realm terrifying existence. The major countries entered the Eternal World not too long ago, perhaps only a decade or two, drastic changes could occur. The power of these great nations was swiftly increasing, the methods displayed, and the breakthrough saints caught the attention of established great nations. Yet, even so, various great war zones and sanctified battles around did not mean that living beings generally held the upper hand. Including two major victories in the sacred battles of Tai-Zan and Chi-Cheng Alliance. Although victorious, the war zones suffered immense losses before the sacred battles. The Heavenly River front line was almost breached, with over 3 Law Realm warriors fallen. Countless warriors died. If not so, Sword Lord Lu Shi wouldn't have rushed to the scene. Prior to the Chechen Federation unleashing their Saint-level array, two large cities were devastated. At this moment, in Chechen Federation, we lost heavily, we suffered heavy losses indeed. Fortunately, we annihilated one Saint realm. This should give us some peace for a while, right? And thanks to Tai Zan. With the fallen Saint realm of Dragon Sleep Valley, the pressure on our side has greatly eased, allowing us to mobilize more force. But on another note, what exactly was the plan in Dragon Sleep Valley back then? Weren't there top overlord powers making similar plans? But now the world situation seems quite calm? Some Law Realm lords spoke so. He referred to calm as in, there wasn't any catastrophic disaster stirred up. As for the sacred battles, they were Saint Realm forces, and terrifying existences of Saint Realm could not regularly step out of Red Mist Land, which is different from a grand disaster. This lord was the one who initially opposed taking risks. He still thought the risks taken back then were too high. Fortunately, nothing dire happened. Bang! The door was suddenly slammed open. A deputy officer ran in anxiously, catching his breath and saying, "Next door." Something big happened in Wansheng country. Not long ago, Wansheng country's battle zones were still fighting, and a sacred battle also broke out. One of the main enemies of Wansheng country was the top overlord power, Shadow King City. Months ago, the plan of Shadow King City surfaced bit by bit. Wansheng country responded by investing heavily in a perpetual fortress wall. After all, what they had in abundance was money, which was the safest strategy. Rushing into the Red Mist Land? Foolhardy. However, at this moment, boom, a shadow spread like a tide, affecting dozens, hundreds of islands, enveloping an entire great domain within, in just half a day. One of the great domains of Wansheng country had completely fallen into the shadow, including some warriors who could have been resurrected. Wansheng country has encountered a major incident. What on earth is the method employed by the top-tier overlord, Shadow King City? It's unstoppable, unchangeable, it has already been decided.
Country by country, lord by lord of the great powers, startled, horrified, and frightened, received the first-hand news.
Wansheng country possesses several great domains. Of course, aside from two of the great domains, Wansheng country's territories only occupy parts of the others. Other regions are sparsely dotted with large, medium, and small forces, and mostly vast, undeveloped wildernesses. Now, wilderness and civilized lands alike are engulfed by the endless shadow. Doomed. Quiet annihilation. Billions of lives perished in an instant. A move that covers an entire great domain is simply outrageous. The shadow spread incredibly fast. Like ink devouring a sheet of white paper, it spread from the edge to the center of the great domain. I saw it myself, through an epic-level communication treasure. A Law Realm powerhouse from Wansheng couldn't escape, and was directly submerged into the boundless shadow. Even, it's likely that this great figure may not be able to resurrect. The person in charge of observations from a major country, heart trembling with fear. After all, a Law Realm existence couldn't escape, and was engulfed in an instant. How outrageous and terrifying. And most likely cannot resurrect. This means an entire great domain has been devoured, naturally including many Soul Realm and Law Realm powerhouses, their territories where resurrection altars were set. Without territories and resurrection altars, where is the possibility of resurrection? And furthermore, I also heard that a resurrection altar situated in the capital of Wansheng Empire of a Law Realm great figure has dimmed. No matter what means that great figure's followers used, they couldn't awaken the shard of God's soul within the altar. The greater possibility is that the shard of God's soul has returned to nothingness. The person in charge swallowed hard. Beside him, a young student asked, "Teacher, did the Wansheng Empire not try to stop it?" This is an affliction descending upon one of the 7 great countries. Although Wansheng is known for its wealth and ranks lower among the 7 great countries in terms of heritage and combat power, only stronger than the youngest Tai Zan and Shen Yao, it is still a great power faction. Its strength is still immeasurable. If Law Realm great figures could not deal with this heaven-shaking cataclysm, then what about Holy Realm great power existences? Wansheng country's Holy Realm existences certainly wouldn't just watch an entire great domain be devoured, right? Even if the catastrophe stirred up by Shadow King City was ferocious and sudden. Of course, the person in charge said, this is the devouring of an entire great domain. Facing such a catastrophe, even if the Holy Realm of Wansheng country couldn't free themselves, they would have to forcibly intervene. In fact, the Holy Realm great power users of Wansheng did take action, and not just one. However, the magnificent forces of these two Holy Realm existences couldn't stop the spread of the shadow by a hair. One of these Holy Realm existences even personally descended to that great domain, but it seems they didn't stay long before they fled. He said uncertainly. He couldn't believe that even Holy Realm great power users would flee in disgrace, but it seemed that was the reality. At this moment, the true disaster has not yet descended, and a great power has already suffered a heavy blow. Such a tragedy makes countless top-tier lords grim, even heavy-hearted. Qi Cheng Federation. Several top-tier lords felt a lingering fear at this moment. Is this limitless shadow the grand scheme long nurtured by Shadow King City? The defensive lines established by Wansheng country had no effect at all. Even the Holy Realm existences couldn't block it in the slightest. Fortunately, we have already destroyed the scheming in Dragon Sleep Valley, otherwise, we might have faced a similar disaster upon us. This time, the primary target of the disaster was Wansheng Empire, a great power. Additionally, Shen Mu dynasty and some large forces also suffered damages. Even the smaller damages are horrifying to witness, let alone the major blow that has crippled Wansheng Empire. We should thank the Lord of Tianyuan City. Had it not been for his discovery of the grand scheming in Dragon Sleep Valley, and his capability to shatter it, perhaps now, a similar terror of disaster would have descended upon us. Several top-tier lords have never felt as relieved as they do now. True Flame Principal laughed heartily, feeling that his already wise decision had been proven several times more sagacious. The top-tier lords of Shenyao Empire, especially those whose territories faced the Dragon Sleep Valley region, also felt particularly relieved at this moment. From today on, the Lord of Tianyuan City is my friend. Indeed, a wise and powerful lord like that of Tianyuan City must be deeply befriended. To be honest, if it had not been for Duke Mika's meddling at the beginning, thinking that the Lord of Tianyuan City was just a genius lord, perhaps we would have won him over a long time ago. Duke Mika really deserves to die, indeed he deserves to die. A high-ranking Duke of Shenyao Empire was quickly marginalized in the political circle. Even the Saint Realm great power supporting Duke Mika was quite dissatisfied with him. Of course, the powerhouses were more terrified of the calamity stirred up by Shadow King City. And they continuously analyzed, what exactly was this method and was there any possibility of stopping it? Can this disaster be stopped at all? I'm afraid, it cannot. Tianyuan City. Mu Yuan naturally heard about the disaster in Wansheng country at the first moment, obtaining first-hand detailed intelligence. The shadow spread swiftly and eerily. It was as if shadows blanketed the sky, a natural phenomenon, a force of nature and earth. A force destined to yield certain outcomes. A holy realm great power indeed can easily eradicate a local concept, turning space into utter nothingness, yet incapable of stopping, influencing, or covering the splendid force of an entire great domain. In the face of such a force, even the Holy Realm, if it dares to block, is but a mantis trying to stop a chariot. If such a disaster heads toward Tianyuan City, the most we could do is rely on the ancient mage tower to hold it off for a moment, then escape with a few people. Abandoning the city to escape. That is all. Besides this, Mu Yuan could not think of any other methods to oppose or block it. Indeed, he was still too weak. Fortunately, the plot from Dragon Sleep Valley was thwarted earlier. As for stopping a calamity like this, I'm afraid the only way to stop or oppose it would be before the enemy acts. That is to say, just now, maybe hundreds of seconds ago, or even a few hours ago, if Wansheng country and Shen Mu dynasty dared to pay the price, if a Holy Realm great power personally risked disrupting the incantation of Shadow King City, it was possible to mitigate this disaster or significantly reduce its affected area. But, a holy realm personally taking risks? That's difficult. In some holy realms' view, it would rather lose a peripheral great domain than risk their precious lives. To some extent, this is also true. The holy realm is the pillar of a nation. The great domain losing one or two or three, the great country is just injured. But the fall of few holy realms, the nation itself might collapse. That's the logic, but when one great domain after another is engulfed, when the red mist land continues to spread, even with the existence of the holy realm, where else is there to retreat? This world is indeed too dangerous. The disaster in Wanshang country is the most horrifying encountered by the world, but it's not the only one. Disasters are striking everywhere around the world. Battles in Law Realm, Great War Zone, Holy Wars. Some battlefields have been victorious, but many more are continuously retreating, one after another, top strongmen fall. In Shen Luo Domain, along the continuous east coastline, horrible divine power shakes heaven and earth, causing legendary realms thousands of kilometers away to tremble incessantly. Two streaks of light cross the sky, constantly colliding above the vault of heaven. Then, boom, one of the streaks of light fell. The pursuing light revealed its figure. It was a jackal man, his hair like golden needles, his eyes swirling with crimson yet majestic light. A celestial and penetrating figure appeared behind him, overlooking the figure below. It was a man in golden armor, his body ablaze with fierce flames, his red hair soaring into the sky. He was extraordinarily valiant, surrounded by a mysterious divine charm, as if born a magnificent being. God of fierce flames, you too have this day. The jackal man looked down, his voice thunderous yet filled with endless smugness. After all, the god of fierce flames, named after the flames, wielding the power of fire. How great, how noble was he! Even among many divine spirits, he was a top-ranking existence. In the old era, it indeed was so. Conversely, he, jackal wolfman and bloodthirsty god, merely a spirit worshipped by jackal men, wasn't even acknowledged by the true great gods. At best, he was just a quasi-god, a demigod. Back then, compared to the god of fierce flames, his status was like fireflies to the bright moon, utterly incomparable. Yet, times have changed. To devote to the great, supreme filth, that was the most correct decision of my life. Times have changed, you all are merely remnants of the old era, only we, bathed in the glory of filth, are the gods of the new era, ha 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 ha. The supreme jackal wolfman figure emerged. It's as if a concept from a holy realm traversed heaven and earth. Outside the Shen Luo domain, the main hall of the Star Luo Holy Palace. Crack. In the Temple of Thousand Gods, the god statue symbolizing the god of fierce flames suddenly cracked and shattered completely. The monks stationed here trembled, uncontrollable tears flowing, sobbing incessantly. The god has fallen. Swiftly arriving strongmen also widened their eyes. The god of fierce flames has fallen, and the authority symbolizing the flames has been taken. This god has completely fallen. Another arriving strongman spoke. The god of fierce flames is, after all, a natural divine spirit, and there are still some symbols left. Perhaps, there might still be a chance for revival? Perhaps. But now, even in his peak state, the god of fierce flames was still killed and fell. Even if he could revive, how much power would be left? In times when the god of fierce flames had massive followers, he was undoubtedly a figure in the holy realm. Even among those in the holy realm, he was considered powerful. However, times have changed, and nowadays the followers of the god of fierce flames are few, the divine system is relatively outdated, and the peak combat power of the god of fierce flames no longer compares to before. Otherwise, he might not have perished at the hands of a fallen god. Moreover, there are not a few divine spirits who have symbolic objects. The former god of purity, heavenly water, thunderbolt. These once powerful deities have also fallen, and there are hardly a few who can revive and return. Star Luo Holy Palace was originally an entity where the gods of the old era gathered to keep warm and spread faith. However, today, every divine spirit in the Holy Palace is struggling to protect themselves, let alone many forces under the sanctuary's protection. And now, every power within the Shen Luo domain is facing an increasingly tricky predicament. None of these issues concerned Tianyuan City at the moment. Right now, even though Tianyuan City wasn't affected, Lord Shepherd was still very busy. He was busy arranging one evolutionary legend after another, and also busy coordinating numerous legendary breakthrough ceremonies. Especially the breakthroughs of the angels. After undergoing the baptism of heaven and earth, in the past few days, the queue for Fourth Order strongmen preparing to break through to the legendary realm in Tianyuan City was truly vast. Niu Yuan prioritized the angels for breakthroughs. He constructed the Essence Soul Source pool and arranged for angels who had yet to reach the Fourth Order limit to enter it. The number of legendary realm angels has already surpassed 40. And there are still more angels queuing for a breakthrough. Niu Yuan has never felt such a moment when he thought his own breakthrough dojo was still far too few. In Tianyuan City, the two visible sites showed continuing signs of legendary breakthroughs in the past few days, which has already astonished countless people. Yet, there are even more breakthrough sites built within the Dragon Mound Fertile Land Secret Realm and the World Secret Realm. Even inside the ancient Mage Tower, there are two such sites. As the number of legendary realm angels rapidly increased, Lapis also received feedback. At this moment, in her eyes, the path of the Angel King became much clearer. She was stepping on this path, 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps rapidly forward. Only a third of the distance left, and, with confidence, Lapis believed she would soon conquer the remaining distance. After all, Lord had already arranged most things. If she, Lapis, could not climb it, wouldn't she be too useless? However, Lapis gazed into the distance, where the gate to the Holy Realm was faintly visible. And looked around. Beside the path, there were wisps of white smoke, barely visible. Not much white smoke, not very noticeable, but seemingly some form of aid. She was well aware of what these mists were. They were the power of faith. She saw many people praying inside the Grand Cathedral. People praising the holy light on the streets. She saw many people gazing at the sky domain, talking incessantly about a recent battle. She also seemed to see the paths of the Judge God and Guardian God manifesting beneath the path of Angel King. This moment, even Lapis had some enlightenment. Niu Yuan rushed to the Heavenly Spirit Rebirth Pool Heavenly Domain. From a distance, Lapis was basking in the radiant golden light, surrounded by countless shadows of angels, cheering and chanting. However, naturally, Niu Yuan couldn't see the path of Lapis's ascension. As a lord, he could see the basic information about Lapis's path to ascension, but this mysterious path is not visible even to him, let alone to those in the Saint Realm or even the supreme beings at the Great Lord or True King level. The path is only visible to oneself. However, no new prompts on the panel means Lapis is still on the Angel King path of ascension. Rather than like Duo Lai, whose path of the Master of Devouring has advanced. But since Lapis said she had a new enlightenment, Niu Yuan believed it. Lapis flew down and shared her intuition. I have glimpsed that door from afar. It's just, as per those documents, the higher the path to ascension, the more solid and difficult the gate of ascension is to push open. But likewise, the more benefit one can gain and the stronger the saintly body one can forge after pushing it open. These are theories on paper. Now, Lapis was talking about her intuition, her understanding. She whispered, I feel. That is, when we push open the gate of ascension, we can't just focus on pushing it open, but need to use as much force as possible. Yeah, I mean, struggling to push open the gate versus easily pushing it open. I think there will be different outcomes, with more benefits for the latter. Well, it's just my intuition, she added weakly. She just wasn't very confident in her theoretical level. On the surface, she is the Angel King, revered by 1 million people, receiving daily offerings, but in reality, Lapis felt half a second of shame when she thought about playing mobile games in the back garden of the cathedral. She vowed to study hard next time. Of course, Niu Yuan also knew that Lapis's grasp of theory was quite lacking. However, the theoretical materials on ascension were extremely scarce to begin with, and most were mere conjectures. Instead of believing in the written materials, he'd rather trust Lapis's intuition. Isn't the intuition of top-notch beings and legendary lives much more reliable than that scant information? You must realize that in the entire Tai Zan, the beings in the Saint Realm with ascension experience are very few. Only Sword Lord Lushi and Lord Baiting. They are rare indeed, and the paths of ascension for different strong beings are entirely different. The experiences of predecessors can only serve as a slight reference. Ascension relies solely on oneself. Keep talking. Mu Yuan said. Lapis said, I found that the power of faith actually appears on the path of ascension and seems that the power of faith can provide a push for ascension? Of course, I've read those ancient books on the power of faith and ascension. I'm aware of the backwardness of this system, but relying on faith can lead to becoming a true god. Success and failure both hinge on faith. History has proven that the path of divine enthronement through faith is not reliable, especially now when calamities are frequent. In every country, countless civilians are lost to calamities, making the faith that ascenders receive very susceptible to shaking, thereby affecting their strength. Evidence for this is right next door at the Star Luo Holy Palace. You must know that the Star Luo Holy Palace is a force created by the union of numerous old gods. In terms of historical longevity, not to mention the Holy Griffin Empire can't compare. Even the bright empire of the olden days does not have a history as prolonged as that of the divine spirits. Those powerful divine spirits are living history, yet the situation of the Star Luo Holy Palace is far less stable than that of the Holy Griffin Empire. Obviously, Lapis won't follow the path of divine enthronement through faith. She is already practicing on the path to ascension. Moreover, to ascend to the rank of a true god through the power of faith, one would need a massive amount of faith. In the current era, it's almost impossible to amass. The cost would be too great. It's not worth it. Lapis continued. I found that the power of faith can assist in pushing open the gate of ascension and also seems to resonate with the powers of the Guardian God and Judge God paths. As long as I can gather a sizable amount of the power of faith, when I push open the Holy Realm gate and ascend, I won't just do it easily, but I might also get a chance to benefit a little from the powers of the Guardian God and Judge God paths. She wasn't sure. She was just a green hand. After listening, Mu Yuan stroked his chin. No matter how little the benefits might be, since Lapis has the opportunity to use the power of faith, then it must be attempted. Only, where would one collect such a vast power of faith? Promote Lapis's faith within the Taishuan realm? It's actually not very feasible. After all, the precursor to the Tai Zan alliance was Zan country, where every lord is well educated. Lords often also promote basic education in their own territories. There's little ground for spreading faith. Moreover, if it is just about simply promoting the faith in Lapis, the lords might give him some face. But if you want to promote faith and gather a group of zealous followers, then it's utterly unworkable. Mu Yuan rubbed his chin and glanced at Lapis again. Rather than following the traditional route of faith promotion, it might actually be more reliable to let Lapis debut as an idol in collecting the power of faith. War idols are idols too, after all. Mu Yuan had a bit of an idea. That is, Lapis couldn't leave 10 Directions Island domain, which seemed to make becoming a war idol a little difficult. It's a bit worrisome. Lapis continued to delve into her path and urged the little angels to practice diligently. Mu Yuan noted down the task of spreading belief on the first page of his memo and prepared to continue bestowing miracle power. He focused his mind. Miracle power, 980 million. Now, it wasn't convenient to arrange evolution for Isloa. So, Mu Yuan turned his attention to the 5th strongest person in Tianyuan City, preceded only by Deadbone, Lapis, Duo Lai, and himself. Uda could only be ranked 5th. But keep in mind, to be ranked 5th in Tianyuan City and to have defeated several Law Realm powers, Uda was merely at the Soul Realm level. Inside the epic building, the Soul Burning Arena, Uda was igniting his soul. My entire being is ablaze. This is life. The Soul Burning Arena projected a recent battle where Sword Lord Lushi and Lord Baiting harshly struck down 2 Saint Realm beings. More precisely, it projected 2 terrifying presences of the Saint Realm. Of course, this projection was merely collected by the ancient Mage Tower. The soul-burning arena didn't have the power to replicate the true grandeur of a Saint Realm terror. Even so, the two indescribable beings that appeared in the soul-burning arena still spread a soul-shivering coercion. The power they unleashed was also tremendously horrifying. Within moments, boom! Uda died yet again. Dying in battle once more, it's so exhilarating. This is the meaning of life. Uda was always burning. Yet, even though he burned again and again, he hadn't managed to break through to the law realm. His path was not the common one, but one where he entered the soul realm through force. His practice pattern in the soul realm was also utterly different from the standard system. His will, his God soul, were now integrated into the body universe. Uda could also feel that as his physical body continued to practice and grow stronger, his God soul was also gaining strength. But, whether he had actually strengthened his God soul to perfection, and if it was indeed perfect, then how should he break through? He had no clue. Theoretically, once the God soul is perfected, he should be standing in the law realm already. It's really baffling. Uda scratched his head. He wasn't disheartened, still boiling with enthusiasm. But all he would do was single-mindedly fight, over and over again, honing himself in battle and breaking through amidst life and death. This was Uda's path. If he still couldn't break through, then, he didn't know either. When Mu Yuan found Uda and silently stood in the spectator area to observe, what he saw was Uda dying time and again in battle. He must have died dozens of times just while standing here, right? To be honest, it's quite outrageous, whether it's the speed of death, the number of deaths, or Uda's resilience. The soul-burning arena can't revive indefinitely. The longer one stays, the more one dies in battle, resulting in greater pressure on one's soul, God soul. But what can you say? Uda's will, his God soul, were indeed very powerful. But it's also true that Uda completely lacks the ability to find a direction, and he's just stubbornly charging into a wall. Sigh, it's really worrisome. If Uda wants to break through into the law realm, he'll still have to rely on this lord. What to do? Only Uda himself knows his problems best, and it would take time and effort for Mu Yuan to uncover the crux.
So, he stopped researching. Evolve. Evolution can bring all possibilities, such as the power of miracles.
Uda, he called out. Boom. Uda died one more time, and after reviving, scratched his head and looked over. Lord, when did you get here? How about we have a man-to-man challenge? Mu Yuan. With his hands behind his back, he said, You've made commendable achievements in battle recently. I, as the Lord, have decided to grant you the miracle of evolution. Uda's eyes lit up. Evolution meant becoming stronger. Becoming stronger meant facing tougher opponents. Of course, he understood this logic. But still, Uda hesitated. What about that spar, though? Is battling the only thing on your mind? Half an hour later. Mu Yuan wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead and stepped out of the soul-burning arena. In order to let Uda concentrate fully on the evolution, he, as an old father, had put his heart and soul into it. Thinking it over, it seemed that apart from Deadbone, he had to worry about each and every one of his strong men. Quickly, the world's secret realm was sealed off once again, with various enchantments buzzing. And Uda had already stepped into the evolution ceremony. Buzz. Miracle light descended. Uda maintained a stance of a deep lunge and punching, enveloped in the white light. Brilliance burst forth. The momentum gradually rose to the heavens, stirring the clouds and winds of the entire world. Time ticked away. In the world's secret realm, the wind howled, but there were not many figures to be seen, only the powerful people of Tianyuan City casting their gaze with the rites of heroes. In the eyes of legendary life, an immense conceptual power surged around Uda. But these newly born powers of concept, like rivers flowing into the sea, soon submerged into his body aglow with white light and vanished without a trace. Or rather, they completely integrated, indistinguishable from one another. The second Legend 2 star's existence was about to be born. Ding, prompt. Your hero, Uda, has bathed in miracle light, evolved to a Legend 2-star position, and awakened the legendary power, Mark of Strength. Mark of Strength. Description. When a living being comprehends a certain concept. Just as Mu Yuan had expected. Dead Bone had awakened the death mark, Duo Lai woke the spatial imprint, and Uda. It was strength. Symbolizing the physical body, symbolizing power, symbolizing absolute strength. The miracle radiance slowly receded. A profound and mysterious orange mark appeared on Uda's forehead. Uda's bronze body, already full of endless mysteries that begged a closer look, became even more enigmatic in that instant. The mark of strength also fused into his body. He was strength. His body could encompass everything, his body could burst through everything. Mu Yuan knew by intuition that Uda had become much more fearsome at this moment. He absolutely, could not agree to Uda's requests for sparring anymore, not because he couldn't beat him, but just because it was too exhausting to fight with Uda. That's right. However, even through perception, through intuition, Uda had become much stronger, yet he still had not ascended to the law realm. Even though Mu Yuan couldn't really tell whether Uda was in the soul realm or the law realm. Uda's conceptual power all merged into his body, and even a saint realm native could not discern Uda's true depth. But on the panel, it still clearly read, Uda, also of the soul realm. He still hadn't made a breakthrough. Mu Yuan was a bit disappointed. But he could accept it. The evolution itself was only about upgrading the position and awakening new legendary powers, not directly related to the level of realm. It doesn't matter. Before Uda evolved, he could already kill an ordinary law realm duke with 2 punches. Let alone now. The enhancement of combat power was sufficient. And the evolution had not come to an end. Mu Yuan did not plan on giving Uda just one evolution. The improvement brought by Legend 2 stars was more reflected in the potential for cultivation, rather than a huge increase in combat power. But Legend 3 stars. Perfect legendary life was a transformation. What's more, Legend 3 stars would also receive the blessings of heaven and earth, bringing down a precious and invaluable national fortune. Mu Yuan coveted that national fortune. If there was to be an evolution, it would be a straight push to 3 stars. In just half a day, Uda arrived at another newly constructed evolution ceremony platform. He focused, clenched his fist, and gathered an unstoppable momentum. Evolve. Miracle power -300W. Ding. Prompt. Your hero, Uda, is bathed in miracle radiance, undergoing transformation. The third perfect legendary being was about to be born. Within the world's secret realm, time ticked away slowly. It seemed to pass very slowly, each minute and second felt particularly lengthy, making the soaring, brilliant golden light appear as if it were an eternal presence. Finally, at a certain moment, the golden light burst forth once more, the sounds of heaven and earth rang out, and the evolution's pure white light gradually gathered and dispersed, gradually revealing Uda's bronze skin and his robust, powerfully muscular physique. Ding! Alert! Your hero, Uda, has been bathed in miracle radiance, evolved to Legend 3-star position, and has reached perfect legendary life. Alert! Hero, Uda, has received the favor of the eternal world. Alert! Tianyuan territory has received the favor of the eternal world. In the midst of obscurity, a familiar, comforting sensation descended. Mu Yuan stretched out his hand, as if catching a feather. Very light, yet warm feather. The third strand of national fortune. 3 strands of national fortune are 3 life-saving moves that can be used either by myself or on the ancient mage tower. Theoretically, these strands of national fortune would never expire and would not be outdated. The stronger he gets, the more power he can draw from the national fortune. Apart from using it as a one-time powerful weapon, national fortune actually also aids in the breakthrough to the saint realm, and pushing open the gate of ascension. This aid seems not only to slightly increase the likelihood of stepping into the saint realm but also helps in the crafting of the concept saint body after the breakthrough. This was a guess from Lapis before, suggesting that the easier it is to push open the gate of ascension, the more benefits one can reap. Moreover, I would normally be reluctant to use national fortune, but just its mere existence has always favored Tianyuan City. If it weren't for the 2 strands of national fortune before, how could my Tianyuan Academy have so easily attracted world-class strongmen? Don't think that such level of strongmen are unremarkable in Tianyuan City. In fact, they are still world-renowned warriors, highly revered. If we exclude the strong ones born from major countries and powers, the remaining world-class strongmen are indeed scarce. These people are either reclusive, in closed cultivation, or have this or that issue, and even with high offers from Tianyuan Academy, it is normally hard to attract these strongmen. The prerequisite for attraction is that these strongmen have heard of Tianyuan Academy. As long as I wield enough national fortune, Tianyuan City is a great power. Things will go smoothly. Alert! Hero Uda has evolved to Legend 3-star position. Legendary power, Body Universe, has been completed, promoted to Great Power. Body Universe, Great Power. Description: Body Universe, Testament to Immortality. First stage. Brief. Second stage. Ability 1. Immortal Flesh, Blood Regeneration. Every drop of blood, every cell in Uda's body contains his own will and imprint. As long as a drop of blood remains and his will does not perish, Uda can be reborn and return. Ability 2. Blood Universe. Uda's body encompasses a universe. Every muscle, every fiber, and every drop of blood in his body also harbors a miniature universe.
Ability 3. Universe Unity, Body Breakthrough. Uda's body encompasses strength, energy, spirit, will, domain, concept. His flesh is his domain, his body is a treasured physique, his body contains billions of vitality, but likewise, his body is merely flesh. All great powers are contained in every punch and kick.
The great power of the second stage of Body Universe, while complex in description, is actually a simple and straightforward enhancement of Uda's abilities. However, even if Uda is left with only a drop of blood, his blood universe still contains great power, giving him the potential for rapid rebirth. And now, the white light completely dispersed, Uda, still in the pose of charging and swinging a fist, reappeared on the high ceremonial platform. On his body, mysterious law patterns emerged, appearing and disappearing fleetingly, swiftly vanishing into him. At this moment, Uda didn't seem as mysterious as Dead Bone or Duo Lai when he just evolved. He lacked the being one with the law allure that makes one unable to resist observing and immersing themselves in it. Even Uda's physique now looked even plainer than before his evolution. Apart from still having lustrous bronze skin and dragon serpent-like powerful muscles, it hardly showed signs of a magnificent treasured physique. Mu Yuan was clear on the reason. All the great power and extraordinariness had been absorbed into the body universe. On the surface, Uda's body harbored a universe, but in reality, the universe was assimilated into his body. No need for extraordinariness. Thump thump, thump thump. Thump thump, Uda's heart was beating as if the entire heaven and earth were tolling a bell. Under this thump thump thump, tolling, Uda's physique, like an ancient ferocious beast, was reviving. The sound of flowing vitality seemed like the roaring heavenly river. The sound of the heartbeat rang like heavenly chimes. Recognize, a towering and profound figure began to appear. True, the figure crouched, fists clenched and ready to strike. 1. Heaven and earth surged. Endless heaven-earth elemental force gathered like a vortex, converging at the center of the clenched fist, shining brightly like a deep blue sun. Fist. The fist burst forth, piercing the heavens. Great Lord Shepherd's expression turned solemn, as if facing a formidable enemy. Of course, he wouldn't stop Uda from following his instincts and unleashing this punch. He could see that such a punch was greatly beneficial for Uda himself. Once interrupted, it would be tantamount to destroying Uda's great opportunity. But that's the theory. However, Uda was already a powerful entity within the law realm before evolving, and now, having ascended 2 whole ranks and launching a punch that synergizes with the momentum of heaven and earth. How terrifying would this punch be? The world's secret realm, though forged by the World Vine, a legendary life, creating a super-secret realm with immense inner defensive strength. Still, probably, maybe, perhaps, there's a 99.99% chance it wouldn't withstand Uda's punch. Mu Yuan was prepared for the world's secret realm to be blasted open with a gaping hole. He even envisaged the skies of Tianyuan City, the entire island domain's heavens, being pierced through. the punch's radiance reaching the boundless yonder. Yet nothing happened. No, that's not entirely true. Something did happen, but Uta's punch didn't strike on the physical plane, but rather on some obscure, even more profound conceptual level. A notification chimed in his ears. Ding, notice. Your hero, Uta, has broken the limit with his strength, shattering the physical shackles, and increasing the maximum shackles from 8 to 12. Is that even possible? Mu Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. But Uta's realm was forged punch by punch. Thinking about it that way, maybe it wasn't so strange. After breaking the upper limit of the physical shackles, Uta still hadn't snapped out of that mysterious state. His great opportunity was still ongoing. He continued to immerse himself. Once again he assumed a bow stance, twisted his waist, clenched his fist, gathering explosive momentum. Break through. 1. Punch. The resulting might was even more tremendous. The entire world's secret realm was enveloped in a terrifying coercion. This massive secret realm seemed like a fragile orb, possibly shattering at any moment under the intense pressure. Crack, something broke. What shattered was not the world's secret realm, but rather Uta's realm. He had not perfected his god soul, nor had he found a path to prove his way through strength. He simply, purely, sincerely, with all his might, swung this punch. Notice. Your hero, Uta, has breached a major threshold, stepping into the principal realm. Upon reaching this realm, the world as seen through Uta's eyes was completely different. He could glimpse the essence of the world. See the conceptual power, see the patterns of heaven and earth, and his own grasp of the power of concept could enter a high-speed development phase. However, to Uta, it seemed, perhaps, meaningless? A typical warrior of the principal realm needs to study principles to wield concepts. But for Uta, there's only one thing to do: punch, punch, and punch again. Even if it's the path to ascension to the Saint Realm, Uta simply punches, shattering obstructions along the way, one by one. Boom! Uta had just broken through and was almost finding his own path to ascension. The reason it was almost is because even the widely experienced Lord Shepherd himself wasn't quite sure. Uta, in theory, truly possesses the second-tier conceptual power. After all, he already has the root imprint, yet all of Uta's conceptual power is fused within his body, not manifesting externally, making the strength of his concept difficult to measure. Uta himself says he didn't see any path to ascension. Even the prompt given by the system was vague. Notice. Your hero, Uta, has shattered barriers with his strength. Perhaps, once Uta breaks enough barriers, he will be able to reach the end of the path and shatter the gate of ascension. For others, shattering the gate of ascension is just a metaphor. But if Uta could reach the gate of ascension, to blast it open would then become an action. After all, Uta has just ascended to perfect legend. The path ahead is unclear, and he cannot be expected to break the limit anytime soon. Right now, the one with the most hope of breaking through, who can do so the fastest, is still Lapis. Even without the power of faith, Lapis could proceed to break through step by step. However, knowing that the power of faith could significantly assist Lapis, Lord Shepherd got a bit greedy. He is a perfectionist. Surely it can't be just this little bit short? First, make arrangements within the Taishuan realm, whether it's using face fruits, money, resources, or opportunities to pave the way. Additionally, Mu Yuan shifted his gaze eastward. The majority of people in the Shen Luo domain to the east of Ten Directions Island domain practice the worship of divine spirits. It's their custom. However, he shook his head again. Trying to obtain faith from the Shen Luo domain is even more unreliable. Wouldn't that be like snatching food from the tiger's mouth? Just as he thought this, Mu Yuan received a message from the offices of Gemstone Duchy in Tianyuan City. At this moment, in the Shen Luo domain, Gemstone Duchy, Jewel City. This is the capital of Gemstone Duchy, the central hub for thousands of miles around. A land of prosperity and strength. Yet even within such a grand city, people hurry along the streets, their faces clouded with worry. The majority of ordinary people only feel the tension in the air, vaguely sensing something bad looming, and they can often only return home to pray, hoping that no disaster will strike. But the professionals in the city, especially the strong ones, are even more aware of how dire the situation is. Our gemstone duchy is already in a relatively stable situation, but with the overall state deteriorating, even our duchy's stability won't last long. Indeed, they say that not long ago, the great god of fierce flames has fallen. Could a true god also perish? Then what are we to do? True gods are noble and great, but indeed they can die just like any of us. My concern is that the fall of the god of fierce flames surely signifies a defeat at the front. Once the calamities sweep over to here, even the powerful gemstone duchy will be destroyed in an instant. Yes, in fact, even now, traces of legendary monsters have appeared around our territory. Many towns have already been affected, or even wiped out, within the gemstone duchy. It's only because we have several legendary generals under the command of the gemstone Grand Duke stationed here that we remain unscathed, but it's only temporary, right? A powerful figure sighed. What's more disheartening is that, even though they are fully aware the gemstone duchy is not safe, even though they are willing to flee elsewhere, it seems there are no safe havens to run to. The neighboring Golden Country and Silver Moon Duchy are in the same or even worse situations than the gemstone duchy. They actually do not have the capability to traverse the wilds during the Red Fog disaster moon period and reach faraway places. We can only pray. Yes, pray. In the duchy's capital, the Tianyuan city office. The gemstone Grand Duke himself has come here to pray. The office head is in a difficult position. Although he is a legendary realm professional, a legend in Tianyuan city isn't much to look at. He is just a lowly middle ranker and doesn't have the ability to give an answer to the Grand Duke. Grand Duke, I can only report your situation here to our Lord, but as for what kind of response our Lord will give, and how long it will take, this, I cannot guarantee. That's reasonable, reasonable. The gemstone Grand Duke is indeed out of options. The good news. The neighboring Tianyuan city is very strong. The bad news. Tianyuan city's enemies are also very strong. And now, Tianyuan city's standing is too high, and he, a measly duchy ruler, is not eligible to cooperate with it. However, the gemstone Grand Duke paused, then said, this time, it's not just our gemstone duchy seeking assistance from your side. Even the High Holy Temple has this idea, and the specific terms can be negotiated. Our gemstone duchy is not wealthy, but we are willing to offer this treasure as compensation. Saying this, the gemstone Grand Duke carefully took out a treasure chest and opened it. Suddenly, a purple radiance burst forth. Inside the chest lay a pure white feather, exuding a noble and magnificent light. This is an epic treasure. However, if Mu Yuan were here, he would feel that this epic treasure seemed a bit familiar. At this moment, it was the period of the Red Fog disaster moon and the Heavenly Split disaster. Even the normally tranquil southern half of Shenluo domain was now riddled with dangers. Even someone as strong as the gemstone Grand Duke was unable to organize a team to cross the vast wilderness and head to Tianyuan city. In terms of spatial distance, Gemstone Duchy was not far from the domain entrance on the western side of Shenluo domain. However, even this short distance entailed many risks. Gemstone Duchy currently lacked the surplus legendary combat power to dispatch abroad. Moreover, ordinary communication methods were severely disrupted under the Red Fog disaster moon, making it difficult to interact with other domains. Thankfully, Tianyuan City had an office and communication point within their Gemstone Duchy. The Gemstone Grand Duke had never been so grateful for this. He even gritted his teeth and sent out this treasured epic treasure that he had cherished all along while the reply was still uncertain. After all, the Grand Duke was well aware that he himself, and his Gemstone Duchy, had no choice, but the Lord of Tianyuan City had many. At this time, in Tianyuan City, Mu Yuan looked at the message sent back by the legendary realm elite stationed in Jewel City, and the pure white feather inside the treasure box in the projected image, and couldn't help but stroke his chin. Gemstone Duchy, even support and cooperation from Star Luo Holy Palace. This seems like business coming to our doorstep. What he valued, of course, was the colossal entity that was Star Luo Holy Palace. Strategically speaking, if Shen Luo domain were to fall, becoming completely tainted and engulfed by the red mist, the situation for his 10 Directions Island domain would also become more worrisome. Of course, Shen Luo domain, after all, is under the protection of Star Luo Holy Palace, so it's not that easy to fall completely. From the utilization perspective, Star Luo Holy Palace, as a powerful entity that symbolizes history and antiquity, possesses countless secrets. Many secrets that the Tai-Zan Alliance hardly knows may just be common knowledge among the inner circle of Star Luo Holy Palace. How did the corruption disaster come about years ago, and why exactly did the Bright Empire collapse? Perhaps he could inquire into such matters. However, what I want is to spread the faith of Lapis. Although it's unlikely, it's worth a try. Mu Yuan murmured. Trying wouldn't hurt. Now it was Star Luo Holy Palace seeking his help, not the other way around, so naturally, he should demand more conditions. However, he still needs to probe the specifics. What's the current situation within Star Luo Holy Palace? Mu Yuan inquired of Sophia through spiritual communication. The Tianyuan intelligence agency, established by Sophia, was still new, with few strong members and an intelligence network yet to fully unfold. Or rather, the spread of this intelligence network can hardly keep pace with the growth of Tianyuan City's influence. Initially, the goal was to gather information from Twilight Dominion. Then it was to collect intelligence about Tai-Zan and surrounding regions. Now, he needed to compile information from the entire world. Tianyuan City's influence is growing, but the intelligence network's expansion cannot keep pace. However, the Tianyuan Intelligence Agency had many channels for acquiring information. The Tai-Zan Alliance itself shared some intelligence, and whenever there was a significant event anywhere in the world, he would get the message at the first opportunity. This is the benefit of being based in a major nation. But for more detailed intelligence data, he would either have to place orders with the Astronomical Society and One-Handed Chamber of Commerce, or rely on his own information gathering. Mu Yuan was intent on using both approaches. As for the latter, though rudimentary, the Tianyuan City Intelligence Network, Sophia had created some created black crows that could exist permanently, which have gradually spread out over the months. Some black crows concealed themselves, then hitched rides on airships of great powers, gradually reaching other great domains. Some black crows moved stealthily through the night, silently traveling across tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of miles of wilderness. Some black crows stationed themselves at strategic locations, acting as vigilant sentries, constantly monitoring everything visible in their range day and night. Compared to the vastness of the eternal world, these black crows that Sophia sent out were still sparse, merest droplets in the vast land. Yet, these few droplets sometimes were able to capture some crucial information. Within just half a day, many pieces of information converged on Mu Yuan's hands. He read through them and pondered for a moment. The core great domain under control of Star Luo Holy Palace is still stable, after all. It concentrates most of Star Luo Holy Palace's forces. Its overall combat power is far greater than that of the entire Tai-Zan. However, Star Luo Holy Palace is ultimately just a force that countless old gods formed together. Or rather, built out of necessity for mutual warmth and protection. For most divine spirits, they wish to obtain belief from mortals and are willing to provide a certain level of protection. But if this means putting themselves in danger, or say, taking a risk to confront beings of the same rank, the deities would not be so willing. Mu Yuan stroked his chin. I see. He had been wondering why an angel of Star Luo Holy Palace had fallen in Shen Luo domain. Considering Shen Luo domain was a civilized land and the territory of Star Luo Holy Palace, even if it was just on the periphery, a being almost at the Saint Realm should not have lacked assistance in a crisis, right? Now it seems. The delay might indeed be due to obstruction by supreme overlords, but the hesitation and delayed rescue from the deities of Star Luo Holy Palace might be the fundamental reason that led to the fall of the God of Fierce Flames in Shen Luo domain. And the God of Fierce Flames was one of the few deities of Star Luo Holy Palace, willing to protect mortals, willing to venture into battle for the sake of mortals. The fall of the God of Fierce Flames meant that the power of the factions within the Holy Temple associated with the god weakened. Naturally, the risk for areas outside the Holy Temple within the Shen Luo domain, governed by the temples, grew more perilous. Since the downfall of the god of fierce flames, Grand Duke-level monsters have been attempting to penetrate deeper into the Shen Luo domain, wishing to further spread their corruption. The Saint Realm is the pillar. Yet, it is the presence of the Law Realm that represents the pinnacle of combat power that truly dominates the battlefield. The situation calls for action, but sufficient benefits must also be seized. Otherwise, he would rather just fortify the Ten Directions Island domain, crafting it into a bulwark akin to Panstone, capable of barring the spread of the red mist. Mu Yuan pondered. Cooperation and assistance with the Holy Temple are matters for the next phase. For now, let's first address the crisis of the Gemstone Duchy, not to mention that the Gemstone Grand Duke has offered an epic treasure as a reward. Even for him now, an epic treasure was still a precious thing. There were only about a dozen or 20 epic treasures in the entire Tianyuan city. Perhaps they truly weren't that rare, but solving the crisis of the Gemstone Duchy was no difficult task for him. The treasure box had been delivered, and Mu Yuan opened it. Instantly, dazzling light burst forth. A pure white feather appeared before his eyes. Indeed, it's that treasure, the pure white feather. Mu Yuan also possessed such a treasure, with a name identical to this one. This treasure played quite a noteworthy strategic role during the battle against the Fang of the Jackal Wolf army. However, the pure white feather offered by the Gemstone Grand Duke seemed to be different from the one Mu Yuan had in his possession. It was difficult for him to describe, but he, Mu Yuan, a Law Realm professional, could now clearly sense that his pure white feather contained unique traits. The description on the panel also highlighted its uniqueness. The special epic treasure, pure white feather, has been bound. Back then, I acquired this treasure during the territorial power promotion trial. And usually, there are no material rewards in a territorial power promotion trial. He had just thought this when he discovered that the two pure white feathers resonated together unknowingly. Two circles of white halos spread from the feathers, entangle and overlapping, and were on the verge of merging together. The next moment, a ding notification sounded in his ear. Prompt. The special epic treasure, pure white feather, has triggered an unknown condition, craving territorial power. Do you wish to invest territorial power? Prompt. By investing territorial power and satisfying all the conditions for the pure white feather, there is a probability of receiving unknown benefits. Mu Yuan pondered for a moment before reaching out his hand. The vast territorial power surged like great rivers, pouring into the small pure white feather. Consumption. Consumption. It took about 1,000 units of territorial power, equivalent to 1/5 of the current Tianyuan city's territorial power, for the pure white feather to be completely filled. Is it such a great consumption? The territorial power of Tianyuan City was exceptionally immense. An ordinary 9th-level cap territory, if not possessing several large secret realms, might not even be able to sustain the consumption of this pure white feather. It was pretty extravagant. At this moment, the pure white feather, especially the initial one he possessed, emitted a brilliant white glow. Then, both a large and a small pure white light particle whizzed out from the pure white feather, flying into the azure sky and disappearing from sight. The speed was so quick that he, Lord Shepard, a Law Realm professional, didn't even have time to react. What happened? Could it be that the pure white feather has been drained of power? He took a look. That wasn't the case. Not only was it not drained of power, but instead, a second ability 1 appeared on the pure white feather. Pure white feather, ability 1 pure white protection. Omitted. Ability 2 blessing of the god of purity. A blessing from the god of purity. By offering the pure white feather within the territory, it can protect the health of territory citizens, significantly reducing the chance of illness. Should a plague occur, it can greatly contain the spread of the affliction. This ability is impressive. It even greatly exceeded Mu Yuan's expectations. After all, those affected include the hundreds of thousands of territory citizens of Tianyuan City. Not to mention professionals, who aren't immune to getting sick either. However, the additional blessing ability came only with the pure white feather that is bound to him. The second feather from the gemstone duchy remains unchanged.
And what about the two orbs of light that just slipped away?
In a place unseen by Mu Yuan, several other small orbs of light zipped away in an instant, passing through various great domains. They entered a desolate, unremarkable wilderness, atop an ancient and vine-entwined statue of a god. Brilliant white light burst forth. The vines on the statue were swept away, and the aged statue, marked by time, was instantly restored to new, even dramatically transformed. Faintly, one could see a pair of pure white wings piercing through the light, seeming to unfold across the heavens and earth. At the same moment, within the Star Luo Holy Palace, Holy Court, a great true God suddenly issued a divine proclamation: the God of purity has been resurrected. The entirety of Shen Luo was stirred. The Star Luo Holy Palace, with a long-standing historical heritage, had within it mighty ones who were incredibly familiar with the olden eras and the various grand divine spirits. The God of purity was a great deity that perished in the early stages of a great catastrophe. But it is said that the God of purity has completely fallen, right? Yes, compared with the God of fierce flames, the God of purity met a more absolute end. It was slain by the snake god. The snake god is one of the first to become fallen and now ranks among the most terrifying of the fallen god's mighty presences. The snake god, in the past, was just one of the many lesser deities. In this current era, it has become a supreme being that intimidates the universe. Even back then, when the snake god had just fallen, this fallen god possessed fearsome power to have caused the God of purity's death on the spot. After all, the God of purity is an innate true God. Although this deity did not amass much faith and kept to a remote domain, its intrinsic strength was formidable. Its innate status even exceeded that of the fiery flame venerable God. Perhaps this is why it could be resurrected and return. However, after such a long time, why would the God of purity be resurrected? Shen Luo's deities couldn't comprehend this. They couldn't locate the God of purity for the time being and could only continue to focus on the broader situation. Contemplating the cooperation with Tianyuan City of the Tai-Zan Alliance. Let's wait and see how Tianyuan City resolves the situation on the west coast of Shen Luo Great Domain. A true god spoke up. Over there, the situation was decaying. Only the hinterlands of the 6 duchies of Gemstone and Golden Commonwealth could still just barely maintain stability. The wilderness beyond was overrun with monsters, with the occasional appearance of legendary realm monsters, and corruption continued to spread. Living beings were almost extinct. Professionals among the mighty could hardly traverse the depths of the current wilderness. Until today, buzz! A ray of celestial light burst forth from a mighty vortex deep within the ocean. The vortex's surrounding violent turmoil of elements of heaven and earth and surging elementary tidal waves dissipated as if wiped away by a giant hand in the blink of an eye. Angels adorned in silver-white armors, wielding brilliant golden swords, and with their 2, 4, and 6-winged backs, poured out one after another from the domain passageway. The angels, following their respective leaders, fluttered their pure white wings, stepped upon the blazing golden radiance, and in the blink of an eye turned into dozens of escaping lights, quickly vanishing at the ends of the horizon. On the west coast of the Shen Luo Great Domain, an exploratory team was surrounded by creatures. Then suddenly golden sword light descended from the heavens and they saw it as a divine being. In the northern fortress of the Gemstone Duchy, several legendary realm monsters cackled grotesquely, their terrifying might oppressing the entire area. Suddenly, a golden sword light split the azure sky, cleaving one of the legendary monsters in two. The desperate warriors saw it as a divine being. The front-line battlefield of the Golden Commonwealth, the shores of Silver Moon Lake in Silver Moon Duchy, the northern border of the battle zone in Shen Luo Great Domain. In location after location on that day, angels crossed the skies, scattering beams of light that brought tears to one's eyes and stirred up excitement. It must be said that when it comes to collecting the power of faith, angels leave other epic creatures far behind. The male angels are handsome, and the females are beautiful, far surpassing the likes of the Flesh Mountain Lord, Lord of Death remains, and Frost Giant Dragon in appearance. After all, to the vast majority of ordinary people and mortals, they do not understand epic ranks, nor do they see any correlation between strength and appearance. What ordinary people can see is that angels are powerful and warming, while frost giant dragons are powerful yet fearsome. This difference in appearance leads to a massive gap in the efficiency of collecting the power of faith. Besides, angels are not just strong in appearance. In front of a certain battle zone, a number of angels descended from the azure sky in silence, gazing upon the chaotically bloodied and flesh-strewn earth before them. A noble legendary general was propped up by a shattered greatsword, staunchly defending this line of battle. His figure from behind was grand, inspiring admiration and reassurance. However, now, this legendary general lowered his head, his whole body lifeless. He had fallen, dead from exhaustion, dead from wounds. This caused immense heartache. But just then, buzz. As the leading angel captain lifted a brilliant golden sword high, a pure white light burst through the clouds, cascading down and enveloping the general's withered body like dead wood. In just the blink of an eye, the tattered body of the legendary general swiftly mended and was restored, his body cleansed of all impurities spreading upon it. What's more important? A familiar essence to professionals was slowly reviving and rising. Although still weak, like a person recovering from a severe illness, this unmistakable essence belonged to the legendary general. He had come back to life. I've always heard legends of angels, possessing a great force that can resurrect the dead, and today I've finally seen it with my own eyes. But I never thought that even a fallen legendary realm powerhouse could be resurrected. This is just too astonishing. Angels truly are the most noble of epic lives. This reinforcement is actually an angel squadron. Could it be that the Holy Griffin Empire has reached some sort of cooperation with our Star Luo Holy Palace? After all, within the whole eternal world, only the Holy Griffin Empire can form angel squads, right? Indeed, there were some angels that were solitary or wild. Fortunate lords could recruit to serve them. But for a lord to have an angel in their retinue, it's like they saved the world in a past life, let alone gathering a squad. Impossible. Retreating 10,000 steps, even if a lord or a country possessed 10 or more angels, it is unlikely they would organize these angels into a team to dispatch. The greatest strategic value of angels lies in their resurrection ability. Having an angel stationed in a battle zone provides much more strategic and tactical flexibility. Forming an angel team and sending them out would undoubtedly be a wasteful act. Only a wealthily endowed sacred empire, capable of continually recruiting angels, would have the power to do so. Having the ability to reach some strategic cooperation with the sacred empire is undoubtedly great news. Putting other things aside, this angelic reinforcement alone is a heartening boost. Strong, angels, strong. At this moment, a commander of the battle zone came over, shook his head, and chuckled. You all are quite mistaken. These angels indeed are angels, but they do not come from the Holy Griffin Empire. Oh, has Lord White heard some insider information? Please do share it with us. An old professional's eyes lit up. He handed over a cigarette while lighting it for Commander White. Commander White nodded slightly with satisfaction. Taking a puff, he then said, the commander indeed has heard some insider information. These esteemed angels do not hail from the Holy Griffin Empire but from the Tai Zan Alliance. To be exact, they come from a territory within the Tai Zan Alliance called Tianyuan City. Just a territory? The surrounding professionals were somewhat incredulous. It must be known that even the Tai Zan Alliance is the youngest among the 7 great countries. Strong as it might be, it definitely shouldn't be involved with angels. Let alone a miracle territory within the Tai Zan Alliance. How could a lord possibly possess so many angels? They don't have the right to know that. To know that many princes and princesses of the sacred empire must ask respectfully when facing angels and cannot casually assign angels within their own territories, let alone a territory from Tai Zan. Tianyuan City. No matter what kind of city it is. The commander scanned the crowd, chuckled softly, and didn't explain but continued to disclose insider information. The angels assisting our Shen Luo domain this time are not just these few. To my knowledge, There are at least dozens, if not over 100 angels. Then doesn't that even more likely come from the Holy Griff? A professional couldn't help but interject. The commander was not annoyed. Indeed, Tianyuan City is just a miracle territory, and no matter how powerful the Lord of Tianyuan City is, in theory, it's unlikely they could possess dozens of angels. But what if, residing within Tianyuan City, there is a great angel king? This time the assistance to our Shen Luo domain is by the command of that great angel king. Of course, the Lord of Tianyuan City is also a powerful and great lord, enabling the legendary angel king to settle within Tianyuan City. That's the angel king. Even though the Holy Griffin Empire holds the flag of the true angel tradition, possessing the angel reincarnation pool, the sole seventh order creature building in the world, even they may not have an angel king stationed there, right? In that case, perhaps the true tradition of the angels is actually in the Ten Directions Island domain. This statement of course was just a joke from the commander. No matter what, the Holy Griffin Empire is the orthodox lineage of angels. But previously, there was only one orthodox angel lineage, and now, perhaps there is more than one. Recently, there have been rumors that the orthodox legacy of the undead has come into the world, and in the neighboring Ten Directions Island domain, an angel king has appeared to the public. Indeed, as the great catastrophe approaches, more and more hidden forces are beginning to emerge. There are professionals who still harbor doubts, but the emergence of the angel king is no secret. Those who are above the legendary realm, unless completely out of touch, have more or less heard a thing or two. Below the realm of legends, some professionals backed by great powers and well-informed, similarly know. That is the Angel King. Although His Majesty the Angel King has not yet attained ascension, he has already severed an arm of a terrifying existence within the Saint Realm. What? Your information is outdated, isn't it? The Angel King clearly annihilated the terrifying existence within the Saint Realm directly above Ten Directions Island domain. No, it's not just that. I heard that after His Majesty the Angel King annihilated that terrifying existence, he alone stepped into Red Mist Land and brought defeat to the top dominator of Dragonsleep Valley, consecutively slaying numerous terrifying existences within the Saint Realm. Is this the Angel King from the legends who rules over all? Powerful, outrageous? But it seems quite reasonable, doesn't it? Numerous versions circulate among the professionals. Each one was very logical and reasonable. After all, for the average professional, realms like the Law Realm and the Saint Realm are too distant to the point where they are only names. Angels are noble beings from the tales. So, it is quite reasonable that the king who rules over angels could annihilate some terrifying existences within the Saint Realm. Most importantly, this Angel King truly exists. More than one orthodox lineage of angels. Professionals and ordinary people of course would not care about this. What they care about is that under the purification campaign of the angels, the regional situation gradually stabilizes, and many cities are saved from the disaster of being breached and razed. Praise the angels, praise the angels, praise His Majesty the Angel King. The power of faith flows into the legendary level building, observatory hall, like trickles of a stream. It's somewhat effective. Mu Yuan looks out and nods slightly. Lapis cannot step out of the Ten Directions Island domain. Of course, with Lapis' current capability, spreading some power outside of the island domain is not difficult, but she is unable to move freely beyond the domain's borders. This is the limitation of a building life form. However, since Lapis rules over angels, pursuing the path of the Angel King, the angels can naturally spread the faith for her. Mu Yuan also hinted to Gemstone Grand Duke, Duke Gold, and a few others. These Grand Dukes are very shrewd and clearly know what to do. Next, it's time to negotiate terms with the Star Luo Holy Palace. The one who converses directly with Mu Yuan is a Saint Realm being, the heavenly gifted monarch, from the Star Luo Holy Palace. He is also one of only 2 human Saint Realm beings in the Star Luo Holy Palace. The rest of the Saint Realm beings are divine spirits. Naturally, this heavenly gifted monarch is also one of the leaders of the Protect All Beings faction in the Holy Palace. The personal descent of a Saint Realm being to negotiate shows the importance the Star Luo Holy Palace places on the matter. In addition to recognizing the importance, the other side also harbors the idea to leverage the dignity of the Saint Realm to gain more benefits. After all, it is face to face with a Saint Realm, of course. With Niu Yuan in Tianyuan City possessing the ancient Mage Tower and having more than one record of a Saint Realm being slain in battle, he fully possesses the qualifications for an equal dialogue. Facing the Saint Realm, Niu Yuan doesn't cower one bit. Once Lapis attains ascension, he will still be the man behind the Saint Realm. Daisy, the main negotiator for the negotiation, is of course not at all intimidated. Half a day later, the Saint Realm existence, heavenly gifted monarch, wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead and dispersed his projection to leave the scene. This negotiation is considered satisfactory to both parties. Tianyuan City is willing to send out at least 2 invincible Law Realm beings with domination-level combat power below the Saint Realm. You should know, quite often, those within the Saint Realm cannot act arbitrarily, as every action involves countless implications. The factor that often influences the outcome of a large battle is the existence of beings in the Law Realm. If the powerhouses of Tianyuan City could force the Saint Realm beings of the monster power to take action, that would be good. They would have more strategic opportunities. The fall of the God of Fierce Flames had much to do with the collapse of their holy temple's front line, the successive falls within the Law Realm, and the God of Fierce Flames being trapped and forced to make a move. But despite the favorable negotiations, why is there still an inexplicable sense of oppression? The heavenly gifted monarch was puzzled. Tianyuan City, City Lord's mansion. The result is much stronger than expected. Niu Yuan revealed a smile. The information and treasures he wanted were basic and essential, and they were naturally negotiated early on. In addition, it was one of the conditions that the Saint Realm of the Star Luo Holy Palace must take action when necessary. Of course, Niu Yuan wouldn't place all his hopes on his allies. Furthermore, the Star Luo Holy Palace has agreed to erect an angel god statue in the All Gods Temple and is willing to recognize the legitimacy of the Angel King's faith. However, there are numerous divine spirits and god statues in the All Gods Temple. One more or one less statue of the Angel King doesn't make much of a difference. Star Luo would not spread the faith for Lapis. Merely on the legitimacy of the Angel King's faith, in the short term, it actually wouldn't gather much faith. Even in the long term. In actuality, Tianyuan City did not have the capacity to spread the faith extensively within Star Luo's territory. However, Niu Yuan previously felt that reaching this point in the negotiations was already a good result. Unexpectedly, there were still surprises, pure power of faith. The Star Luo Holy Palace deserves to be a nation of gods. They have developed the use and application of the power of faith to the extreme. Not only do they collect faith, but they have also refined it into pure power of faith that is untainted by any karma. Star Luo concocted this pure faith naturally to use at crucial moments. After all, the faith powers of different divine spirits cannot be interchanged. But pure power of faith can. It can naturally be used as material for trade. Niu Yuan negotiated intensely. At the very least, it was thousands to tens of thousands of times that of the current power of faith possessed by Lapis. Of course, for the vast Star Luo, such an amount of power of faith is probably not much. Each of the gods contributed a little, and that was sufficient. This was one of the fundamental reasons why the deal was agreeable. Everyone felt they did not suffer a loss after the deal was concluded. Led by Uta and Duo Lai, the invincible vanguard team attacked the Shen Luo domain and the neighboring Tin Luo domain numerous times, achieving quite a few results. While Duo Lai was devouring Law Realm dukes, he also frequently tentatively entered the Red Mist Land and occasionally bit off a chunk of the Red Mist Land. Uda one-punched a Law Realm duke, and his name as Martial Venerate became even more resounding. The Angel King of Tianyuan City did not show up, but the battlefield domination of Lord of Swallowing Heaven and one-punch Martial Venerate is also very, very strong. This trade was worth it. Perhaps in the future, there may still be trades to be done with the Lord of Tianyuan City. After all, we are neighbors. However, this monarch thought that he could see the Angel King and verify whether it is as sacred and exalted as the rumors suggest. Legendary life, if it truly is the king of the angels, then it is indeed a legend among legends. Lapis certainly did not appear. Not to mention that she couldn't leave 10 Directions Island domain. Nowadays, Lapis has also gradually reached a critical moment. The critical moment for ascension. The angels kept striking out, spreading faith, and it unexpectedly also coincided with the path to ascension. While spreading faith, the angels quickly grew stronger, and Lapis's climb on the Angel King path became even more rapid. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, time passed. In just a short span of half a month, Lapis had arrived in front of the majestic and indescribable gate of ascension. The opportunity for ascension seemed within reach. Tianyuan City. Unknown to many, the angels who had ventured to the Shen Luo domain to wage war had been steadily returning. Since their birth, the angels of Tianyuan City have advanced rapidly. They could be described as being born with a golden key, an epic in the making. However, their combat experience was not as abundant, even scarce. The only major war they had participated in, the battle to conquer the saints of Tianyuan City, saw the angels merely serve as the wings for Lapis. But now, after more than half a month of campaigning in foreign territories, the handsome and beautiful angels finally bore the breath of iron and conquest. They returned victorious. Through their trials, there was a number of them who were originally at the 4th order peak, at the 4th order limit. They began to break into the legendary realm. Tianyuan City once again witnessed a small surge of legendary breakthroughs. Because of this, the speed at which Lapis traveled on the path to ascension grew even faster. At such a high and extreme peak, where advancing even a half step forward was incredibly difficult, she proceeded as if walking on level ground. She continued until she reached the gate of ascension, the inexplicable and utmost mysterious end of the road. Ding! Notification. Your hero, Lapis, has completed the path to ascension, Angel King, and has reached perfection in the law realm. At this moment within the world's secret realm, the earthly heaven unfolds, with magnificent palaces stretching from one end of the plane to the other. A path that should only be visible to the ascender themselves was faintly manifesting within the world's secret realm, leading upwards from the core of the earthly heaven.
Surrounded by these winding paths leading to the zenith were what appeared to be the outlines of grand palaces.
Melodies of heaven resonated, dazzling heavenly light shined. Lapis stood before this path, gazing into the distance. It's about to begin. Mu Yuan focused his attention. At this time, Isloa's incarnation, Lulu, Rakshasa, and other formidable beings were mostly present, watching this ascension ceremony. Isloa herself could not come in her true form and had to send an incarnation instead. It was the same case for Tree Demon Granny. As for Duo Lai and Uda, who were out campaigning in foreign territories, they observed through their status as heroes. Thankfully, they had this status because, for Duo Lai, it was possible to enter the world's secret realm through incarnations or God's soul descent. But what about Uda? He followed the path of breaking through realms with brute force and sheer might. Aside from his power, he truly lacked the characteristic abilities of the heaven and earth realm, soul realm, or law realm. Eyes full of anticipation, tension, and excitement looked on. After all, this would be Tianyuan City's very first saint. Standing not far from Mu Yuan, Isloa spoke. The preparations are nearly complete, all sorts of concealing arrangements have been activated, and we are experienced in this regard. However, we don't have much experience with the layout of the ritual site for the Saint Realm. Understood. Mu Yuan nodded. In Taishuan City, of course, there are higher-level breakthrough ceremony sites. It is said that the 9-colored tower itself is an artifact of legend and might even surpass the ancient Mage Tower in status. However, Lapis could not leave Tianyuan City, and making the breakthrough in one's own territory also had its unique advantages. The territory itself provides support, and as a being born out of architecture, Lapis can also draw strength from the observatory hall. When Sword Lord Lu Shi ascended, it was also within his own territory. The time is nearly right, Mu Yuan murmured. The next moment, the sky light began to blaze brightly, with golden twilight spreading from the edge of the azure sky, enveloping the entire sky.
One after another, powerful angels, arrayed in armor, gripping swords, and spreading wings, descended to either side of the path to ascension.
Fourth order angels. Fourth tier peak angels, legendary angels. They lined up on both sides of the path, standing ramrod straight. And the next instant, clang, clang, clang. The angels one by one drew their swords and held them high above their heads. On either side, the tips of the raised swords converged, resembling the opening of gates. The angels in formation laid out the path, immediately after. Thud, 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 Lapis, at the beginning of the path to ascension, stepped up, crossing the path guarded by the angels, progressing steadily up the holy road. To traverse the holy road once again and push open the ascension gate. That is the ceremony. Lapis moved quickly. The path that had taken her months to walk could now possibly be completed in just a half day or even a few hours. She had already practiced the path. There was no resistance as she walked on this road. Not only that, with each step Lapis took forward, she accumulated a more profound and mighty great force. This was the power she would use to open the gate of ascension. In a blink, Lapis had walked 100 steps, her body now surging with mighty great force that twisted the patterns of heaven and earth around her. Still, at this point, she had only traversed a short distance on the Angel King path. She still had a great distance to go, power to amass. 200 steps, the power around Lapis grew stronger still. 300 steps, the angels began chanting battle hymns in unison, singing praises to the great Angel King. 500 steps. Boom, 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 outside the secret realm, the cathedral bells tolled, and the Angel King God statues at the principal seat radiated with splendid light. Countless people in the church prayed, nuns with hands clasped and faces solemn. Strands upon strands, trails upon trails, streams of power of faith gathered towards the invisible and intangible path to ascension that existed beyond this worldly dimension. At the same time, the path of the Judge God, the path of the Guardian God, also began to materialize before Lapis' eyes. 700 steps. Lapis raised her hand, and in her palm, a sphere filled with a vast amount of pure power of faith shattered in an instant. The pure power of faith roared out, like rainbows and clouds, drifting above the holy road of ascension, gradually merging into the other two holy paths below the Angel King Road. And at this moment, unnoticed, Lapis had already crossed 1,000 steps and arrived before the gate of ascension. Compared to the grandeur of the gate, more enormous than the heavens and the earth, as if a gate to a world, Lapis seemed infinitely small. But her tiny figure still held absolute confidence, looking down upon this endlessly high gate. She didn't hesitate, she drew her sword, clang. On the blade, the power accumulated from 1,000 steps of the Angel King Road. A trace of power from Judge God and Guardian God path. The power of faith of the populace. The resonating power of the angels and Lapis's own power, her own belief, her own determination. All gathered in this one strike. And then, she slashed down on the spot. There was no explosion, no shattered space, no cosmos collapse, no great Tao annihilation. There was only the majestic gate of ascension that cracked open with countless dense cracks. As soon as the cracks spread, Lapis, without hesitation, gathered her strength again and slashed with the second sword. The third sword. With the third slash, the grandiose gate of ascension broke apart with a thunderous noise, revealing a corner of the heaven-reaching world. Just like how Uta breaks through the realm with strength, Lapis's slashing open of the gate of ascension had some similarities in a certain sense. Her sword was slashing the shackles of the realm. Unexpectedly, without any accidents, the notification sound rang in Mu Yuan's ears. Ding, notice. Your hero, Lapis, has blasted open the gate of ascension and has formally ascended as a holy realm great power being. Notice. Hero, Lapis, ascends to the saint realm, undergoing transformation. Lapis's body was bathed in the glorious light of heaven and earth, indistinct to see. As if it were the time of evolution. In a sense, the metamorphosis of the ascending body is not lesser than the ascension of an epic life to legendary. After all, legendary life has an infinite lifespan, and the saint realm has the same infinite lifespan. Legendary life wields great force, and the Saint Realm also wields great power. However, Lapis is originally legendary, and the transformation of the legendary necessarily becomes even more extraordinary. The realm is rising, Mu Yuan murmured. At this moment, the great force of heaven and earth descended. This was the feedback from pushing open the gate of ascension. Lapis was originally at the high tier of the third realm, but the conceptual power, which was almost at a standstill, was now improving at an indescribable speed. The power of concept flooded like an ocean, filling the entire world's secret realm, even causing the whole 10 Directions Island domain to tremble faintly. Notice. Hero, Lapis's judgment concept and guardian concept has stepped into the fourth realm, forming the heart of concept. Holy realm great power often possess third realm conceptual boundaries, leaving their mark in the land of origin, due to the transformation upon ascension. The transformation was immensely clear. The improvement in the realm was more substantial than hundreds of years of arduous cultivation. But Lapis stepped directly into the fourth realm, and this was just the prelude to transformation. The rise in realm is important, but the descent of heaven and earth rules power is most crucial for the ascender to forge a concept saint body. Within the radiant light of heaven and earth, Lapis's body seemed to shatter, but then it was reformed the next moment. Reformed into a fundamental body, existing only as a concept. At this moment, for common people, ordinary professionals, Lapis became an immeasurable, unfathomable life form, existing only as a symbol. Equivalent to a higher dimensional being, it would not be an exaggeration to call her a god. After all, in some backward regions, even the soul realm can be called divine. However, a corporeal form that has become conceptual is not yet a true concept saint body. The true concept saint body is immensely vast, as large as a small world, containing endless great force. To construct such a saint body originally requires saints to absorb a tremendous amount of precious resources and spend a lot of time. But at this moment, under the heaven and earth rules, the speed of casting the magnificent saint body seems to have been accelerated by 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold, 100,000-fold. A figure that pierces the heavens and the earth, an angel king's noble shadow that seems unable to reveal its full stature within this world's secret realm, stands upon the earth, with its head touching the azure sky, manifesting in the world. At first, the angel king's noble shadow was but a phantom, but it gradually solidified, as if a golden statue shoulder to shoulder with the heaven and earth was being slowly cast. Only the existence in the law realm or legendary life could catch a glimpse of the truth of this immense shadow. Constructed and cast from an enormous amount of conceptual power. Its magnitude could be said to be 1,000 times, 10,000 times, even 1,000,000 times that of the average law realm existence wielding conceptual power. Immensely vast, extraordinarily towering. Any attack that does not contain conceptual power, even if it is powerful enough to sink continents or shatter planets, cannot harm a single hair on a saint realm existence. This is the high-dimensional nature of the concept saint body. All mundane methods cannot touch it. Only the powerful wielders of upper epic weapons, or those in the law realm, have the ability to touch the concept saint body. However, their scale is 100,000 times, 1,000,000 times less. A full forced strike from a law realm existence upon the concept saint body could only scrape off a bit of paint. Who would dare to confront a member of the saint realm? The vast and countless times greater disparity between the law realm and the saint realm than that between heaven and earth is why Jun could emerge unscathed from a strike from a saint realm being and gain fame overnight. Lapis's sword cutting through a strike from a saint realm coming across domains is even more heart-shaking. That is why many powerful beings can't help but chant the revered name of Angel King. Law realm reversing against saint realm? That's just an impossibility. It's easier to defy the heavens than to challenge the saints. Ding, alert. Hero, Lapis, has successfully cast the concept saint body, possessing conceptualized physique, eternal life, no weaknesses, disregard for non-conceptual damage, with life eternal as long as a wisp of conceptual existence remains, among many other great powers. The alert sounds like music from the heavens. But at this time, the splendorous light falling from heaven and earth, or rather, The benefits brought by Lapis walking the Angel King Road and blasting open the Gate of Ascension had not yet ended. The splendorous light continues to fall. The transformation is still underway. Time ticks away. Mu Yuan watches. At this point, he is not quite clear about what will happen next. There's no precedent to follow now. Lapis is the precedent himself. He from Tianyuan City is gradually becoming the pioneer of the path. Mu Yuan only has miraculous splendor swirling in his palm, ready to pour down this vast miracle power when necessary. Although it doesn't exactly match, everything sometimes needs a miracle, and a miracle can naturally act upon all things and matters. No surprises occurred. Several more hours passed. Whoosh. This towering Angel King's saint body suddenly seemed to collapse, dissolving into countless water flows spreading in all directions. But this is not collapse. The saint body's noble shadow disappears, but this immense conceptual power pervades throughout the entire world's secret realm, ubiquitous. In just an instant, this stream of conceptual power even penetrated the heavily sealed secret realm and drifted towards Tianyuan City, overlooking 10 Directions Island domain. He is everywhere. Ding, alert. Hero, Lapis, has been bathed in the rules baptism, and the concept saint body has advanced to the second stage, possessing the great power to turn into a concept and traverse the universe. First stage. Forging the saint body. Second stage. Conceptual universe. Mu Yuan, after all, is Lapis's lord and can see more of the truth, analyzing this great power in the blink of an eye. Conceptual universe traversal, that is a speed transcending the material world. Even Jun's soaring 9 heavens could not come close. After all, this is the speed at which a concept spreads. Mu Yuan even discovered that with just a thought, Lapis could incarnate as a concept and effortlessly travel through 100 domains, stepping out of the 10 Directions Island domain for a round trip and back into the world's secret realm. And at this time, the heavenly splendor gradually faded. The transformation ended. Lapis has officially ascended to the saint realm. The first saint of Tianyuan City was born on this day. Worthy of celebration. Tianyuan City, suspended next to the heavenly spirit rebirth pool sky domain. Lapis had already returned here. At this moment, she was wearing a gorgeous gilt battle armor, with the hem of her battle skirt falling to her battle boots. 2 swords hung on each side of her waist, one named Judgment, the other Guard. Behind her, 10 radiant golden wings spread out on either side, diffusing circles of holy halos. To others, Lapis appeared no different from before. Sacred, noble, merely sacred and noble. But this was the result of her restraining her concept saint body's power. Otherwise, she was the very concept itself. Her figure should either be unobservable by others, or if manifested in reality, would become the embodiment of concepts, knowledge, and power, influencing all directions and causing any ordinary person who glimpses her true form. No, even a slight glimpse of her figure, to be struck blind on the spot. After all, the saint realm concept body is to some extent equivalent to the patterns of heaven and earth, but even more so, it is an aggregation of countless patterns of heaven and earth with a strong personal imprint. Powerful professionals, even those in the legendary realm, might gain something upon contemplating the saint body, experiencing on the spot enlightenment or awakening powerful skills, or even evolving their own talents, but the greater the gains, the more likely they are to be influenced by the personal imprint within. Mu Yuan thought. With Lapis as a precedent, he now understood how some powerful individual, upon witnessing the true face of divine spirits, could become a fervently devout disciple. The stature of a saint realm existence is indeed far too lofty, overwhelmingly crushing ants beneath the saint realm from all aspects. They are not even beings of the same dimension. Even now, as Lapis restrained her power, she still looked like a black hole to Mu Yuan, collapsing the surrounding heaven and earth, utterly incongruous with the entire world. The law patterns that symbolize the superficial rules of heaven and earth should be omnipresent, with the patterns of heaven and earth even existing in dustless land. However, around Lapis, there was a clear circle where the patterns of heaven and earth were absent. She had expelled the superficial rules of heaven and earth. In fact, if the stature of the eternal world itself weren't very high, The arrival of a saint realm existence might be enough to immediately rupture the whole world. The existence of the saint realm is truly as terrifying as this. And Lapis. She was daydreaming. Her elegant figure stood resolute at the edge of the sky domain, having been daydreaming for several hours. Suddenly, as if sensing Mu Yuan's gaze, Lapis turned around and looked back with innocent eyes. Mu Yuan asked, "How are you getting on with exploring the powers of the Saint Realm?" Lapis quietly answered, "A little bit? Shouldn't you be asking yourself if it's really just a little bit?" As she spoke, a vision of earthly heaven began to spread all around. Majestic halls, resplendent divine light, hundreds and thousands of angel figures appeared, arrayed in formation as legions. This is the epic skill, earthly heaven, but it seems somewhat different from before. After ascension, by deducing one's own epic skill and integrating it into the concept saint body, using the concept saint body to drive this power, it is called Great Force. This is a unique power belonging solely to a holy realm great power user, unparalleled in its uniqueness. The strength of the saint realm lies in both the concept saint body and conceptual power. Now, Lapis's concept saint body has been forged with the aid of the heaven and earth rules and has reached the realm of physical embodiment of concepts, roaming the universe. However, to shape her own conceptual power, she needs to slowly deduce it herself. This too is part of the accumulation of the saint realm. The conceptual power of the saint realm is no less significant than legend power. Of course, saint realm power is merely an evolution of the epic skill, allowing the epic skill under the power of the saint body to transform substantially and exhibit even more unbelievable effects, but its scope still has limitations. For instance, ordinary skills are usually very simple, just one move or technique. High-order skills can involve multiple effects, which ordinary skills cannot accomplish. As powerful as a small fireball might be, capable of destroying heaven and earth, it's still just a fireball. What about epic skills? They already have various wonders, maybe a projection of a domain, resurrection of the dead, transforming a forest into a living entity, or unlocking physical shackles. These wonders are beyond conventional understanding, already touching upon some conceptual power, only whether they manifest outwardly or not. And ordinary, high-level skills can never touch upon conceptual power through the skill itself, no matter what. What about legendary power? Everything is possible.
One might wield the dominion over stars, rule over life and death, define darkness, create a realm, or even touch upon time and fate.
Some domains related to legendary power are those that epic skills, no matter how advanced, cannot reach. Not only that, after ascension, the epic skill, once advanced, can be called Great Force. Naturally, after legendary power advances, it can be called Great Power. But, Mu Yuan stroked his chin. If it's great power, can it be further advanced? Lapis is currently deducing and transforming her own skills. As for her combat power right now, without a real battle, Mu Yuan finds it difficult to measure. After all, he still lacks a comparable Saint Realm sample. Lapis must now be much stronger than beings like the Disaster Fear Dominator or the Burning Sky Monarch. She was able to sever a descending hand of the Disaster Fear Dominator before her ascension. Even more so now, one-on-one, she could easily slay such a Holy Realm monarch. But, how does Lapis compare to a Holy Realm Great Lord? Mu Yuan stroked his chin. He felt that Lapis might still be unable to reach the level of a Great Lord. After all, Lapis was still in the transformation stage, and only when she transformed all her epic skills and legendary power into Holy Realm concept power and Great Power, could she be considered a completely formed entity of the Holy Realm. Mu Yuan was not unconfident. Not long ago, he had obtained detailed information about the Holy Realm from the Star Luo Holy Palace through a trade. It roughly listed the standards of great lords and true kings. And of course, there were more basic levels, such as Concept Saint Body and Concept Power. First order of Saint Body meant the body becoming conceptualized, with eternal lifespan, and so on. Second order of Saint Body meant becoming a concept that can traverse the universe. This stage is not only about the concept Saint Body being able to gather or disperse, allowing variable changes in combat, but also possessing unmatched teleportation speed. Traversing the universe is not an exaggeration. Becoming a concept, moving in conceptual form, crossing a great domain in the blink of an eye. Reaching the second stage of Saint Body also multiplies the survival capability of a great power user in the Holy Realm by tens of times. Third order of Saint Body is called constantly pure body. It is said that saints at this stage can completely ignore the erosion of the red mist. Even if they venture deep into the heart of corruption, they remain unaffected. Those under the third order Saint Body usually dare not venture into the red mist land. Constantly pure body can continuously refresh its state, and the power it possesses is not just about ignoring the erosion of the red mist. Fourth order of Saint Body only has blank space in the documents. Most likely, the Star Luo Holy Palace has this stage's information but is unwilling to disclose it. This also indirectly indicates that the secrets involved with the fourth order Saint Body are significant. Similarly, as one of the two main identifiers of the Holy Realm, concept power also has its stages. Predecessors usually divided it into 3 stages: mastery, deify, and break the limit. Completing the transformation of one's own epic skills into concept power, able to command it as easily as moving an arm, this is mastery, perfectly controlling a power. Of course, this isn't difficult for saints. Any ability that can be learned can naturally be perfectly controlled. For saints, the more challenging aspect is theorizing it, integrating it into the saint body, which is also just a matter of time. That is to say, a true saint usually has at least the first order concept saint body and at least one mastered level concept power. Lapis has not yet completed the theorizing of concept power, which is also one of the fundamental reasons Mu Yuan thinks she hasn't reached the level of a great lord. Usually, stepping into the second stage of concept saint body, and possessing 3 deity-level concept powers, one could be called a great lord. Reaching the third stage of a concept saint body, and possessing 4 concept powers from the same system at deity level, can claim the position of a true king. However, this is not a fixed standard. Great power users who can defeat great lords are naturally called great lords. Those who can dominate an era, unbeatable in the Holy Realm, are naturally called true kings. It seems there isn't a large gap between Holy Realm monarchs, great lords, and true kings, and given that saints have infinite lifespans, it seems great lords and true kings are within reach. However, every upward step in concept saint body is harder than reaching the heavens. Lapis is due to her own legendary status and practicing a top-tier path, that she stands at second order upon ascension. Normal great power beings in the Holy Realm cannot advance their entire lives. Because, there simply is no path. The advancement of concept power is relatively more traceable. After all, grand fortunes can provide the opportunity to obtain epic skills. It's not uncommon for a saint who has lived long enough to control 4, 5, 6, or 7 concept powers. But having more concept power does not equate to being stronger. If the powers cannot coordinate silently, even having 10 or 20 powers is the same. Moreover, wanting to advance concept power from mastery level to deity level is also extremely difficult. It tests a great power user's perception and their own conceptual boundaries. Researching concept power in the fourth realm of conceptual boundaries naturally is countless times stronger than in the third realm. And the epic skills awakened through miraculous evolution are the most in line with the abilities of the strong, inherently belonging to one system. Such innate epic skills, due to their perfect compatibility with oneself, are easier to theorize than those learned later. Thus, the existence of great lords and true kings is an absolute reality. Very few strong beings in the law realm, as long as they do not perish, the future holds them as prospective great lords. And some who have already ascended beyond the azure sky, will spend their whole lives as just ordinary saints. Although, ordinary saints also reign supreme over countless billions of living beings. Lapis, in the short run, naturally cannot advance her concept power to deity level, but her concept power forms its own system, and she can control not just one great power. As soon as Lapis completes her system's theorization, by then, she will probably be qualified as a great lord level existence. Great lord, strong. Thinking this, Niu Yuan looked towards the north again, peering into the vast red mist tide, the pressure and urgency in his heart finally not so overwhelming. I have the great Lord Lapis, who can contend with her. Lapis' ascension also meant that Isloa didn't have to constantly tense up and stay put in the ancient Mage Tower. The last time the ancient Mage Tower briefly left Tianyuan City to aid Sword Lord Lu Shi, but that was a risky move not to be repeated. Should it happen again, Niu Yuan didn't believe that Dragon Sleep Valley would remain indifferent. Even if Dragon Sleep Valley remained silent, it didn't mean other top overlords would refrain from acting. And now, the ancient Mage Tower was still operating, but Isloa had stepped out of the high tower. She could finally evolve. But it's my baptism day, why am I still the one arranging the ceremony venue? Can't she just enjoy the treatment of doing nothing and lying flat? Niu Yuan, very seriously, this is to better bring out the effects of miracle evolution. Only you truly know what kind of ceremony venue you need. Yes, that's it. That's probably the reasoning. However, if it wasn't for Isloa herself knowing well that the ceremony venue had minimal impact on legendary evolution, she might have almost believed it. Lord should really hang a street lamp. While her arrangement of the venue was mainly not about setting up any ceremonies, but rather about arranging devices to collect evolution information, enough said. Soon, Isloa was lying in a venue surrounded by dozens of devices. Miracle Power 150W. The great power of miracles descended. The radiance of evolution burst forth. For a long while, a long while. A tsunami-like conceptual power surged around Isloa, with the starscape manifesting in the secret realm world, dazzling and mysterious. Ding, prompt. Prompt. After a series of skill enhancement and awakening notification sounds, the core prompt information finally emerged. Prompt. Your hero, Isloa, bathed in miracle radiance, evolved to Legend 2 stars, and awakened the Legend Power Star Mark. Star Mark. Niu Yuan was also curious about which aspect of root imprint Isloa would awaken. He guessed it might be light, since starlight is also light. He thought it might also be fate, as Isloa excelled in the way of fate. Didn't expect star, isn't there such a broad category? However, indeed, the root imprint is never so inconvenient. This star mark actually contains multiple conceptual powers. More precisely, it's a blend of different concepts forming a new concept, star concept. It encompasses fate, starlight, space, and more. After a brief rest, the evolution moved into the next stage. Arrange. Wait. Adjust. Evolve. An even more dazzling radiance soared to the skies, with the starscape spreading. At this moment during the night in the Ten Directions Island domain, but people felt dazed as if the night sky seemed brighter. Stars were twinkling, as if responding to someone's call. Ding, notification. Your hero, Isloa, bathes in the miracle radiance, evolving to the Legend 3 star position, Star Dominator, achieving perfect legendary life. Notification. Isloa has garnered the favor of the eternal world. Notification. Tianyuan territory has garnered the favor of the eternal world. Familiarly, the fourth strand of national fortune descends, enveloping Tianyuan City, boosting the territory's fate mysteriously and profoundly in the hidden realms. These national favors don't display as specific numerical bonuses on the territory panel, but if one were to make a comparison, it would be like breakthrough probability +++, wild heroes recruitment probability +++, high order troops probability +++, among some indescribable and profound influences on luck. Notification. Hero, Isloa, evolves to Legend 3 star position. The legendary power, Starry Sky Scepter, is completed, promoted to great power. Starry Sky Scepter. Description. Isloa gazes at the starry sky, which is her backyard. First stage. Omitted. Second stage. Isloa possesses the four great powers: star, fate, space, authority. Ability 1 star. Isloa has 6 falling star weapons. Falling stars can be big or small, store energy, techniques, and construct a star array. Under the starry sky, the falling stars possess limitless power. Falling stars can be freely transferred through 6 life stars, first stage ability. Ability 2 Fate. By gazing at the starry sky, Isloa can glimpse traces of fate. Also, while bathed in starlight, Isloa can clearly see the trajectory of someone's fate within a few seconds. Ability 3 Space. Isloa makes the starry sky permanent without needing to expend power to maintain it. When she exercises authority, the starry sky spreads out around her, covering an island, medium-sized domain. The limit increases with Isloa's strength. Ability 4 Authority. Isloa observes the starry sky, holds command over it, and defines it. Perfect Legend Star Sky Dominator Isloa, evolution complete. At the same time, outside the eternal world, in the depths of the starry sky, a supreme being, known as Lord of the Starfield, opened its eyes once again. It murmured, "Strange. The authority of the starry sky seems to have grown stronger. And yet, it feels somewhat unfamiliar. Could it be that some starry sky legendary life has ascended to my level? Who could it be? A star beast or the master of star swallowing? Or perhaps a variable within the eternal world?" It recalled that recently, a new starry sky legendary life seemed to have originated from the eternal world. But this faint entanglement of starry authority could not be connected with that juvenile legend. Let it be, I am the supreme ruler of the starry sky, holding the great authority of the starry sky, all other starry legends, hey. Its gaze swept over the boundless, profound starry sky. As long as it finds a trace, it's that eternal world. The Lord of the Starfield then shifted its gaze towards the world at the center of the universe. The vibrant giant world, entangled with a more conspicuous crimson-red mist tide, made the whole world look magnificent yet eerie. Perhaps, the time for a great opportunity has arrived. The murmuring voice gradually grew louder, echoing through this piece of star sea deep in the universe. In the star sea, one starry sky apostle after another opened their eyes, looking in the direction of the eternal world. Then bowed to the Lord of the Starfield, "As you command." Inside Tianyuan City, under the night sky sprinkled with stars. Even though it's the time of the red fog disaster moon, the sinister red moon eternally hangs, the starry sky here remains clear and bright. And this clear starry sky, centered around Tianyuan City, quietly spreads toward the entire island. The starry sky remains a starry sky, but it's no longer an ordinary starry sky. But rather, the starry sky, defined, and controlled, by Isloa. If there were Law Realm beings here, they might notice the subtle signs of the red mist dispersing outside Tianyuan City. This wasn't obvious, only observable by the strong who could detect slight changes and trends. The starry sky is repelling the red mist. Because the true starry sky tolerates no pollution from the red mist. Perfect legendary power, indeed extraordinary. This is not merely a match for mere strength, but an advantage of position. Mu Yuan murmured. Just like the necrotic plague breath stirred up by dead bone, it could also disperse the red mist, even affecting the red mist land, turning it into the land of death. However, the necrotic plague breath's dispersal of the red mist is very aggressive, whereas the stars gently transform the environment. The starry sky is now Isloa's passive ability. Unless there is a powerful being wielding similar authority to contend with her, she doesn't need to expend any strength or effort on this piece of starry sky. And at the same time, the starry sky brings even more enhancements to Isloa. Mu Yuan can even see that among the stars above, there are 6 most brilliant and dazzling stars. Those are the falling stars, one of the legendary powers. Annihilation, attraction, defense, attack, storage. Falling stars can do it all. Previously, many of Isloa's abilities were more supportive, even her legendary powers lacked direct combat capability. She only had a river of stars to subdue enemies. Other than that, Isloa mostly used ordinary techniques and advanced techniques against enemies. But now, she has her trump cards. Of course, the functions of falling stars are not limited to just offense. Isloa, besides Dead Bone, is the least of Tianyuan City's strong people that he needs to worry about. How to use legendary power, Yi has his own understanding. That's right, facing Mu Yuan's scrutiny, she proudly raised her neck. Next, Buzz, River of Stars unfolded, covering the nearby area under the shroud of the starry sky. The next moment, boom, great wilderness, meteor. In just an instant, as Isloa flicked and pulled with her fingertips, a giant meteor several times larger than mountains plummeted down at a speed defying the laws of physics, as if the sky were falling. Shadows loomed, and fierce winds arose. But just as the winds began to rise, they stopped the next moment, and the meteor, which seemed like a small world, astonishingly hovered, just dozens of meters above the ground. This isn't defying common sense. This is Isloa's incredibly superb, almost magical control. It should be known that when it comes to delicate control, Isloa might even be slightly better than Dead Bone. Isloa stepped forward into the air, her bare hands lifting the falling meteor. The next moment, the meteor rapidly shrank to the size of a marble and was held in her palm. Big or small? Its ability to change size is even comparable to the ancient Mage Tower. That's absurd, and also, Mu Yuan concentrated his gaze. Even now, as the meteor shrank to the size of a marble and seemed insignificant, he could still feel an oppressive force from this little bead, hardly less than before. A super mini meteor is still a meteor. Probably, even a Law Realm's strong person unleashing all their combat power couldn't withstand a strike from a meteor. Terrifying indeed, Isloa then stored the meteor and continued. The power of fate enhances the strength of weaving fate, and in layman's terms, it allows me to foresee a few seconds into the future. However, this foresight can only be applied to a single target. She quickly recognized the advantages and disadvantages of fate. A few seconds of foresight is immensely powerful, firmly controlling the battle in her hands, making the enemy's demise vague and unclear. If this foresight were extended over time, it would lose its clarity. However, it still holds value in battle. It can be used to discern the abilities of an enemy. Powerful. Mu Yuan marveled. That's right, Isloa. Proud.jpg. Isloa had already shown the power of void, and she was the controller of air supremacy. As for authority, Mu Yuan looked at Isloa. How does the saying go? The less described, the stronger the great force. Observing the starry sky? Controlling the starry sky? Defining the starry sky? That's too vague. Knowledgeable as Isloa was, even she said at this time. How should I put it? I'm not very clear about this great force either. But pausing, she said, I seem to faintly perceive other great starry living beings. Among them, there is an incredibly powerful star sky life. Their divine status may not be higher than my current one, but their power realm is much stronger. I seem to have seen an infinite ocean of stars, existing perpetually in the depths of the universe. As she spoke, she again raised her head, her gaze fixated on the starry sky above. From the twinkling stars, she seemed to faintly perceive something. She wasn't quite sure. It seems like an outsider has entered the eternal world. Outside. Meaning outside of the eternal world. Theoretically, the first batch of miracle lords of the chosen 7 great countries all came from outside the eternal world. But now, they have become the locals of the eternal world, recognized and favored by the will of the world, part of the forces combating the festering calamities. And outside the world, most are ordinary worlds, along with some powerful organized forces. For example, the mysterious Merchant Alliance. For example, the partner of the Holy Griffin Empire, or should we say, their backer? And for example, the Bright Empire of bygone years. Historically, when the filthy catastrophe descended, the Bright Empire was erased overnight. This once mightiest empire crumbled and became historical debris in a single night. But how did the Bright Empire really fall? Opinions vary widely. After all, it collapsed too swiftly. Even though there was such a power as the Holy Griffin Empire, which inherited the legacy of the Bright Empire and re-established a nation in the southern lands of the world, many powerful figures had heard that the founding emperor of the Holy Griffin Empire was just a collateral relative, not a direct heir of the Bright Empire. So, what about the direct heirs of the Bright Empire? Did they all perish in the catastrophe? It was possible, but it wasn't so. This is a secret, well documented by the ancient and profound Star Luo Holy Palace. The Star Luo Holy Palace shared this secret as a bargaining chip. After all, this secret was a major one for the Holy Griffin, for the Bright Empire, but to the Star Luo Holy Palace, it hardly mattered. The Bright Empire indeed faced a great disaster and was caught off guard, suffering considerable damage, but such a colossal empire, known as the greatest in the world, could not possibly have been destroyed overnight. The Undead Empire, slightly less massive than the Bright Empire, also resisted for some time before they were annihilated. Let alone the Bright Empire? The Bright Empire made another choice. They left the Eternal World as a nation to evade the disaster. Of course, the territories ruled by the Bright Empire back then were vast, and this nationwide move, even if embracing a vast range, possibly measured by large domains, still left many lands abandoned. These abandoned territories became the historical evidence of the Bright Empire's downfall. Other powers made similar decisions too. In those years, the Moon Elf Holy Court main line, as well as Giant Dragon Island, all escaped from the Eternal World. Mu Yuan could only exclaim, amazed. One by one, those who could escape did escape. No wonder the situation in the Eternal World was so chaotic. Of course, there were also several human empires that fought to their deaths, leading to their actual destruction. The remaining branches of the Moon Elf Holy Court were also severed. Nowadays, Moon Elves are considered a rare species. Old gods, too, escaped from the Eternal World in significant numbers. But similarly, many also stayed behind. Those who stayed didn't all choose to fight against monsters to the death. Most did not. It was all a matter of weighing options. Mu Yuan knew very well. In fact, he himself might not be very firm in resolve. And for the old gods, after all, the Eternal World is the core of the universe, possessing the most opportunities. Moreover, compared to other entities with great power in the Saint Realm, the old gods forged their divine status through faith but are also restricted by belief. Many old gods dare not leave the Eternal World. These powers that left the Eternal World en masse are naturally no longer favored by it. They would be alienated by the Eternal World. People from outside attempting to enter are not having an easy time. In fact, it's very difficult. But it seems, some powerful beings who lived and practiced outside the world have stepped back into the Eternal World. Not only are there hints of outsiders entering. Within the Eternal World, heavyweight, rapidly spreading news keeps emerging. Holding the latest intelligence in his hands, Mu Yuan couldn't help but click his tongue. One of the former great nation-level forces, Myriad Phenomena Empire, has officially stepped forward. After over 60 years of recovery, the Myriad Phenomena Empire seems to have regained much of its national strength. Except for lacking a faction, national fortune, and vast territories, the Myriad Phenomena Empire might not be much less than other great nation-level forces. Reporters from One-Handed Chamber of Commerce will follow up with more news, please stay tuned. The world-level organization, Witch Association, recently announced, its president has ascended to the Great Saint Realm, and plans to host an ascension banquet, inviting powers from various quarters. The large power, Star Kingdom, was destroyed 2 days ago. The large power, Starlight Kingdom, has fallen. The hidden power, Divine Moon Royal Court, has emerged. It is known that its precursor was the hidden branch of the Moon Elf Sanctum. This hidden branch has few members but each is an epic life. One by one, powers rise in dance, and the Eternal World becomes increasingly tumultuous. It has been a month since the Red Fog disaster moon descended. Taishuan Zan City, in a serene garden, Lord Shepherd was playing chess. Go! Black pieces and white pieces fell in succession, as if two armies were clashing, as if two top-tier existences were colliding, causing the universe to collapse and the great Tao to be annihilated. Sitting opposite Mu Yuan was a mysterious figure wrapped in a thick coat, his face blurred and indistinct, barely making out that he was probably male, perhaps a youth. He spoke, Lord of Tianyuan City plays a superb game of chess, truly worthy of being the most outstanding youth in the history of Taishuan. Mu Yuan also spoke, One-Hand Association leader is too modest, there is much I still need to learn in terms of chess skill. The figures of the two here were merely projections of divine thought. For the strong, as long as there is an anchor point to lock onto, It is effortless to send down a thread of divine thought to form an avatar. In this time of disaster and calamity, top-level lords are either in the Great War Zone or in their own territories. As Tianyuan City is both the most forward battle zone and Mu Yuan's own territory, he dares not leave casually. The One Hand Association leader is arguably the most mysterious man in all of Taishuan. The One Hand Chamber of Commerce that he founded is considered alongside the Astronomical Society as one of Taishuan's two major intelligence organizations. The Astronomical Society relies on metaphysics, while the One Hand Chamber of Commerce relies on an all-pervasive information-gathering method. Not only that, but understanding secrets and controlling secrets seems to be the way the One Hand Association leader practices his own path as well. The One Hand Association leader said, "Thanks to the secret you obtained from the Star Luo Holy Palace, this old man, or perhaps not so old man, seems to have taken another step towards ascending the Holy Road." He also sighed. It seemed but a blink of an eye, and the Lord of Tianyuan City had grown from a Green Hand Lord into the pillar of the entire Taishuan. With the Saint Realm combat power, calling Tianyuan City the Pillar is by no means an overstatement. Even setting aside the ancient Mage Tower, the Saint Realm combat power, top law realm powerhouses like Lord of Swallowing Heaven and Absolute Heaven Marshal Venerable are beyond what most top-tier lords can muster. This is also why Tianyuan City could negotiate terms with one of the lineages of the Star Luo Holy Palace to obtain many secrets when other top-tier lords couldn't. It's not just because of the geographical advantage. The One Hand Association leader said seriously, "Upon learning of this, I immediately took great measures to investigate and indeed found obscure traces of the year when the Bright Empire evacuated as a nation. The reason it hadn't been discovered before is that several great domains involved in the nationwide evacuation were erased from cause and effect and from their roots, as if they had never existed. After the evacuation and moving beyond the world barriers, the Bright Empire also seems to have used major means to establish a hidden alliance force to recuperate and to prepare for action."
Hearing this, Mu Yuan marveled. Erasing the existence of several great domains from both cause and effect and from their roots. Cutting off history like that, what kind of great force does a supreme existence possess?
It's truly worthy of being the mightiest empire of the former eternal world. The waters of the world are indeed deep. He looked again deeply at the One Hand Association leader. This elder, or perhaps a middle-aged man, he should not be underestimated, having found traces of the Bright Empire's departure in such a short time. Terrifying indeed. Mu Yuan's reasons for sharing intelligence were simple. Sharing information required no extra effort on his part, yet allowed him to owe a favor to the One Hand Association leader and other top-tier powers. Moreover, he also wanted to validate the intelligence provided by the Star Luo Holy Palace through the channels of the One Hand Association leader to ascertain its truthfulness. While there was no reason for the Star Luo Holy Palace to provide false information, it never hurts to verify it multiple times.
The One Hand Association leader paused here, then continued, "At the time of the world's peril, the Bright Empire left, having been repelled by the eternal world, but I surmise that with the onset of the great disasters, the powerful of the Bright Empire will still re-enter the eternal world.
After all, they are from the former eternal world. For them, entering the eternal world would be much easier than for true outsiders. Regarding the return of the Bright Empire's strong, I have no accurate news yet, but I have received reliable rumors claiming that the Holy Griffin Empire has already led in some of the strong from allied forces that cooperate with them into the eternal world. Camp Heaven. The reason the Holy Griffin Empire maintains the only seventh-order creature building in the entire eternal world is Heaven. Heaven provides the angel reincarnation pool. Angels are, in fact, a foreign type of creature, only scattered across the world in small numbers due to the long passage of time and entangled concepts.
Heaven is a partner of the Holy Griffin Empire and undoubtedly the more dominant power.
However, why would the strong from both the Heaven Camp and the Bright Empire choose to enter the eternal world during the great disasters? Mu Yuan had just wondered this when he suddenly realized. That's right. The eternal world is indeed fraught with peril, but also full of opportunities, and the greater the turmoil, the more opportunities arise. During the last battle to cut down the Saint, Tianyuan City gained a legendary treasure. Previously, the World Opportunity Secret Realm had appeared, and within it were countless treasures, where they also gained their ancient mage tower. Outside of the eternal world, most places are void. Only a few are under the control of strong camps. Where are there so many ownerless treasures? Who wouldn't covet them? Everyone wants a piece. Not only that, Mu Yuan spoke up, but also because the great disasters are imminent. The world barriers of the eternal world are far from as solid as at other times, which is why the strong from other worlds are so eager and desperate to enter. Moreover, it's clear that not only Holy Radiance and Heaven, but also other powers or solitary strong figures, are turning their eyes towards our place, and indeed, some powerful beings have already quietly entered our world. Mu Yuan thought about the subtle signs Isloa had perceived not long ago. Stars twinkling, outsiders stepping into our realm. This was certainly no illusion, but this was just the beginning. Indeed, the One-Hand Association leader was mildly surprised, astonished at how well-informed Lord of Tianyuan City was. He wouldn't have known these secrets if he hadn't made great efforts and was particularly skilled in this area. But when he thought of the other more outrageous military exploits of the Lord of Tianyuan City, such little insider knowledge seemed negligible. Not only that, the One-Hand Association leader said, "You do know about that great opportunity called the Creation Land, a world-level treasure trove that usually appears every 10 to 20 years? Now, the first batch of outsiders who managed to enter the eternal world are most likely aiming for that opportunity." Mu Yuan had heard a bit about it. It was a place similar to the land of world origin, containing many fortunes and opportunities. Apparently, only those below the Saint Realm and approved by the eternal world had the opportunity to enter and seize their chance. Outsiders clearly would not be recognized by the will of the eternal world. But since these outsiders have the power to break through world barriers to enter, finding a bug to get into Creation Land was entirely possible for them. After all, under the filth of great disasters, the self-defense ability of the eternal world has been weakening. The previous shattering of a corner of the World Treasure Vault was an outward sign of the decline of the eternal world. Regardless, troubled times are on the horizon. Wanxiang territory. This is a secluded mid-sized domain of the world, picturesque with rivers and mountains and decent resources. After the fall of the Myriad Phenomena Empire, only a few top-tier lords gathered up the defeated soldiers and retreated there. This Wanxiang territory is far away from Red Mist Land, completely untouched by the pollution. Even during the Red Fog disaster moon period, the wild beasts born in the wilderness became mere provisions for the Myriad Phenomena Empire. Safe. Carefree. The remnants of the Myriad Phenomena Empire could recover and grow gradually. But eventually, this is only a mid-sized domain, far from enough for our Myriad Phenomena Empire to return to its peak. A top-tier lord sighed. In fact, it was far from just returning to the peak. A mid-sized domain couldn't sustain them at all. Had they not brought a huge amount of resources with them when they fled, they would have run out long ago. They were nearly depleted. Now, the Myriad Phenomena Empire had no choice but to emerge. However, the relatively safe regions of each domain have long been occupied by the 7 great countries and great powers. Even some powers far inferior to Myriad Phenomena have major countries to back them up, and we can't directly take their territory. Beyond these regions lies the buffer zone, closer to the heart of the wilderness, near Red Mist Land. Of course, the Myriad Phenomena Empire did not want such dangerous territory. So, they must wait for a catastrophe. Catastrophe is a chance to reshuffle the deck.
However, our power in Myriad Phenomena is not enough, said one of the top-tier lords with a wry smile. Only 2 great power users remain in Myriad Phenomena, and Lord Luotian has not recovered from an injury decades ago.
There was only one capable Saint Realm being who could actually act, extremely far behind compared to the 7 great countries. Especially since Tai Zan Alliance had 2 new saints emerge recently, their gap had widened even more. But we still have a chance. One is the Great Disaster, and the other is the Creation Land. Both of us are at the peak of the path to ascension. If we could seize some opportunities in Creation Land, It is very likely that we could perfect our path and achieve ascension in one fell swoop. Moreover, there is a chance in Creation Land to find treasures that can help Lord Luotian recover, all of which are our goals. The two top-tier lords of the Myriad Phenomena Empire looked at each other, their pupils burning with determination and ambition. Around a similar time, Holy Griffin Empire, Heavenly Pillar. The second prince, Saint Yun Chong, was waiting with dozens of angels and hundreds of holy knights in an etiquette squad for the guests from beyond. Light descended. The holy brilliance was dazzling, filling the land and highlighting the angels and knights bathed in holy light as even more divine, as if the aura of the angels and knights also surged in the light. As the magnificent holy light gradually dispersed, only 3 figures stood before Prince Saint Yun Chong. On his left and right, the 2 figures were 6-winged great angels, their 3 pairs of wings already transformed from white to gold, emanating majestic and grand holy light power. 2 great archangels, the surging momentum of their peak of principal realm clearly undoubted. Like the wind, like a tsunami, sweeping over everything like a crack in the sky's light. Without question, they were among the top fighters within the law realm, flanking on either side the figure in the middle. That was a young angel with somewhat immature features. A youth. Behind him, 8 pairs of wings spanned out like the wings of the azure sky, as if divine spirits from above were watching and judging all living beings. "Are you Yun Chong?" The youth angel hovered, chin slightly raised, looking down upon Prince Yun Chong standing on the ground. A crease formed on Prince Yun Chong's brow. He too was a peak of principal realm existence and one of the inheritors of the throne from the Holy Griffin Empire. He was a welcomed guest in any of the 7 great countries. Even Holy Realm great power users would have to treat him with courtesy. However, this angel, after all, was a legendary angel. He came representing heaven. Furthermore, if he wanted to contend for the throne, he needed heaven's support. With this legendary angel's support, he could be one step closer to the throne, surpassing his older brother. Prince Yun Chong took a deep breath. "I am Yun Chong, Your Excellency. I hope you are well. I have made all the preparations regarding the matters of the Creation Land, please follow me." A secluded wilderness, a quiet place. 3 streams of divine light descended, transforming into 3 completely different figures. One like a dragon, one like a human, one like mist. The Twilight Dragon, Star Lord, Element King. The Twilight Dragon, with the largest form, bore a deferential posture, like one of the younger generation. Indeed, he was from the younger generation, a young legend. "However, I have begun on the path to ascension, and in this Creation Land, I will surely find my ultimate opportunity. Moreover, I might see him again, the King of Skeleton from before." Thinking of the King of Skeleton, Twilight Dragon felt a surge of excitement. After all, among the young legends of his era, there might be only 1, 2, 3 such legends. The King of Skeleton was a legend from his time. He naturally felt a sense of kinship with him. The King of Skeleton, from what you say, he is a junior with extraordinary talents. Star-Lord spoke. His eyes were as bright as star nebulae, containing great secrets and great power. He then turned to the Element King. "And you, what plans do you have this time?" "Of course, to strive to the fullest." The figure of the Element King was elusive but filled with confidence. "After the explorations of the last and earlier times, I have understood where the things I want are situated, just waiting to be claimed. This time, perhaps, is our last and ultimate opportunity. We have suppressed the opportunity to ascend to sanctity for so long, we cannot leave without any gains." Her presence was ethereal, already reaching the zenith of great perfection.
She and the Star Lord, having already perfected their path, were not satisfied.
They wanted to grow stronger, to march towards the true King realm. "Don't worry, within the Creation Land, no one is a match for you and me." At this moment, in the Red Mist Land, Dragon Sleep Valley was still licking its wounds, with either peak dukes having fallen in the great battles before or having to guard strategic points. But deeper within the Red Mist Land, supreme beings opened their eyes. Creation Land? An opportunity for living beings? From now on, that's not the case anymore. The opportunity presented by the creation land had long been heard of as Mu Yuan gradually entered the core circle of Taizan. However, there was not much information about creation land. The reason is simple: creation land only opens once in a long while, and if you roll back the clock 10, 20, or 30 years, Taizan did not have nearly as many top-tier lords, and those who reached the peak of the principal realm were even fewer. Naturally, creation land was not a place one could easily make a name for oneself. It doesn't matter. An opportunity is an opportunity, but there is no need to insist on it. I am the greatest opportunity myself. Lord Shepherd still proceeded at his own pace. After Lapis ascended to sainthood, his Tianyuan city could also be considered one of the main forces of this era. At the current stage, there are only two main things. One is to collect more conceptual power data related to the Saint Realm for Lapis, to enable her to complete her transformation and step into the Grand Duke rank as soon as possible. This was simple. It was just a matter of whether it will take 3 months, 2 months, or half a month. The other is Dead Bone, Duo Lai, Isloa, and Uda's practice upon the path to ascension. Perhaps they can gain some assistance in creation land? Mu Yuan wasn't very optimistic about it. The path to ascension for Dead Bone and Duo Lai was already top tier or even beyond it, while even Isloa, who had only just started on the path, was still treading a top tier route. It was an almost insurmountable level. Uda's path to ascension was even more unscientific. The opportunities in creation land might be great, but it would be difficult to have any significant impact on Dead Bone and others who had already reached or surpassed the pinnacle. Of course, that's how the saying goes, but he would definitely join in on this opportunity. Whether it's useful or not is one thing. Whether you wish to take it is another matter entirely. Not taking it would be unwise, as if rounding it off. In addition, Lulu, Sophia, Tree Demon Granny, Rakshasa, Hong Yi, these T1 and T2 rank generals, some just entered the soul realm, while others are not far from achieving divine soul perfection. Entering the law realm is foreseeable. But being foreseeable in reaching the law realm is quite a distance from stepping onto the path to ascension. Generals like Lulu and Sophia, who evolved to legendary status earlier, are only at the middle or upper middle stage of the first realm. They are only slightly stronger than Ice Burial Duke. The distance to enter the second realm and meet the conditions to step onto the path is still far. Without evolving and awakening the root imprint, legendary beings aiming to break their conceptual power into the second realm will need some time. Even Isloa, already a perfect legend, only has the second realm conceptual rank. To embark on a top-tier path, wouldn't one still need to enter the third realm? Isloa still has a long journey ahead. Tower Federation. This is a medium-sized country located in the central part of a great domain in Eternal World. It's inconspicuous but not weak. Tower Federation has 9 world-renowned strongmen. Among them, the first Tower Master is a great law realm being. To say that Tower Federation is inconspicuous is relative to the major factional countries. In the neutral areas between major countries, Tower Federation is already a behemoth. Even now, when a double calamity has struck, forcing Tower Federation's territories to shrink, the Federation still maintains order. Until this day, no army of monsters approached the city walls. The visitor was just a man wrapped in a blood-colored cape whose deep eyes were like black holes. He stood in midair, glancing left and right at the relatively prosperous, high tower-filled capital of the Federation that radiated circles of magical technique light, and nodded in satisfaction. This place is nice. From today onwards, it's this king's territory. The blood-cloaked figure's voice was unmasked. His arrival from the skies and the attitude of overlooking all beings had already caught the attention of the federal strongmen. After all, this is the capital of Tower Federation. Even legendary realm beings can't casually hover in the skies here, and a legend in this place certainly doesn't have the capital to be reckless. Which legend is this, daring to come to our tower? From within the city, 2 legendary realm beings rose into the air, one from the left and one from the right, flanking the intruder. But before they could get close, the blood-cloaked figure swept his gaze, and the 2 powerful legendary generals, as if their souls were frozen, stood stiffly in place before plummeting down. Minutes later, several more legendary realm beings, either dead or injured, fell. The federal authorities residing in the central high tower of the city were finally alarmed. One of the tower masters made a move in anger, and then fell in shock. The whole process took merely 3 seconds. A principal realm strongman? Who exactly are you? The first tower master finally appeared. He was a middle-aged man, dressed in a luxurious mage's robe, holding a staff that emanated faint purple light. He looked gravely at the figure in the distance. With the longevity of the principal realm, the first tower master was undoubtedly an extraordinary talent. He had stepped into this realm before the age of 100 and still had great potential for the future. Of course, any principal realm strongman is a genius, a monster. How many principal realm beings are there in the whole eternal world? Even the world-level strongmen below the principal realm are well known, no one is unaware of them. However, the first tower master frowned. He did not recognize the blood-cloaked man in front of him at all. A face can change, but what about the aura, the power? Regardless, this is the domain of our Tower Federation. Even facing the Law Realm Master, the first Tower Master showed no fear. He himself was a seasoned Law Realm veteran. Behind him stood the Mage Tower, which had been flourishing for over 100 years. The Mage Tower radiated divine brilliance, with its vast aura enveloping the entire city-state. The first Tower Master stood before the curtain of divine light, his body surging with a powerful and frightening force. But at the next moment, an even more overwhelming and vast conceptual power resonated throughout the entire world. The energies of territories for tens, hundreds, even thousands of miles around seemed to be drawn together, converging in the palm of the man clad in the blood-red cloak. As if the entire city was firmly grasped in his hand. Boom! The first Tower Master fell before the high tower, his eyes wide with disbelief. He only confirmed 2 things. This power was indeed strange, belonging to a mysterious strongman. And this strongman was peak of the magic realm. The man in the blood-red cloak looked down upon the other Tower Masters and declared, "From now on, this place is under my domain. Any objections?" In Tianyuan City, Mu Yuan frowned as he read the intelligence report passed on by the department. A sudden incident in the Tower Federation. A mysterious Law Realm stranger appears and defeats the first Tower Master, who had the home field advantage, in just a few moves. Indeed, with the arrival of some extra-worldly strongmen, the world has become even more chaotic. He had anticipated this, to some extent. Of course, that's how it is. The natives of the eternal world who are powerhouses typically have their own lands and businesses, or are even leaders of entire countries. They naturally wouldn't act recklessly and had to operate within the rules. The few roaming solo powerhouses, especially those inclined towards chaos and evil, also wouldn't dare truly incite universal outrage. That would result in joint pursuit and sanctions by the major powers. But these outsiders are different. Now that dual catastrophes loom, with a great calamity imminent, the great nations are too preoccupied to care. Once the great calamity is over, these extra-worldly visitors can simply dust off their pants and leave. What happens to the eternal world after that is of no concern to them. Forget it, as long as they don't provoke Tianyuan City or come to the doorstep of Tai Zan. I see no need to worry about it. They, the Tai Zan Alliance, are one of the current major powers, so how could anyone dare to provoke them? That would be incredibly foolish. 10 Directions Island Domain, the northern shore. A strong man held a ball of green air currents in the palm of their hand, and the whistling wind carried with it the essence of heaven and earth. After a while, the tall strong man spoke up. This place is called 10 Directions Island Domain, situated adjacent to the Twilight Dominion. And within the Twilight Dominion, 2 great countries have their territories. One is the Tai Zan Alliance, the other is the Shen Yao Empire. The tall strong man looked similar to humans, but his eyes were of a pure green. It was the color of the wind element. By his side, a shorter strong man's eyes danced with the light of thunderbolts. They are human, yet not entirely human, but rather elemental clan members. It is said that their ancestors were born from the union of elemental beings and humans, spawning an extraordinary race. They inherited human intelligence and the innate elemental beings' affinity and control over the elements of heaven and earth. Each of them is a prodigy. Lei Dunzi opened up. The Tai-Zan Alliance and the Shenyao Empire? Those we cannot afford to provoke. Indeed, they weren't very familiar with Eternal World, but they were aware of established nations like the Holy Griffin Empire, Star Luo Holy Palace, Federation of All Nations, and the newly emerging 7 great countries. You've got to know something when you're out in the mix. Their targets, naturally, are the smaller forces. Feng Qingnian expressed. But the 10 Directions Island domain is very far from the main territories of both the Tai-Zan Alliance and the Shenyao Empire. And it seems there is a highly prosperous cluster of cities here, which appears to be a significant force. Along the way, the number of forces they had plundered was considerable. They were still merciful, only raiding the treasuries of the various nations. After all, how could the small countries of the Eternal World not be exceedingly rich? They even possessed upper epic items. Keep in mind, even they as law realm powers had risked their lives for an upper epic treasure, taking on tremendous risks. Treasures belong to the strong. These small countries, mere legendary realms, how are they qualified to possess such precious items? Only in our hands can these treasures exhibit their true brilliance. Indeed, compared to competing for resources in the lands of creation and battling against stronger and more powerful beings, what we are doing now is profit without cost. Of course, raiding these small countries and smaller powers wouldn't gain them treasures that could truly transform their own being. But they wanted these treasures and wealth, and the opportunities in the lands of creation as well. They wanted it all. Let's go. The 2 elemental people clan powers transformed into beams of light, swiftly entering the domain of Tianyuan City in the blink of an eye. They stood mid-air, overlooking the distant towns, the sprawling railway networks between cities, and the dense flow of people. They did not hide. Rather, they deliberately revealed their figures and released some aura. The purpose was to lure the local powerhouses to come to them, and then draw out the owner of this place. Isn't this easier than searching one by one? Are there powerful monsters coming over? I don't think so. Then who are these 2 guys? From where do these dumbfounded fellows come? From a distance, adventurers in the frontline transfer town looked at the 2 powerhouses in the sky and whispered among themselves. The 2 elemental people were finding it hard to keep calm. What's going on? Where's your reverence, your fear? Even if the 2 of them only released an aura of nearly the peak of the heaven and earth realm, it's not something these minor professionals can gossip about, right? How would they know that the professionals who mingled in Tianyuan City had seen plenty of those in the law realm and even the saint realm, and they had long been disillusioned? Legendary realm? Just legendary after all? They might be weaklings, but they've witnessed the downfall of those in the saint realm. The 2 elemental people were still puzzled when they caught sight of a local legendary strongman rising into the sky, flying towards them. The main character is coming. It's about to begin. They were well versed in the process. Seeing that this power was more prosperous and wealthy than imagined, they were even more expectant. But in the next moment, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, legendary silhouettes appeared one after another, arriving from all directions through the air. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen legendary strongmen had surrounded them. Wait, isn't this number a bit too high? Just a few nearby towns, and there are over a dozen legends stationed here? Is something off? Never mind, just minor legends. The 2 raised their aura once again. But in the next moment, mountain peaks around them burst forth with beams of light reaching the skies. One after another huge spell array map emerged, enveloping the entire region within it. It was only at this moment that the faces of the 2 elemental people finally changed slightly. They no longer watched the legends around them but turned their eyes to the entire array. A law realm level array? Don't panic. It's just a large array. Even if there are law realm powerhouses in charge here, so what? They had long wanted to plunder such a force. They were both strongmen among those in the law realm, and there were 2 of them. Anyone who could sweep through the entire Tower Federation, let alone the 2 of them brothers. Inside the large array, the 2 brothers made their moves. One gathered an endless storm, the other radiated countless thunderbolt. Their power was boundless. As they had anticipated, the ruler of this power finally appeared. A sturdy man clad in golden armor, wielding a large shield and a long spear. A magnificent visage of the giant spirit god projected from behind the sturdy man. He threw his dazzling spear light, as if to tear the heavens and the earth apart. Indeed, there is a Law Realm powerhouse in charge. Lei Dunzi, instead of backing down, advanced, gathering the thunderbolt in his hand to form an immense hand, forcing the giant spirit god into continuous retreat. But in the next instant, a golden barrier rose up, blocking all brilliance. Lei Dunzi was somewhat surprised. "You're also a strong man." As his voice fell, a figure enveloped in a black cloak with black crows swirling around suddenly appeared. In the next instant, the ultimate darkness enveloped them. A second Law Realm? Cackling sounds suddenly echoed around, shaking his mind. A third Law Realm? Green wind converged, forming a shadow that blotted out the sky. The azure bird divine being appeared in the sky. A fourth Law Realm? Wait a minute, isn't this just a somewhat prosperous city area? Isn't this place outside the borders of Taizan and Shenyao? But how could there be so many Law Realm powerhouses? What kind of force have they provoked? Scree. As the gates to the 9-layered netherworld closed, this vast world gradually transitioned from a physical entity to a projection, then slowly faded away, along with the two indomitable peak of Principal Realm strongmen, whose figures vanished entirely within. Reduced to mere batteries for the netherworld. After watching this farce unfold, Mu Yuan stroked his chin. So, there really are people from beyond who aimed their targets at my Tianyuan city? Quite absurd. This only indicated one thing. Many powers from beyond possibly have little to no understanding of the situation inside the eternal world. Certainly, top forces like the Heaven faction and the mysterious Merchant Alliance would be in the know, but other powers clearly were not. Perhaps, even harboring many misconceptions about the eternal world? For instance, many strongmen from beyond believe that merely entering the eternal world allows them to freely obtain fortunes and treasures, not realizing that the eternal world is equally fraught with perils, especially now with a great disaster looming. Even formidable Principal Realm beings are at risk of perishing in the face of a great disaster. The eternal world is both a land of opportunity and a potential burial ground. And, these outsiders, by some extent, add to the chaos of the world, causing the downfall of lesser countries. Yet, from a broader perspective, their entry into the eternal world is still advantageous. After all, no matter the species, these outsiders are all living beings. Even the chaotic and evil ones are living beings, naturally opposed to monsters. When the tide of disaster surges, these outsiders, willing or not, even without a homeland to defend, end up combating the monsters. Could this also be the choice of the Great Will of the eternal world? With forced elements, as well as proactive ones? Mu Yuan looked up to the sky. The sky over Tianyuan City still held traces of sunlight, glimpses of pale blue visible through gaps in the dreary clouds. The existence of the eternal world's great will is no longer a secret. Phenomena like Heaven and Earth's Gift, the Lord Trial, and hero festivals are all linked to this great will. However, the form in which the world's great will exists is a topic of much debate among scholars. Some say it represents the collective choices of all beings. Others believe it possesses its own intelligence. Some strongmen think that it is the unique laws of the eternal world that have birthed some extraordinary great marvels. But regardless of its nature, the eternal world always chooses scenarios that benefit itself and all living beings within it. Like giving rise to miracle territory, like introducing chosen lords, and thereafter spawning new emerging powers. All these combat impurities, and this time is no different. Post the attack by the two terrifying enemies, Tianyuan City had not encountered any other incidents. Instead, the other great domains occasionally received news of unfamiliar Principal Realm beings making appearances. Every nation is now watching closely. The appearance of entirely unknown Principal Realm strongmen during this period, while not necessarily from another world, strongly suggests as much. Conflicts involving Principal Realm beings occur intermittently. There are disputes initiated by these strange strongmen, as well as instances where they fall victim to ambushes by monster dukes and perish. But such chaos, after continuing for some time, gradually subsided. Seems like fewer outsiders are coming. No, not fewer, just that they've gotten better at hiding, more integrated into the world. On the 40th day of the Red Fog disaster moon. That day, many powerful miracle lords in the eternal world each received a slight revelation. The creation land is about to open? Does the revelation given to the lords grant them the qualification to enter? In a great domain, within the Tower Federation. Inside the number 1 high tower, an outsider in a blood-red cloak, a peak of Principal Realm strongman, Shui Zhu, sits quietly here, occupying this precious land of the Tower Federation uncontested. Even the Tower Master of the Principal Realm is now fully at his mercy, life and death not his own. At this moment, Shui Zhu, who had been meditating with closed eyes for nearly half a month, suddenly opened his eyes, his stern visage now unwittingly contorted with a smile. Indeed, just as I expected, by occupying important mediums like the Tower Federation within the overall Great Domain, acquiring the entry ticket to the creation land is almost certain. This is the most prudent approach. Otherwise, why would he have prematurely revealed his identity as an outsider? Coveting the treasures of the Tower Federation? The resources? Hey, though a medium-sized nation like this does have some treasures, and the resources of the eternal world are indeed abundant, Shui Zhu wouldn't expose his identity just for such minor gains. His target has always been the creation land. Even more so, the ascension opportunities within the creation land. He seeks ascension, thus, he must prioritize stability. Somewhere, 2 Principal Realm strongmen from beyond are residing in a secluded, tranquil valley. The eternal world is indeed rich, with many heaven and earth realm beings possessing epic treasures. We've harvested so many epic treasures in just this half-month, hee. The male Principal Realm said. Beside him, his female companion also smiled, yet she added, these are just extras, our target is the creation land, we mustn't forget what's important. Now that the revelations from the beyond have begun to descend, it's time for us to act. They, of course, came prepared. The 2 individuals carefully took out a special treasure from their storage ring. Then, they made a small cut on their fingertips, allowing drops of golden red blood to fall. 1, 2, 3. This antique-like historical object began to emit a hazy white light, as if vaguely connecting to some sort of heavenly and earthly will. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 300 seconds. 900 seconds. But nothing happened. No divine revelation from the unknown manifested itself. 2 Law Realm strong practitioners widened their eyes. Where's the revelation? The opportunity? Our creation landslot? The clan's records were clear about this. No. Holy Griffin Empire, Heavenly Mansion. This mansion was like a small world in its vastness, filled with brilliance and holy light, and sacred melodies swirling around. The young, legendary angel named the Supreme Judge, who had descended from beyond this world, has been residing here, served by hundreds of nuns. At this moment, the revelation from the unknown descended. It's here. The creation land will open soon, muttered the Supreme Judge. He didn't exhibit the anticipation or excitement like many of those from beyond this realm. His expression was very calm, as if this notification was superfluous. After all, he had an entry slot. This was something he expected all along. He is a holy angel from heaven. Angels from heaven's past generations had entered the creation land as well. For him, this opportunity wasn't a secret anymore. With his abilities, obtaining opportunities in the creation land wasn't a difficult task. Just going through the motions. Simply a procedure. How dull. Continue the music. At the same time, within the empire. Imperial Court. Prince Saint Yun Chong was also making preparations. He was respectfully consulting with a figure in front of him, an imperial uncle. Although this imperial uncle, like him, was at the peak of the law realm, he had already perfected his path to ascension nearly to the point of breakthrough. Furthermore, the imperial uncle's ascension path was a particularly advanced one. Even after his ascension, the imperial uncle would still have boundless potential. The reason for his formidable strength is that he entered the creation land during its last opening and gained great benefits. The space and time in the creation land are ever-changing and unknown. However, although it's generally unpredictable, Some of the small worlds within have patterns that can be traced. Just remember the rules of XXX. XX. XXX. While saying this, the imperial uncle sighed wistfully. Back then, even though I gained a lot, I still missed out on several great opportunities. It's a pity that we can only enter the creation land once in our lifetimes, otherwise, I would give anything to try again. Shen Yao Empire. A meeting of the top-tier lords was being called. The creation land is the biggest opportunity we have before the calamity strikes. We must seize it. Absolutely, especially when the calamity descends. Our Shen Yao and the neighboring Taizan are among the empires with the weakest foundations, and the most likely to suffer significant losses in the disaster. The empires that suffered heavy losses or even immediate destruction in the past calamities were always the most recently established ones. Just like the Myriad Phenomena Empire in the last calamity, which perished and lost its alliance status. After all, the newest empires are the weakest in national strength, and they're also located closest to the land of filth. Once the scarlet mist tide surges, the more outlying empires will undoubtedly bear greater pressure. This is true for Shen Yao, and for the neighboring Taizan as well. However, now, Taizan Alliance's Lord Baiting and Sword Lord Lushi have both ascended, and Tianyuan City also boasts a Saint Realm combat power. Under the four pillars, Taizan has 3 great saints now. While in our Shen Yao, under the country's pillar, the real saints capable of defending the empire count to only 2. Fewer than Taizan. It was understandable for their empire's Saint Realm to be fewer than those of bigger countries like Wanshang and Shimo. They could accept that. But to be fewer than Taizan was something hard for the top-tier lords of Shen Yao to stomach. Their national power used to be stronger than Taizan's. Now is the time as well. Our number of Law Realm lords is about to surpass Taizan by several. So, we must seize this opportunity. The ruler of the Eye of Shen Yao, the Golden Eagle, One-Eyed Prince, spoke. He is a being at the peak of Principal Realm, ranking among the top few in power and influence below the Saint Realm. We, in the Shen Yao Empire, have more aspirants on the path to ascension to the Saint Realm than Taizan does. We old fellows are all hopefuls for ascension. Hopefully, after emerging from the creation land this time, our Shen Yao Empire will see the birth of not only 1 or 2 or 3, but potentially even more lords of the Saint Realm. Over a dozen top-tier lords looked at each other, eyes full of conviction. Eternal world, atop a certain divine sword mountain. Ripples spread outwards as a muscular young man, tall and sturdy as an iron tower, stepped out from the secret place. Divine Soul Realm Peak. The youthful golden elephant, full of vigor, said, "But still, I'm far from comparing to you, big brother. You simply caught a strand of concept and then stepped into the principal realm. I don't know how many years it will take me to enter the principal realm." Golden Elephant looked toward his senior brother, Wu Meng. As a prodigy deemed sword saint, by taking the way of the sword, senior brother Wu Meng stepped into the principal realm much faster than the master had anticipated. The young sword saint Wu Meng shook his head slightly. If not for master's help, I would have had to spend a long time resonating with heaven and earth, capturing that fleeting chance. He paused, then addressed his junior brother. Normally, indeed, it is very difficult to enter the principal realm, but this time with the creation land opening, you may find your opportunity. Creation land. Golden Elephant murmured. They were not lords, just heroes. After all, they had slain monstrous foes, cleansed the land of filth, and even assisted the Taizan Federation in penetrating the Red Mist land, breaking the scheming of the Dragon Sleep Valley. Moreover, they were disciples of a lord of the Saint Realm. Naturally, the universe also bestowed upon them vague insights from the cosmos. Both the Divine Soul Realm and the Greenhand Principal Realm possess eligibility to seize opportunities in the creation land. At most, avoid the top powerhouses inside. Based on past experiences, the creation land is not too dangerous. What's more, what of danger? We, who are mighty, should carve out a bloody path from within the thorns of peril. Tianyuan City. Mu Yuan retracted his divine thought far away in Zandu and left the conference room. Creation land. In legends, the creation land is akin to a tree. A wondrous treasure ground, with each leaf being a small world containing fortunes, big and small. Theoretically, the higher one climbs on the tree, the larger the worlds of creation become, possibly granting higher fortunes. However, in creation land, space is all unknown. The flow of time in each little world is even different. No one can conclusively say what is up or down. Fate. It all depends on fate, or perhaps, does it depend on whether one can gain the favor of the world? Mu Yuan wasn't too clear. As time flowed, the aforementioned cosmic insights grew stronger. Finally, the third day arrived. Ding, notice. The special secret realm, Creation Land, will soon open. Notice. Based on your past contributions, cleansing the land of filth, slaying the filthy enemies, you have obtained a total of 28 entry slots for the Creation Land. You can allocate these slots to your domain's officers. Note. You cannot allocate Creation Land slots to individuals outside your domain. Notice. Once the Creation Land is open, those with entry slots may enter at any time and leave at any time. However, once they leave, they will not be able to enter the Creation Land again. The opportunity to enter is unique. Mu Yuan stroked his chin. So that's how it is. The Creation Land, even though it's a secret place, has no traditional gateways, and coming and going doesn't require passing through a large gate. The ability to leave the scene anytime and anywhere also spares many lords worries about their rear. After all, this is still an era of calamity. War could break out at any moment. Still, once you leave, it's equivalent to giving up a priceless opportunity. An opportunity sought after by many strong beings. After all, Tianyuan City itself only has 28 slots. He was, after all, recognized for his accomplishments of destroying several lords of the Saint Realm and wrecking the giant tree of filth. One can imagine how precious the slots are. Not that he himself needed that many slots. Ding, notice. The allocation of slots has been completed. In Tianyuan City, Mu Yuan swiftly gathered all the division generals to arrange the matters one by one. His Tianyuan City had many slots. T0, T1, T2 level leaders could basically enter the Creation Land. Of course, a few who had yet to evolve to the legendary status, and who were only at the Heaven and Earth realm, would probably just make up the numbers by entering the Creation Land. But making up the numbers didn't matter. Gaining some insights, who knows, they might just stumble upon an opportunity. After allocating slots to the many legendary generals, Mu Yuan gave the remaining few to the division generals with potential. This way, the commanders of Tianyuan City's legions and leaders of various departments would almost all enter the Creation Land, having no time to care for their territories. For other territories, this would be quite troublesome, but for Tianyuan City, it was not a big problem. The maintenance of daily order, fighting against monster waves, can be left to the legendary generals. What Tianyuan City does not lack the most are legendary strongmen. Further up, after the division generals leave, the core strength may be somewhat lacking, but outside Tianyuan City, the heavenly phenomenon 4 formation looms, able to wield the power to confront those of the law realm, which should be enough to deal with some emergencies. If a great disaster really occurs, Mu Yuan cast his gaze towards the distant sky domain. His Tianyuan City now had the nearly Grand Duke level strong Lapis in charge. Removing the word nearly might also be appropriate, as Lapis had already begun to deduce her epic skill to completion. Thinking of this, Lord Shepherd felt quite at ease. Of course, those who enter the Creation Land seeking fortune can also leave at any time. But without having to worry about the security of their territories, they can devote all their energy to the pursuit of opportunity. Perhaps it is because the Creation Land is about to open. These days, the entire eternal world has almost fallen into a mysterious silence. The reason it's almost is because there are unfamiliar law realm powerhouses who, like madmen, are looking to occupy some strong territories. As a result, no fewer than 10 law realm level battles have erupted. On the contrary, from the monster side, monster tides still appear from time to time, which is due to the large environment. But the traces of the monster dukes of the law realm have been rare these days. Without these monster dukes to command them, ordinary monsters can't cause any great disasters. However, Why are the monster overlords also lying dormant during this period? Are they plotting something? Mu Yuan murmured. Thinking of the unexpected events that occurred in the last World Opportunity Secret Realm, he suddenly had an ominous premonition. This strange calm lasted for several days until… Ding! Notice. Creation Land has opened. Mu Yuan looked outside of Tianyuan City, all the way to the far-off Red Mist Land, then silently thought, enter. Buzz. A profound and unfathomable great force descended. In the next moment, the world spun, and in the blink of an eye, Mu Yuan arrived in a completely unfamiliar environment. Around the same time, let's go, Duo Lai stuffed a whole warehouse of food into her belly, and in the next moment, the heavenly and earthly great power descended, enveloping her delicate body in a beam of light. In just half a second, Duo Lai's figure vanished from before the warehouse. In the city hall of Tianyuan City, Isloa, returning to her original self, set down an ancient book traded from the Star Luo Holy Palace. She pushed up her scholarly glasses. I hope there will be some interesting opportunities within the creation land. Her figure disappeared from the office. The next moment, the door to the neighboring room opened, and an identical incarnation of Isloa walked out and sat down in the office chair, resting with her eyes closed. In the garrison drill ground at the north of Tianyuan City, the safety and order of Tianyuan City will be entrusted to you all. Yes, Commander. Numerous division generals and hundreds of team leader-level elites shouted in response. Lulu nodded. Until we meet again. The next moment, a beam of light descended, and his figure disappeared within it. Inside Tianyuan City's epic building, the soul-burning arena, Uda punched again and again, blasting away all the Law Realm enemies before him. What the creation land was, he did not understand. How to seek opportunities, he did not know. But the Lord had said, just enter and follow fate, and smash all obstructing enemies. Understanding this, he nodded. Warm-up's over. Will there be any enemies worth fighting? Uda murmured, his figure disappearing within the soul-burning arena. Rakshasa, Hong Yi, 17, Jun, Xie Yi. One after another, Tianyuan City's strong people entered the creation land. Even the tree demon Granny, whose massive size was inconvenient for her original self to enter, chose to condense a primordial incarnation to enter. Next to the 10 Directions Island domain, the Death Domain, Land of the Undead. Even though this undead power had only emerged not long ago, it had the impressive record of annihilating 9 armies from Dragon Sleep Valley and slaying numerous Law Realm dukes. The armies, strong people, and leaders of the Land of the Undead had also delved into the Red Mist Land to punish Dragon Sleep Valley and returned unscathed. Their achievements were incredibly dazzling. Naturally, in a short period of time, one undead power after another came to submit, including even those led by Law Realm's strong people. All joined under the banner of the Land of the Undead. This power, situated in the central part of the Death Domain, rapidly expanded its core territory, and its influence now covers more than half of the Death Island domain. Even the Law Realm undead within the new recruits, harboring ulterior motives, now had to completely submit. The King's Court is overflowing with formidable warriors. Not only the Frost Giant Dragon Envoy and the 4 Death Generals are present, but there are also at least several Law Realm powerhouses. And any one of them has strength that surpasses mine. A certain Law Realm undead sighed with emotion. He had thought he would at least be heavily relied upon, that the king would need him, but to his surprise, his usefulness, his value, was far less than he had imagined. Of course, setting aside this psychological discrepancy, it's not bad having a backer in this era. The stronger the country of corpses becomes, the less they have to live in fear. Maybe one day in the future, they could even restore the glory of the undead. It surely will happen. Another Law Realm undead spoke up, his gaze fixing on the distant Wraith Sacred Mountain. He knew well that this was the heart of the country of corpses. Even as Law Realm beings, they had no right to visit the Holy Mountain regularly. After all, they indeed were no match for those few Law Realm entities. These few individuals held a status even below that of the 4 generals and the Frost Envoy. And I've heard that the 4 generals and the Frost Envoy are not the true right and left hands of that king. He has his own trusted confidants, a mysterious name I vaguely heard of, called Bone 2. With the name 2, he must be the second in command in our country of corpses. Such a person, naturally, would reside year-round atop the holy mountain, by the side of the king. And now, at the heart of Wraith's sacred mountain, Dead Bone, Bone 2, Bone 3, Bone 4, and Sario, 4 skeletons and 1 dragon, were all gathered here. It's time for us to depart. Dead Bone looked around, his gaze pausing briefly on the figures of General Rushan. The country of corpses is in your hands. Keep it stable. I will return soon and will bring back opportunities for you all. By your command, King. Dead Bone nodded slightly. In the next moment, a luminous cascade of great force descended, enveloping him and the 4 other figures, who vanished in the light. Dead Bone entered the creation land. And around him, the figures of Bone 2 and the others were no longer to be seen. Creation land. Mu Yuan opened his eyes. The cold, fierce wind hit his face. This place seemed to be a desolate world. Sand filled the skies, the earth was parched. In the distance, one could barely make out continuous hills, with rolling dust storms converging. The vegetation within sight was sparse, and the elements of heaven and earth were scarce, painting a picture of desolation. Mu Yuan rested his chin in his hand. The limited information mentioned that the creation land is made up of countless small worlds, with more opportunities the higher up you go. And at the start, entrants are often in the lowest level worlds, most of which are naturally barren and resourceless. To say there were absolutely no resources would also be inaccurate. After all, it was a small world, and one that had undergone long accumulations by nature, a world previously unvisited by anyone. Even with its barrenness, there would not be a complete absence of resources. Mu Yuan could now see, in the distance on the hills, several large boulders that were clearly made of some rare-level material. Numerous stones of this rare-level material were stacked to the height of a person. Any adventurer who discovered such a resource would be ecstatic. These were money. Big money, however, for those who were qualified to enter the creation land. Even if there were hundreds or thousands of units of these rare-level materials, they would be no different from wild grass by the roadside. Their time to stay in the creation land was limited. They must seek their fortune as quickly as possible. How could they afford to waste precious time collecting trivial items? For the powerful, such small worlds could indeed be said to have no resources. Mu Yuan stepped into the air and looked into the distance, spreading his divine thought, sweeping it toward the far-off horizon. My detection ability is being significantly suppressed. Mainly with regards to detecting things outside this world. After all, this was just a small world, at best about the same size as the world's secret realm of his home. Its area was far smaller than that of the entire 10 Directions Island domain. For Lord Shepherd, who now commanded the conceptual power of the second realm, as long as he resonated with nature, relying on the ubiquitous concepts, he could cast his gaze to any corner of the island domain. Even if he wanted to extend his gaze beyond the domain to the neighboring ones, he was capable of doing so. But here in the small world of the creation land, even wanting to sweep his gaze across the entire area was a struggle. It was impossible to penetrate through even the slightest barrier of the small world. Although its area is about the same as a small world, its rank is extremely high. Neither vision nor conceptual power can pass through at all. And, attempting to break the barrier of the small world and directly pierce through to the higher levels of creation land is an impossible feat. To reach the higher worlds of creation land and seize opportunities, one must still follow the regular procedures. And the regular procedure? No need for any intelligence or documents, as the panel information provides hints on its own. Hint. There are 2 to 6 portals in creation land small world. Some leading to higher and more vast worlds, some to lower ones. Hint. All portals in creation land are one way. Once you pass through, you cannot return. Also, the destination a portal leads to may change at any time. Hint. You can leave creation land at any time, but once you leave, you cannot re-enter. Uncertain. Unknown. Anything is possible. This is creation land. Of course, perhaps there are dangers. After all, some supreme opportunities are often accompanied by risks. The passage portals of creation land might be hidden in caves, suspended high above in the azure sky, stationed in the heart of sandstorms, or even in the midst of molten lava. Similarly, they could exist anywhere, in any form. It could be a door, a vortex, a switch button, or a wall covered with runes. For the average legendary life, finding such a portal would take considerable effort. It would be a waste of a lot of time. But for those in the law realm, it's not an issue. This is why some say that the threshold for entering creation land is the law realm. Though, powerhouses below the law realm almost have no chance nor quota to enter here. Mu Yuan found 4 doors, to 4 different worlds. It's impossible to know, there is no discernible difference. Since that's the case, he's not intimidated. He is, after all, Lord Shepherd, the one favored by several lines of national destiny and the cultivator of a dozen legendary lives. He has plenty of methods. Mu Yuan snapped off a dead branch from the roadside, closed his eyes, and tossed it casually into the air. Clatter, the fallen branch vaguely pointed in a certain direction. Lord Shepherd nodded slightly, strode over a significant spatial distance in about a dozen steps, and arrived in front of a rune-covered wall portal. He charged straight at the wall. Like passing through a curtain of water ripples, his entire being disappeared into it. The next moment, the world before him suddenly opened up. A lake of gemstone blue, giant trees piercing the clouds, the fragrance hitting the face head-on. This turned out to be a small world completely different from the previous barren land, filled with the scent of treasures. While Lord Shepherd began his exploration, other top great lords such as Lord of Qingxin City from Taizan, One Hand Association leader, and others also embarked on their journeys of exploration. Some lucky ones found their opportunities in the first world they stepped into creation land, getting a good start. But there were also some powerhouses who ran into their competitors early on. Some stayed wary and chose different portals to depart, while others, for various reasons, started combat as soon as they arrived. There weren't many fights. After all, with opportunities ahead, even sworn enemies meeting would mostly maintain restraint. However, at this moment, while most powerhouses had already entered the second world, RIP, some of the lower worlds were suddenly violently torn apart by some force. Like flesh being sliced open to form a wound, the cracks in midair were blood red, the oozing red mist like the flow of fresh blood. A pair of eyes opened in the gap, peering at creation land from the hole. Let the filthy great force spread here. Creation land's lower small world has over a dozen fissures torn open, allowing the red mist to slowly stream in. Among these openings, 3 are particularly massive, almost seeming to pierce through the entire small world. Within these 3 giant fissures, one can vaguely make out the silhouette of an endless range of scarlet mountains. These crimson mountains are incredibly vast, spanning across numerous great domains. Even the colossal disaster beasts on the mountains appear as small and inconspicuous as grains of sand. At this moment, the middle section of the mountain range is subtly undulating, as if a giant beast is breathing. With each breath, inhaled and exhaled, the scarlet mist tide surges, and the small world of creation land gradually turns a shade of blood red. Not just in color, but even the land itself seems to be fleshing out, as if becoming the inner lining of a giant beast's stomach. Across the second fissure, red mist spreads and black mist swirls around. One can faintly see countless black roots piercing through the earth, growing wildly, spanning in all directions. At first glance, these black roots may not seem immense, but it is a deceptive comparison with the entire great domain. A closer look reveals that atop some of the black roots, where there are neat smooth-cut marks, imposing and indescribable cities stand tall. These are heroic cities. On the black roots, they seem as tiny as model building blocks. One can imagine the enormity of these roots. Across the third fissure, a massive nest roots itself onto an entire great domain, bulging and contracting, its surface covered with billions of openings akin to a honeycomb. From time to time, endless creatures burst out from the nest. Among them are enormous creatures as big as stars, constantly hatching offspring, making the surrounding sea of monsters even more vast. Scarlet mist tide surges. Across the fissure, monsters gather, forming wave after wave, rushing towards this slit. The next moment, Poochie Poochie Poochie, despite the fissure being torn open, there still seems to be an invisible barrier between Red Mist Land and Creation Land. As these countless monsters try to squeeze through the fissure to cross this invisible screen, they burst open one after another. Turning into a mist of blood, even the blood mist hits the barrier and vanishes instantly. But even in a blink of an eye, countless trillions of monsters are annihilated, still driven by some immense terrifying forces. The minion monsters continue to rush towards the fissure, one after another. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 200 seconds, after annihilating countless monsters, that invisible barrier, which many powerful monsters dreaded, finally gradually weakens and eventually disappears. Soon, 1, 2, 3. One by one, Duke-level monsters begin to attempt to enter Creation Land. Followed by Duke-level beings from the Law Realm. Dozens, tens of dozens, hundreds of such creatures step into this not-so-large small world. The whole small world becomes incredibly crowded. If it weren't for the small world of Creation Land being incredibly sturdy, barriers even the Saint Realm couldn't break through. Ordinarily, such an influx of Law Realm dukes would have enough conceptual power to burst the entire world apart. These Law Realm dukes naturally come from different monster powers, even from many top-tier overlord powers. Among them, there is no shortage of enemies. But now, under the constraint of one or a few higher-ranking and supreme beings, these Law Realm dukes all maintain restraint and rationale, gradually dispersing to the surroundings. A supreme voice comes from across the fissure. Go forth, let the corruption, let my powerful blood and flesh eternal, spread without end. A supreme being within the Scarlet Mountains slowly speaks. Simultaneously, at the ends of the endless black roots, atop the billions of mother nests, similar orders are issued. Corruption spreads in unseen corners. Meanwhile, in Eternal World, including the powers outside Eternal World, they still have no clue, still busily exploring and competing for fortunes. Battle after battle continuously erupts. In the second small world, Mu Yuan looks around. Though it's a small world too, this one is much larger, at least about a dozen times larger than the previous world. Which layer is this small world on? The third, fourth, fifth? Mu Yuan ponders. Creation Land is like a huge divine tree, where each leaf represents a world. The higher the branches are, the higher the rank of the leaf worlds, containing more mysterious fortunes. But, ascending layers in Creation Land doesn't follow the logical step-by-step, layer-by-layer approach. The logic here is having no logic, anything is possible. It's possible to skyrocket in progress or remain lingering at the lower levels. However, theoretically, the higher-ranked small worlds naturally have more gateways leading to higher ranks. Conversely, the chance of skyrocketing from a lower or middle-ranked small world is obviously much smaller than ascension.
Mu Yuan has a general understanding of Creation Land, able to judge that this world is not low-ranking. He indeed got a bit lucky. That makes sense. Lord Shepherd walks towards a lake that is gem blue. He steps forward, and space quickly contracts, merely taking a few steps before arriving at the calm lakeside. Reaching out his hand. Whoosh! A surge of power rises.